Good evening, and welcome to the Quiet Nightmare. This is a space where silence speaks, and shadows tell stories. Every story you hear is completely uninterrupted, no ads, no distractions. If you enjoy this experience, you're always welcome to stay. Before we begin, tell me where you're listening from, and what time it is. Now, get comfortable. The quiet isn't as empty as it seems. I was 15 when I finally started trying to understand everything that had happened to me, but I was 13 when it all first began. Looking back now, that age feels so young for the kind of fear, confusion, and strange attachment I ended up carrying. At 13, you are old enough to know when something is wrong, but not always old enough to know what to do about it. You are still half a child in some ways, still trying to make your room feel like your own little world, still trying to understand yourself, your family, and the strange feelings that come with growing up. That was exactly where I was in life when we moved into that house. It was an old mobile home. It was not beautiful in some big, impressive way, but it was ours, and at first that felt like enough. Like a lot of older mobile homes, it had issues. Some parts creaked, some parts felt worn out, and the whole place had that tired feeling that older homes sometimes carry. Still, it was livable. And for me the most exciting part was that I was finally getting my own room. That mattered a lot to me. A room of your own means freedom when you are that age. It means privacy, your own bed, your own walls, your own little space where you can keep your things the way you want them and shut the rest of the world out, at least for a little while. I had only been in that room for a short time when things began to happen. At first, I thought of them as mishaps because I did not know what else to call them. That word felt safer than calling them paranormal. It felt smaller, less serious, easier to live with. But the truth is, almost from the beginning, the room never felt fully empty to me. It was as if something noticed me settling in and decided not to stay quiet. My closet was one of the most noticeable things in the room. It was fairly large, and it had sliding doors made of glass, the kind that reflected the whole room back at you when you looked at them. So really, they were like rolling mirrors. At the time, I did not think much about that. I just knew they made the room feel bigger, and I liked that. I also had mirrors hanging in other places because I thought they made the room look more open and less cramped. I was 13. I was trying to decorate in my own way and make the room feel special. I did not know then what I would later come to believe, that mirrors can act like gateways or openings for the dead, or at least for things that do not belong to the normal world. Back then, they were just mirrors to me. Pretty useful, and good for making the room seem larger than it really was. There was something else in my room too, something that I now think may have made things worse. I had an Ouija board. A few weeks before I moved fully into that room, my mother and I had made a weak, half-hearted attempt to use it. We had not gone into it seriously. It was more curiosity than commitment, more messing around than ritual. But not long after that, something strange happened with it. The box it was kept in began to glow green. Not the board outside the box, not some trick of light in the room, but the box itself. It was a second-hand board too, which made me wonder later whether something had already been attached to it, whether some door had been opened before it ever reached me. At the time, I did not know what to think. I only knew it was weird, and instead of getting rid of it like I probably should have, I kept it. After I moved into the room for good, the first things I noticed were the mirrors on the closet doors. They would shake for no reason. Not every second, not constantly, but enough that I knew it was not normal. At first I would try to tell myself there was some practical explanation. Maybe the floor moved when someone walked through the hall. Maybe the old frame around the closet was loose. Maybe the trailer just shifted. But it did not happen in a way that felt ordinary. It happened in moments that felt deliberate. The weirdest part was that when I would speak out loud and say something like, "I know you're in my room," or tell whatever it was to stop, the shaking would stop. That happened enough times that it started to feel less like coincidence and more like communication. Then there were the drafts. I would feel cold air move through the room for no clear reason. It would happen in a strange way, not like a normal breeze from a vent or a crack under the door. Sometimes it would just pass over me suddenly as if something had moved close by. It was especially noticeable when everything else in the room felt still. I would stop what I was doing and look around, trying to figure out where the air had come from, but there would be nothing. No fan. No open window. No one walking by. Just that cold feeling touching me and then disappearing. One of the things that frightened me most in those early days was the sound of something punching the walls. That is the only way I can describe it. Not little tapping noises. Not the ordinary sounds of an old place settling. It sounded like actual blows hitting the wall, hard enough to make me freeze and listen. Sometimes it would happen once, then stop. Other times it would happen several times in a row. It felt violent in a way that the shaking mirrors and the cold drafts did not. It made me imagine anger, frustration, or some kind of attempt to get my attention through force. Nighttime was worse. During the day, even when something happened, there were still sounds of life around the house. People moving, talking, doors opening, the usual rhythm of a family home. But at night, once everyone settled down and the room became dark, the presence in there felt stronger. Every night when I went to bed, I would feel my bed start to shake. I tried many times to recreate it myself because that would have made everything easier. I wanted to prove to myself that maybe I was shifting my weight strangely, or maybe the frame was unstable, or maybe I was feeling something normal but frightening because I was already nervous. But I could never make it happen the way it happened on its own. It felt exactly like someone standing there and physically shaking the bed on purpose. That alone would have been enough to terrify most people. But it did not stop there. The most disturbing thing of all was that things began getting thrown at me. Not just knocked over, not just moved around in a way that could be blamed on clumsiness. Thrown. And some of them hit me hard enough to hurt me. I still have scars on my arms from cuts I got during those times. More than once, my headphones were thrown at me. Other objects were too. My keyboard was one of them. That was when the whole situation crossed a line for me. Up to that point, I could still tell myself I was living in a strange room and maybe dealing with a spirit that wanted attention. But once objects started flying at me and leaving marks on my body, it became much harder to pretend it was harmless. It was not only me either. My mother had her own experience, one that made it harder for anyone in the house to fully deny that something strange was happening. She told me about a moment in the kitchen when she was talking to my little sister. Out of nowhere, something kicked the refrigerator so hard that it jumped and moved a couple of inches. Not wobbled. Not lightly shaken. Kicked. A refrigerator is not something that just moves itself for fun, and my mother was not the type of person to exaggerate. Hearing that made me feel a terrible mixture of fear and validation. I was not imagining everything. There really was something in that mobile home, something with enough force to shake appliances and enough boldness to do it in front of other people. Another time, while I was away on vacation, my mother called the hotel where we were staying. She sounded frightened. She told us she had been hearing stomping and banging and the sound of things flinging around the house. I remember trying to respond to her in a calm way, but inside I felt the same old dread rise up. Without thinking too much, I said, "It's Caleb and Dan Ice." By then I had already begun assigning names and identities to some of the presences I believed were around me. Caleb was the one I associated most strongly with the trouble in my room and in the house. Dan Ice was one that I connected more with a friend of mine and the things she had described. To other people, those names might sound made up, or like the kind of dramatic labels a frightened teenager would invent to make sense of chaos. But to me, they felt real. Naming them made them easier to think about, easier to separate, easier to believe I understood. After a while, I made a huge mistake. Instead of treating the thing in my room like something I needed to protect myself from, I began trying to befriend it. I say now that it was a mistake because I understand more than I did then. At the time, I was 13, confused, lonely in my own way, fascinated by the paranormal, and strangely drawn toward what was frightening me. There is something dangerous about that age. You want to be brave. You want to feel special. You want to believe you can handle things other people cannot. So when something in the room responded to me, stopped when I told it to stop, and filled my nights with fear but also attention, I started to feel connected to it. That something was Caleb. At first, I did not believe he was evil in the way people talk about demons being evil. Even later, when I began hearing from others or deciding for myself that he was not just a spirit but a demon, I still kept trying to tell myself he was not entirely bad. I wanted to believe he was just another being, just another presence with a personality and a history, not something that existed only to hurt and destroy. Even after I came to believe he was an incubus, and something much darker than an ordinary ghost, part of me still refused to reject him completely. That is something I am ashamed to admit, and yet it is true. I later came to believe that Caleb was not just any dark presence, but a very high-ranking demon. I believed he was around 7 feet tall, with black hair that reached all the way to his ankles. I believed he came from Britain, and that he had no eyes. I believed he was a fallen angel, one who had been with Lucifer at the time of the fall. Writing those words now, I know how unbelievable they sound. I know many people would hear this and decide immediately that I was deep in delusion, or that I had let fear and fascination build an entire mythology around something I could not understand. Maybe from the outside, that is exactly what it looks like. But from the inside, when you are living through things that touch your body, your room, your house, and your mind, it does not feel like fantasy. It feels like trying to survive by giving shape to what is haunting you. There were others too. Danice, who I believed was a Nikael, an Egyptian cat demon. Nikki, a familiar demon, who also appeared as a cat. And Caleb, who my little brother once described as appearing like an overlarge black dog. That detail disturbed me deeply because it meant I was not the only one giving him shape. If my little brother saw something too, then maybe I was not just creating everything out of my own fear and obsession. At least that is how I saw it then. The most troubling truth of all, though, is that I fell in love with Caleb. Even saying that feels wrong and complicated, but it is the truth as I experienced it. There was something about the attention, the intensity, the sense of being chosen or noticed, that twisted itself inside me in a way I did not know how to resist. I knew, at least on some level, that what I was getting into was dangerous. I knew this was not normal, not healthy, not safe. And yet I still wanted to believe there was goodness in him somewhere. I wanted to believe that deep down he was not what everyone would call evil, that there was something wounded or misunderstood beneath what he was. I am aware of how dangerous that sounds. I am aware of how much people destroy themselves by romanticizing darkness. But that was where I was emotionally at the time. I was not the only one who claimed to know him either. I knew several people who had similar stories and who said they had also met Caleb. That only made my belief in him stronger. If other people described the same entity, then surely he could not just be a product of my imagination. That was how I reasoned. It gave the whole thing a sense of outside confirmation. At the same time, my parents believed all of it. Caleb, Danice, Nikki, the demons, the spirits, all of it was just in my head. According to them, these beings were figments of my imagination. I resented that view for a long time because it felt like dismissal. It felt like they were rejecting the reality of what I had lived through. The cuts on my arms, the moving objects, the refrigerator jumping, the bed shaking, the pounding on the walls. But even now, I understand why they might have believed that. Because what I was describing was so extreme. And because once a person begins to mix real fear, spiritual language, obsession, mirrors, Ouija boards, thrown objects, and emotional attachment, everything becomes very hard to separate. Still, from the time I moved into that room at 13, my life changed. What should have been a simple step into independence, my own room, my own space, turned into an experience of fear, fascination, injury, and a disturbing attachment to something I believed was deeply dark. Every mirror in that room began to feel like more than a reflection. The Ouija board in its box no longer felt like an object, but like an invitation I had been foolish enough to keep near me. The drafts no longer felt like cold air. The wall banging no longer felt like old house sounds. The shaking bed no longer felt like nerves. Everything in that room became part of one story. A story I was living inside before I had any idea how dangerous it could become. What I know for sure is this: after moving into that room, I stopped feeling alone in any normal way. I began feeling watched, addressed, tested, and at times physically attacked. Objects flew. My body was marked. My mother experienced things too. The house itself began feeling like it held more than the people living in it. And in the middle of all that, instead of fleeing from the darkness, I moved toward it, named it, gave it identity, and even gave it part of my heart. That is the part one struggles with most. Because fear alone is easy to understand. Being haunted is easy to understand. But being drawn toward what frightens you, believing there is love in it, trying to humanize what may be inhuman, that is much harder to explain. It says as much about loneliness, youth, and confusion as it does about anything supernatural. I was 13 when it started. And at 13, I was not ready for anything like that. Maybe no one ever is. This story was told to me by my nephew Jeff, and it has stayed with me for years because it is one of those stories that is frightening, sad, and comforting all at the same time. It happened back in 1988, when Jeff and his wife were young parents with a newborn baby daughter named Leanne. At that time, they were living in a house trailer. It was not a large place, but it was their home, and like many young couples starting out, they were making the best life they could with what they had. The trailer was set up in a simple way. The baby's bedroom was at one end of the trailer. Jeff and his wife slept in a bedroom at the other end. In the middle was the kitchen, with the living room and bathroom connected nearby. It was a small enough space that sounds could travel through it, but still large enough that a person at one end could not always immediately know what was happening at the other end, especially in the middle of the night when everything was dark and quiet. At that stage in life, their daughter was still tiny, just a little infant sleeping in her cradle. Anyone who has ever cared for a newborn knows the kind of life that comes with that. Nights are never truly restful. Even when the baby is sleeping, you never quite sleep the way you used to. One little sound can bring you fully awake. One cry, one movement, one strange silence, and a parent is instantly alert. That is how those early months are. Your body learns to listen even while half asleep. Jeff was like that with Leanne. Even though he was tired like any young father would be, he was always aware of her in the back of his mind. One night, he woke up in the middle of the night because he was thirsty. It was one of those ordinary little moments that seemed so unimportant at first. He got out of bed quietly, not wanting to disturb his wife, and walked from the bedroom down the trailer toward the kitchen. The house was still. It was the kind of deep nighttime quiet that makes every little sound stand out more than it would in the daytime. He went into the kitchen, turned on the faucet, and got himself a drink of water. Nothing about the moment seemed unusual. It was just a tired man standing in his kitchen in the middle of the night trying to satisfy a dry throat before going back to sleep. But after he finished his drink and turned the water off, he heard something. The sound was coming from his daughter's room. He could not tell exactly what it was at first, only that there was some kind of noise where there should not have been one. Leanne was only a baby. She should have been sleeping. No one else should have been in that room. That was enough to make him stop and listen harder. Parents do not ignore sounds coming from a baby's room, especially in the middle of the night. So he walked down the trailer toward her room to check on her. When he reached the doorway and looked inside, he saw something that made the hair rise on the back of his neck. The cradle was rocking. Not slightly moving from leftover motion. Not settling. Not bumping against something. Rocking as if a hand was there gently moving it. And the baby was asleep. That was what made it so strange right away. If the baby had been crying or moving around, maybe he could have told himself she had somehow shifted and set the cradle in motion. But she was asleep, peaceful, apparently unaware of anything unusual. He stood there for a moment just staring at it, trying to understand what he was seeing. It was not easy to accept. A cradle rocking by itself is the kind of thing the mind wants to explain immediately, because the alternative is too strange. So he did what any practical person would do. He checked the room. He looked in the closet first, thinking maybe somehow someone was hiding there, though why anyone would be hiding in a baby's room at night is another question. There was no one. Then he checked the window. It was still sealed and locked. No sign that anyone had come in from outside. He looked all around the room again. Nothing was there. No movement except the cradle. And still, even after he checked everything, the cradle kept rocking. He turned on the light. The moment he did, he felt the hair on the back of his neck and on his arms stand up. A cold feeling came over him. Not just fear, but an actual coldness in the room. That detail stayed with him because it was not winter yet. It was the end of summer. The nights were still warm. There was no normal reason for that room to suddenly feel icy in a way that made the skin rise on his body. He looked at his baby. She was still asleep. She looked fine. Nothing about her seemed wrong. The only thing wrong was the room itself, the strange cold, and that cradle moving for no reason. Eventually, the rocking stopped. There was nothing else he could do. He had checked everything he could think of. So he returned to bed, though I doubt he slept very peacefully after that. A thing like that gets into your mind. You replay it. You wonder if you were more tired than you realized. You tried to think of anything sensible that could explain it. A loose floor. A draft. A trick of the eyes. Anything. But even if you tell yourself those things, the body remembers how wrong it felt. Several nights passed after that, and nothing unusual happened. Jeff kept paying close attention to the baby's room, but each time he checked, everything looked normal. No rocking cradle. No icy air. No strange feeling. He started to settle down a little. That is often what happens after a frightening event. If nothing repeats right away, you begin telling yourself maybe it was just one weird night. Maybe stress, exhaustion, and imagination all worked together. Maybe there was some reason he had missed. He slowly let himself think less about it. Then one night, it happened again. He woke up, and for no reason he could clearly explain, he felt he should check on Leanne. She had not cried. There had not been any loud noise to call him from bed. It was more of a feeling, an inner push telling him to go to her room. So he got up and went. When he reached the room and switched on the light, the same thing happened as before. The hair on his neck and arms rose, and the cradle was rocking again. His daughter was asleep. Sound asleep. Nothing seemed wrong with her. He checked the closet again. Nothing. He checked the window again. Still closed, still secure. He looked through the room and then through the rest of the trailer, trying to see if anything anywhere was out of place. But he found nothing. No broken window, no intruder, no object that could explain the motion, no draft that should have made that room suddenly cold. Just a rocking cradle and the same unnatural feeling. That was the point where the uneasiness really began to settle into him. Once may be dismissed. Twice becomes a pattern. Twice means something is happening, even if you do not understand it. Still, what could he do? His daughter looked safe. The room showed no obvious danger. So he watched more closely after that. He became more alert at night. He listened for sounds from her room. He paid attention to how the trailer felt. He kept that memory of the rocking cradle alive in the back of his mind. Then came the night that changed the whole meaning of everything. One night, he got up to go to the bathroom. It was another ordinary enough reason to leave bed, just like the first night when he got a drink of water. On his way back, or while he was up, he thought he would check on his daughter again, just to make sure she was all right. By then, he had gotten into the habit of doing that whenever something woke him. When he reached the room, he saw the cradle rocking again. But this time, it was not alone. Leaning over the cradle, as if he were about to pick the baby up, was a man. Jeff described him as looking like he was wearing bib overalls. He was bent over Leanne's cradle in a way that made it seem very clearly as if he was reaching for the baby, or trying to lift her, or at least looking down at her closely. The sight of it terrified him. Up until then, the strange activity had been mysterious and frightening, but still invisible. Now, suddenly, there was a figure in the room with his child. His reaction was immediate. He moved toward the man, ready to protect his daughter, ready to confront whoever or whatever this was. But just as he got close enough to reach him, the figure vanished into thin air. Not stepped away. Not ducked into a corner. Not ran. Vanished. That was enough for Jeff. Whatever hesitation he might have had about the earlier nights disappeared right there. He picked up his daughter from the cradle and took her back into the bedroom with him and his wife. Then he told his wife what had been happening and what he had just seen. Until then, maybe some part of him had hoped for an ordinary explanation. But after seeing a man bend over the cradle and then vanish, there was no ordinary explanation left. For a while, he kept the baby with him. Any parent would have done the same. You are not going to calmly put your baby back into a room where an unexplained figure has just been standing over her. But eventually, after some time had passed and nothing more happened, he returned Leanne to her own room. He still was not at peace, though. He kept a close watch on her from the living room, staying awake, listening, paying attention. He wanted to be near enough to respond quickly if anything happened again. After some time, he got up and went back into the room to check on her once more. And there the man was again. This time, Jeff was frightened all over again, but by now he understood something he had not wanted to accept before. What he was seeing was not a living person. It was a ghost. Or at least something not natural, something that did not obey the rules of ordinary human movement. But he still did not know why it was there, what it wanted, or whether it meant harm. All he knew was that the figure kept appearing near his daughter. As he moved to pick her up again, he noticed something else. There was a strange smell in the room. That detail mattered, though he did not understand it yet. It was an odd smell, not strong enough at that exact moment to make everything clear, but enough to register as wrong. Still, his first concern was the baby. He picked her up and took her back out of the room to keep her with him. At that point, he was no longer willing to leave her there alone and ignore the warning signs. The next day, when he went into the kitchen area, he thought maybe the pilot light had gone out because he could smell gas. That was when the pieces started to come together. He called the gas man to come check things, and when the man did, they found the problem. There was a gas leak under the room where his daughter slept. The leak was directly beneath the area where the cradle had been. Once that was discovered, everything changed. The rocking cradle. The cold feeling. The man leaning over the baby. The strange smell. It all suddenly pointed to something bigger than fear. Something in that room had been trying to get his attention. The gas was repaired. And then Jeff needed answers. He wanted to know who the man was and why he had appeared there. Was it tied to the trailer itself? To the land? To some story from the past? He started asking questions, looking into the history of the trailer park and the land beneath it. Eventually, he found out something that made the whole story heartbreaking. Long before that trailer park existed, a couple had lived there. There had once been a farmhouse on that land, and the family kept cows there. It had been a farm, not a trailer park. One night, the house caught fire. The father died in that fire while trying to save his baby daughter. He had not been able to get her out. He perished in the flames with his child. That was when Jeff finally understood. The man he had seen in the baby's room was that father. He had come back, not to frighten anyone, but to save another baby where he had once failed to save his own. He had been trying over and over to get Jeff's attention. First by rocking the cradle. Then by appearing over the child. Then by returning again when the danger remained. He was warning him. He was trying to make sure history did not repeat itself in a different form. He had lost his own daughter in a fire. He was not going to let another father lose his child because of a danger hidden in the home. That truth changes the whole feeling of the story. At first, the rocking cradle and cold rooms sound frightening, as all ghost stories do. A baby's room, unexplained movement, a figure in overalls appearing in the night, it is easy to imagine danger there. But once you know the past, once you know about the father who died trying to save his child, the whole thing becomes something else. It becomes a story of unfinished love, of a protective spirit who could not save his own daughter in life, but came back to save another father's daughter years later. Jeff understood that too. After he found out what had happened on that land and who the man most likely was, he went into the baby's room and thanked him. He thanked him for helping save his daughter. That part has always moved me deeply. Imagine standing in that room, knowing that the thing you feared had actually been watching over your child more closely than anyone else in the house. Knowing that what looked like a haunting had really been a desperate act of protection. Knowing that a father from long ago had reached across death itself because he could not bear to see another child lost where he had lost his own. It makes you think differently about ghosts. People often imagine spirits as restless, angry, or frightening, and certainly some experiences do feel that way. But sometimes the dead stay behind because love is not finished. Sometimes they stay because they still want to protect. Sometimes they intervene because pain once carved a wound into them so deep that even death did not erase it. That is what this feels like to me. A father who failed once, not because he did not care, but because life took him before he could save his child, came back the only way he could when another baby was in danger. And what strikes me most is how hard he tried. He did not just appear once and leave. He rocked the cradle night after night. He made the room feel different. He drew Jeff there again and again. When that was not enough, he showed himself. He leaned over the cradle so Jeff would understand that the baby needed attention now. And when the danger was still there, he returned again until the truth was finally uncovered. That kind of persistence does not feel evil. It feels desperate. It feels loving. It feels like a father refusing to fail a child a second time, even if this child was not the one he had once lost. I also think about Jeff's daughter, little Leanne, sleeping peacefully through all of this. Babies often seem unaware of things that terrify adults. Maybe they sense something and do not fear it the same way. Maybe they simply sleep more deeply in the arms of grace than we understand. But all through those nights she slept in her cradle, while a dead man kept vigil over her, trying to warn her father. There is something both chilling and beautiful in that image. And then there is the matter of the overalls. That detail stayed with Jeff, and it matters because it fits the story of the farmhouse and the father so naturally. Bib overalls are what a working man on a farm might have worn. It was not some vague ghostly shape in random clothes. It was a figure dressed exactly in a way that would make sense for a farmer from years ago. That kind of detail makes the whole story feel even more real and grounded. The spirit did not appear as some dramatic movie ghost. He appeared as himself. As the father he had been. Stories like this remind me that not every haunting is meant to frighten. Some are warnings. Some are unfinished acts of love. Some are messages from people who would do anything to protect a child if given one more chance. And maybe that is why this story has stayed with me so strongly. Because underneath the fear, it is a story about fatherhood. About love that did not end with death. About grief that turned into protection. About a man who once failed to save his own baby and who would not let another father go unaware of danger. The room was cold, yes. The cradle rocked on its own, yes. A dead man appeared in the middle of the night, yes. But in the end, all of those frightening things were signs of mercy. Jeff's daughter lived because he paid attention. And he paid attention because a spirit would not stop trying to reach him. I think many people, if they had seen a ghost leaning over their baby's cradle, would have assumed the worst immediately. Maybe they would have believed the spirit wanted the child. Maybe they would have panicked and fled. Jeff did panic, of course, but he also kept looking, listening, and trying to understand. And because he did, the gas leak was found in time. That is what matters most. Not only that a ghost appeared, but that the appearance had purpose. It saved a life. And when you hear a story like that, it becomes much harder to say the dead are always separate from us, always distant, always powerless. Sometimes they are near. Sometimes they see what we do not. Sometimes they come because they cannot bear to watch tragedy happen twice in the same place. Even now, when I picture that trailer, I see the baby's room at one end, the parents' room at the other, the kitchen in the middle, and the father moving through the dark in the middle of the night. I see the cradle rocking. I see the man in overalls bending over it. I see Jeff rush toward him and then watch him disappear. I see the gas man finding the leak under the room. I see Jeff learning about the old farmhouse fire. And I see him go back into that room, no longer afraid in the same way, but full of gratitude, thanking the man he could not touch for saving the child he loved most. That is not the kind of story a person forgets. It stays with you. Because it reminds you that sometimes the dead are not gone in the way we think they are. Sometimes they are still trying to do the things they could not finish in life. Sometimes they are still parents. And sometimes, by the grace of God or whatever mystery rules the world beyond our own, they still find a way to save a child. It was only about a year ago, sometime in late September or early October, when all of this began for me. At that time, the whole thing felt like one of those strange little moments in life that should have stayed small and harmless. I had been wearing a band shirt to class that day, and an acquaintance of mine started talking to me about it. That was all it took. A shirt. A simple conversation. Nothing dramatic, nothing mysterious. We talked during class, kept the conversation going once class ended, and by the time we were outside, it felt like the beginning of what might become a real friendship. At first, the conversation was completely normal. Music, random opinions, everyday stuff. Then, right before we were about to go our separate ways, he brought up something that would have sounded ridiculous to almost anyone else. He started talking about the woods behind his house. Not in a casual, "We have some trees back there" kind of way, but in a very particular, serious, almost careful way, like he was about to tell me something he knew most people would laugh at. He told me there were strange things happening there. He talked about noises that sounded like an elephant's trumpet, and other noises that sounded like freight train screeches. He said there were orbs, shadows, and this terrible feeling that someone, or something, was watching you from the trees. He mentioned odd energies, shapes, and movement that never felt human and never felt normal. The way he spoke did not feel like he was trying to impress me. If anything, it felt like he was trying to decide whether I was the kind of person who would listen without immediately calling him insane. At first, I did what most people would do. I doubted him. It sounded too good. Too strange. Too much like the beginning of some campfire story. We did not know each other that well yet, and I honestly thought maybe he was exaggerating, or maybe he was into something that made him see things differently than normal people do. So I asked him, very directly, whether he drank too much or did drugs. I was not trying to insult him. I just wanted to know if there was some obvious explanation before I got pulled into a story that turned out to be nonsense. He looked at me very seriously, and told me he did not drink, and had never done drugs in his life. The more I got to know him, the more I realized that part was absolutely true. He lived clean. He was not one of those people making up stories because they were messed up or looking for attention. And as for the haunted woods, well, I learned soon enough that those were real too, at least real enough to leave me with an experience I still cannot explain away. We eventually picked a day for me to come over and investigate the woods with him. Even on that day, I was still not fully convinced. I was interested, yes. Curious, definitely. But I still thought there was a good chance I would end up walking through some trees, hearing ordinary animal sounds, and then going home thinking my new friend had simply scared himself with stories and isolation. I had no idea that the woods would give me more than I wanted, and certainly more than I was prepared to take home in my mind. When I arrived at his house, the first thing I noticed was how ordinary it looked. It was a small two-story place that looked like it might have been built in the 1950s. It had that older kind of suburban feel, with shutters and faded blue paint against aging vinyl siding. There was something almost charming about it, especially because it was decorated for Halloween. The front yard had the usual things you expect that time of year. Jack-o'-lanterns, black cats, witches. The whole place had a cozy but slightly eerie look to it, the kind of house that seems friendly in the daytime but could easily become unnerving after dark. From the front, you could barely see the woods behind it. The trees mostly hid themselves. The only thing that stood out clearly was one massive oak tree, so huge it looked like it could overshadow almost any house smaller than a mansion. It did not just look old. It looked ancient, like it had been there before anything else around it, and had watched generations come and go without caring. I went inside, and for a while everything was normal. We goofed off, talked, wasted time, and waited for darkness to settle in. That waiting itself had a strange tension to it, though either of us really said so. It was like both of us knew the mood of the evening would change once the light dropped. You can feel that kind of transition in places like that. Some houses and some pieces of land behave differently after dark. They seem to know when night has come. As the evening passed, the inside of the house felt safe enough, but every now and then my attention drifted toward the back of the place, toward the direction of the woods. I kept thinking about all the things he had said and wondering which parts were story and which parts were real. At some point, I went downstairs because I wanted a drink and a smoke. I was told the fridge with the drinks was in the garage, which worked fine for me because the side door was right there beside it. I grabbed my drink and stepped outside into a small chain-link enclosure around the side door. It was a strange little area, probably 5 feet by 5 feet, fenced in inside the already fenced yard. It looked like something a previous owner had put there for security, maybe to make it harder for thieves to get in or out unnoticed. It was small, boxed in, and oddly private even though it sat just off the house. I stood there, lit my cigarette, and started smoking. At first, nothing seemed strange. The air was cool, and the darkness outside the little enclosure felt deep but manageable. I took a few drags and tried to relax. Then I heard it. Tap tap. It came from around the corner of the house toward the back. It was such a simple sound that at first I dismissed it immediately. It could have been the wind. It could have been one of his dogs. It could have been almost anything. Even though it sounded like it came from around my height, around 6'2", I still pushed the thought aside. Old siding makes noises. Branches scrape. Strange little sounds happen all the time at night. I kept smoking. Then I heard it again. Tap tap. This time it sounded a little closer to the edge of the house. Again I told myself it was nothing. Maybe the dog had moved. Maybe something hanging on the side of the house had shifted. Maybe the wind had picked up. I tried not to stare too hard or let my mind build around it. But then it came again, a third time, even closer. Tap tap. Now I stopped smoking. I remember my whole attention narrowing toward that corner of the house. I was standing still now, cigarette in hand, eyes fixed on the edge of the siding where whatever was making the noise should have appeared if it were anything normal. The little chain-link enclosure suddenly felt less like a safe smoking spot and more like a cage. Then the sound changed. Instead of a light tap-tap, I heard a slap-slap from right around the corner. It was louder, more deliberate, and far too close. I did not wait around to see what made it. I ran inside immediately. In that moment, I was convinced my friend was trying to mess with me, using the stories he had told me earlier to make some stupid joke out of the whole thing. I went straight in looking for him, expecting to catch him sneaking in through another part of the house or trying not to laugh. Instead, I found him upstairs, sitting at his computer exactly where he had been before. He had not been outside. He had not been tapping on the siding. He had not even moved. When I told him what had happened, he did not laugh or look pleased the way someone would if they had just pulled off a prank. He nodded like the whole thing made perfect sense, and explained that there was a spirit that wandered into his yard and liked to do things like that. That should have sounded ridiculous. In another setting, with another person, maybe it would have. But after hearing those sounds for myself and finding him nowhere near the side of the house, I could not dismiss it so easily anymore. Now that the first strange thing had happened to me directly, I wanted to know more. That is the dangerous thing about fear sometimes. It does not always make you run away. Sometimes it makes you lean in. That is exactly what I did. We went outside and walked around the house toward the woods. The closer we got to the tree line, the more the air changed. It was not just my imagination, because even before I knew what to call it, I could feel it. There was this intense sensation that something was staring back from the darkness beyond the trees. Not just the ordinary nervousness of being near woods at night, but a kind of pressure in the air, a force around the edge of the forest itself. It felt like the place was radiating a warning. The best way I can describe it is this: it felt like the perimeter of the woods had a "this is a bad idea" barrier around it. That may sound vague, but it was very real in the moment. My entire body reacted to it. It was not just fear. It was resistance. A deeply instinctive feeling that going farther would be wrong. I stopped and told my friend I did not want to go any deeper. He agreed and told me we definitely were not going into the woods at night. Apparently that was dangerous for reasons he had not even told me yet. So instead of entering the forest, we walked the perimeter. As we did, my attention kept drifting from one odd spot to another. At one point, I noticed a particular tree that seemed different from the others. I do not know how else to say it. It was just a tree, yes, but it felt wrong. Or maybe not wrong exactly, just charged. It seemed to have some kind of energy around it that made it stand out in my mind. I told my friend that something about that tree felt different. He immediately replied that it was the tree where he had once seen the little dead girl he had mentioned in his earlier stories. Hearing that gave me chills. Still, I tried to rationalize it. A person can attach stories to places, and once you know those stories, your own mind starts reacting to them. That is what I told myself. Then I noticed another place farther down. There was a pile of wood near the end of the road past the fence, and when I looked at it, I got the same horrible feeling as if someone was standing there looking back at me. It was just a pile of wood, but staring at it felt like staring into something that did not want to be seen clearly. This time, I kept the feeling to myself. I did not want every little thing I noticed to become part of some huge ghost story while I was still trying to sort out what was real and what might just be the atmosphere getting into my head. We kept walking and eventually came to a field covered in low fog. That field was one of the strangest parts of the whole property. The fog did not just sit there the way fog usually does. It felt alive somehow, shifting and moving in a way that made the whole place seem less natural than it should have been. My friend told me he believed the fog was how the forest breathed. Coming from my own druid background, I understood the idea in a way that maybe others would not. Nature has a spirit to it. Land can carry presence. Woods can feel awake. So when he said the forest breathed through the fog, part of me accepted that instinctively. At the same time, he warned me that when the forest breathed like that, it could also be a sign to stay away. He told me he had noticed activity always increased when the fog was present. I swear that fog behaved strangely. If you stared at it too long, it almost seemed to retreat, like it was pulling back from direct attention. That sounds absurd, I know, but that is what it looked like. It made the whole field feel self-conscious, as if the place itself knew it was being observed. Standing there, with the fog and the woods and the quiet around us, my friend told me another story. He said that once an elemental had risen up from the ground there and chased him and his friend back across the field. He described it as a shadow with incredible speed, moving in zigzags, clearing the distance of a football field in a matter of seconds, and even running on its knuckles. If I had heard that story from almost anyone else, I might have laughed, or at least doubted every word. But the detail in the way he told it unsettled me. He was not telling it like someone repeating an urban legend. He was telling it like memory. I would soon learn what he meant. We made our way around the field rather than cutting straight across it like he and his friend had done in his story. Eventually we came to the other side where there was a dirt road running along the edge. An ominous street light stood there, casting the sort of weak yellow light that often makes darkness feel worse instead of better. The dirt road stretched away beside the field, and the second we got near it, the street light went out. That was enough to make me stop. My friend calmly told me the light had a short and did that all the time. I accepted the explanation because it was the only practical one available, and I wanted practical explanations wherever I could get them. So we continued down the path. But the farther we went, the more I felt something changing around us. The air grew dense and heavy, almost like walking into invisible pressure. With each step, it became harder to ignore the feeling that we were moving deeper into somewhere we were not supposed to be. Then, all at once I stopped. I could not move. That is one of the hardest parts of the story to explain, because from the outside it probably sounds ridiculous. But it felt as though I had hit something. Not physically like a wall you can touch with your hand, but spiritually or energetically. Earlier, when we had approached the woods, I had felt that first bad idea barrier. This felt like another one, stronger and more solid. It was as if my body had run into an actual invisible wall. I froze. I told my friend I would not take another step. Not could not. Would not. Something in me had reached its limit completely. He did not argue. He agreed to turn back with me. We headed back toward the entrance, and as soon as we neared the streetlight again, it went out a second time. This time I noticed it more sharply. We came back under it, and it died. After a few seconds, the light flickered back on. I ended up standing there facing the light with my back toward the entrance to the road while my friend stood in front of me talking about random things. I smoked another cigarette, partly to calm down, and partly because I did not know what else to do with my nerves. The conversation was ordinary, but I was not really focused on his words. My whole body was still buzzing from the feeling of that invisible barrier. Then I heard it. A loud pop. The sound came from behind me. It was so sharp and strange that I turned only in my mind first before my body even reacted. The only way I can describe it is that it sounded either like a small object falling from a very great height and crashing into a bunch of dry twigs, or like a large branch snapping hard. It was a violent, sudden sound. My first thought was that maybe one of the trees around us had dropped something. I asked him what kind of trees they were, thinking maybe they were pines or something else that might drop cones or limbs. He answered, "Magnolias." That answer immediately made me uneasy. I said slowly, "Magnolias don't flower in October, do they?" Just then, I saw his eyes shift upward behind me. The expression on his face changed instantly. It became the most serious look I have ever seen on him. The joking, the storytelling, the casualness of the evening, all of it vanished in 1 second. He looked at me and said very clearly, "We have to leave now." That frightened me more than the sound itself. He would not tell me what he saw, not right there, not in that moment. And maybe that was for the best, because if he had told me immediately I might have panicked completely. Instead, we began backing away from the entrance very slowly and very carefully. We did not run. We did not act wild. We moved calmly, but inside I was already terrified because I knew he had seen something that had scared him badly, and he was someone who knew those woods far better than I did. We took a different route back to the house. Only when we were farther away did he finally tell me what he had seen. According to him, that branch snapping or popping sound had been the elemental kicking off to jump. He said what he had seen behind me was the elemental leaping across the street from tree to get a better view of us. I cannot describe the feeling that ran through me hearing that. Part of me wished I had turned around and seen it myself, because then I would know exactly what I was dealing with. But a larger part of me was grateful I had not seen it, because I do not know what seeing something like that clearly would have done to me in that moment. Just the idea of it was enough. Something inhuman, or at least not normal, had been moving through the trees above and around us, watching us, adjusting its position to look at us better. We got back to the house without anything else happening. At least nothing obvious. But by then the whole evening had changed me. Whatever skepticism I had brought with me into that yard had been badly shaken. I had heard the tapping and slapping on the siding with no one there. I had felt the warning line around the woods. I had sensed strange energy from that one tree. I had watched the streetlight go out twice at the worst possible moments. I had physically frozen at a place on that dirt road as if I had hit something solid and invisible. And finally, my friend, someone who knew that land far better than I did, had seen something leap from tree to tree behind me and had been frightened enough to insist we leave immediately. After that, we sat in the house and talked for a long time. I told this story later to many people who were familiar with paranormal things, and I got many different reactions. Some thought it was a spirit of the land. Some thought it was an elemental in the old sense, a nature being not human and not dead either. Some thought it might have been something darker using the land and the woods in a different way. Some tried to explain parts of it naturally. But one response stood out more than the others because it linked what I had experienced to other history and other events in those woods, things I had not personally witnessed but that fit too well with the feeling of the place. And that is what stayed with me most. The feeling that what happened that night only scratched the surface. That is the truth as I experienced it. What I saw, or rather what I almost saw, was only one piece of a much bigger thing. Those woods were not just haunted in the simple way people use that word. They felt inhabited, watched, layered with history, fear, and beings or forces that did not belong to normal everyday life. I have more stories from those woods, and my friend certainly had many more, but that night was enough to show me that his stories had not been fantasy, not exaggeration, and not the result of drugs or alcohol or loneliness. There was something there. And what struck me most deeply was how that place behaved almost like a living boundary. The edge of the woods. The tree that felt wrong. The breathing fog. The dirt road with the second barrier. The way the streetlight responded. It all felt less like random haunting and more like territory. Like we were being watched the whole time and gently, then less gently, being reminded where we were not welcome to go. That is why I still remember that night so clearly. Not because I got some dramatic full-face monster encounter, but because of the layers of it. The slow building. The constant warning. The way fear moved in stages. The way the land itself seemed to resist us. The way my body reacted before my mind understood. And the way my friend's face changed when he saw whatever jumped in the trees behind me. If I had gone there alone, I probably would have dismissed half of what I felt. If I had only heard the tapping, I might have called it the wind. If I had only felt uneasy at the woods, I might have blamed nerves. If the light had gone out once, I might have called it bad wiring. If I had only frozen on the road, I might have blamed fear. But put together, all of it became something impossible to explain away. That is why, when I think about that night, I do not remember it like some fun ghost hunt or some spooky teenage adventure. I remember it like the night a place looked back at me and let me know, very clearly, that there are forces in the world older, stronger, and stranger than our curiosity. And the worst part is, I know that was only the beginning. The storm had been raging since early morning. It was one of those storms that does not simply pass through quietly, but seems to settle over everything like a bad mood. The wind roared around the house and slammed itself against the walls and windows hard enough to make the whole place feel smaller. Every now and then I could hear branches cracking somewhere outside, followed by that scraping sound leaves make when they are dragged across wet ground. When I looked out into the backyard, the whole place looked torn apart. Twigs, leaves, and broken branches were scattered everywhere. The sky was the color of dirty steel, and even though it was daytime, everything seemed dim and shadowed. The house felt strangely empty that morning. My children were at school, and my husband had already gone to work, so it was only me there with the animals. A house that is usually full of little voices, movement, and everyday life can feel very different when everyone is gone. It was not just quiet. It was lonely. Stormy weather can do that to a place. It can make ordinary rooms feel far too still, like they are waiting for something. I remember feeling that strange emptiness as I sat down at the kitchen table with my breakfast. I had made myself some toast and coffee, hoping the warmth of it would make the gray day feel less heavy. The toast was hot and simple, and the coffee gave off that comforting smell that usually makes mornings feel manageable no matter what the weather is doing. My dog sat nearby, watching my toast with the kind of loyal, hopeful attention only a dog can give. He kept his eyes fixed on it as if he believed with all his heart that if he stared long enough, I would finally break off a piece and give it to him. That ordinary little sight made me smile. In a morning full of dark clouds and wind, it felt good to see something so familiar and harmless. I was reading the newspaper while I ate, letting myself drift through headlines and half paying attention to whatever story was in front of me. Outside, the storm kept throwing itself around in wild gusts, and the house answered back with little creaks and sighs that old houses often make when the weather turns rough. Even then, before anything happened, I remember that the atmosphere in the kitchen felt oddly tense, though I could not have said why. Maybe it was only the weather. Maybe it was the fact that I was alone. Maybe it was something else already moving quietly through the house while I sat there pretending it was just another stormy morning. Then, without any warning at all, I heard heavy breathing in my left ear. At the same exact moment, I felt cold breath across my shoulder. It happened so suddenly, and so close to me that my whole body locked up. There was no sound of movement beforehand, no footsteps, no rustle of clothing, no hint that anyone or anything had approached me. 1 second I was sitting there with my newspaper, my toast, my coffee, and my dog watching me. The next second, it was as though someone had leaned down right beside me and exhaled over my shoulder, while breathing hard enough for me to hear it near my ear. I froze. That is the only word for it. I did not scream. I did not jump up. I could not. My whole body became rigid with fear so fast that I felt like a statue. It lasted only about 2 seconds, maybe even less, but in those 2 seconds every part of me knew something had happened that did not belong to the normal world. It was not imagination in the usual sense. It was physical. The breath was cold. The sound was close. The sensation was so real that even now I can still remember the exact spot on my shoulder where it touched me. My dog's reaction was almost worse than the breathing itself. The instant it happened, he bolted. He ran outside into the rain and started howling. Not barking, not yapping, not the ordinary excited noise dogs make when they are startled. He howled. It was a long, distressed, eerie sound, the kind that makes your skin crawl because it sounds like fear and warning mixed together. That reaction told me something important right away. I had not simply imagined the moment because my body was tense from the storm. Something had happened strongly enough that my dog reacted to it too. Then, just as suddenly as it began, it stopped. The breathing was gone. The cold on my shoulder was gone. The kitchen was quiet again except for the storm outside. For a few seconds, I just sat there trying to breathe normally. My heart was pounding so hard that I could feel it in my throat. I stared at nothing, afraid to turn too quickly, afraid to look behind me, afraid that if I moved at all I might somehow make the thing happen again. I do not know how long I stayed frozen like that. It could not have been very long, but it felt stretched out because of the shock. Then I heard my dog scrambling at the door, wanting back in. He came in wet and cold, his fur damp from the rain, looking uneasy in a way I was not used to seeing in him. I got up, partly because I needed to do something normal and partly because I did not want to stay sitting in that chair 1 second longer. I dried him off and tried to calm myself at the same time. I kept searching for explanations in my mind. Had the wind somehow forced cold air through a crack in a way that felt like breath? Had a branch scraping the house created a sound I mistook for breathing? But none of those thoughts really fit. The breathing had been too close, too human, too specific. And cold air from a storm does not usually land in one exact place on your shoulder like someone leaning over you. Still, because I had no better explanation and because the day had to go on, I tried to shake it off. I had an important job interview later that day, and I could not let myself fall apart over something I could neither explain nor prove. So I did what most people do after something strange happens in daylight. I pushed it aside and focused on the next ordinary task. I got ready. I tried to move around the house as if everything were normal. I told myself that maybe the stress of the day, the storm, and being alone had all worked together to make the moment feel worse than it really was. But the house was not done with me. Later, after I had finished getting ready, I was sitting on the couch with my laptop, trying to look over things one last time before leaving. My cat was asleep next to me, curled up in that way cats do when they are comfortable, and want nothing more than to be left alone in peace. That should have comforted me. Animals are often calm when a place is calm, and seeing her sleeping there should have made the living room feel safe again. But the uneasiness from the kitchen still lingered in the back of my mind. I was trying not to dwell on it, trying to keep my attention on practical things, but part of me remained alert in that uncomfortable way you become alert after something unexplainable happens. The hallway connected directly to the living room. From where I sat, I could hear anything moving there easily. At some point while I was on the couch, I heard loud footsteps coming down that hallway toward me. They were clear, distinct, heavy. Not vague creaks in the floor. Not storm sounds outside. Actual footsteps moving in a deliberate way toward the living room. My whole body tensed again. For one foolish second, I thought maybe my husband had somehow come home unexpectedly. But no, that made no sense. I would have heard the front door. I would have known someone had entered the house. These footsteps seemed to appear already inside, already moving through the hall, already on their way toward me. I forced myself to be brave enough to look. I leaned and peeked into the hallway. There was nothing there. Nothing. No person, no shadow, no movement. The hallway was empty. But the footsteps had been real enough that I had heard them with total clarity. I sat there staring, shocked and disoriented, trying to understand what had just happened. Then I turned back toward the couch and found something that frightened me even more. My cat was no longer calmly asleep beside me. She was hidden inside the fireplace. Her eyes were huge, wide and fixed on something I could not see. That reaction from her stripped away another easy explanation. Cats do not crawl into fireplaces trembling and staring into empty air for no reason. She looked terrified. Her body had folded in on itself the way animals do when they are trying to become smaller because they feel danger nearby. I stared at her, then at the hallway, then back at her again, and all I could think was that whatever I had heard, she had sensed it too. Once again, I had no explanation. By then I was frightened in a way that is very difficult to explain to someone who has not experienced repeated strange things inside an otherwise normal home. The fear was not only about the two separate events. It was about the pattern starting to form. The breathing in the kitchen. The dog running outside and howling. The footsteps in the hallway. The cat hiding in the fireplace. One event can be dismissed. Two events, both affecting the animals too, begin to feel like something else entirely. Still, I had to leave for my interview. I did not have the luxury of sitting in the house all day trying to unravel what was happening. I gathered my things, got ready to head out, and tried to focus on the practical matter of getting to the city on time. If anything, I probably welcomed the thought of leaving that house for a while. It had become too heavy, too strange, and too unpredictable. I wanted air, distance, other people, normalcy. Then I got to the front door. I reached for the doorknob and tried to turn it. It would not move. Not just stuck in a simple mechanical way. It was as if the knob itself refused to turn. I tried again, harder. Nothing. I twisted with all my strength. It would not budge. At first, anger rose faster than fear because I was already tense and running behind. The idea that my own door would choose that moment to jam completely felt almost insulting. I fought with it harder, twisting and pulling, but it still would not move even a little. Finally, furious and panicked about being late, I went to get a hammer. I brought it back and started attacking the doorknob like a madwoman. I hit it over and over, convinced that if the mechanism was stuck or broken, force would at least do something. But it did nothing except leave a few dents. The knob still would not turn. It was as if the whole thing had become frozen solid by something beyond metal and screws. At that point, my fear and anger crashed together. I screamed out loud at whoever or whatever was doing this. I told it to stop right away and open the door immediately. I know how that sounds now, but that was honestly the moment I had reached. It did not feel like I was speaking to a broken door anymore. It felt like I was speaking to something that did not want me to leave. Then I tried the door one more time. And it opened easily. Just like that. No resistance. No struggle. Nothing. I stood there for a second staring at the doorknob, almost unable to believe it. The same knob I had been fighting, hammering, and screaming at now turned like nothing had ever been wrong with it. That part still troubles me deeply because it felt too direct. Too responsive. Too much like something waiting until I reached the edge of panic before deciding it had made its point. I ended up 20 minutes late for my interview. The whole drive there, And even during the interview itself, part of my mind stayed back in that house with the breathing, the footsteps, the terrified animals, and the front door that would not let me leave until it chose to. I did my best, but I was shaken in a way that no one in that city office could have guessed by looking at me. I must have seemed tired, maybe stressed. But no one there knew that my day had already been touched by something I could not explain, and that part of me was still trying to decide whether I was losing my grip on reality. I finally came home around 5 in the evening. By then my kids were home, playing with the babysitter, and the normal sight of them brought some immediate comfort. There is something grounding about returning to a house full of ordinary life after a day like that. Children make a house feel real again. Their noise, their movement, the messy little weight of everyday family life pushes back against darker feelings for a while. I was exhausted though, physically and emotionally. The interview, the strange happenings, the storm, the poor sleep, all of it had drained me. So I collapsed onto the couch. At some point, I drifted into sleep there, and while I slept I had one of the strangest dreams of my life. In the dream, I was swimming in a fountain with a friend of mine. It should have felt light or playful, maybe even beautiful, but it did not. Around the edge of the fountain, millions of black koi fish were circling. They moved together in an endless dark ring, swirling and pressing inward. There was something deeply wrong about them. They were not graceful or peaceful. They felt like a force, like darkness given shape and motion. The more they circled, the more I felt myself being pulled toward them. It was as if the water itself wanted to drag me into that black spinning edge where the fish moved. My friend was looking at me and saying, "Don't let the darkness take you. Fight back. The darkness is trying to take you." The way she said the word darkness frightened me even inside the dream. It sounded less like poetry and more like a name. A real thing. A presence. Something aware and hungry. I remember struggling in the water and feeling the black fish and the dark edge pulling at me in a way that felt more spiritual than physical. It was the kind of dream that does not feel like a dream while you are inside it. It feels like a warning or a message or a battle happening in another language your sleeping mind somehow still understands. When I woke up, I was sweaty and shivering. That contradiction itself felt awful. My skin was damp, but my body was cold. I looked at the clock. It was exactly 6:13 p.m. For a few seconds, I just lay there trying to remember where I was and pull myself back from the dream. The house looked normal again. The kids were home. The babysitter was there. Evening had settled in. And yet the feeling of the dream clung to me, especially the words. "Don't let the darkness take you. Fight back." Then I heard my cell phone beeping. I reached for it and saw that I had 6 new voicemails. That alone seemed strange because I had not expected any. I opened the first message, still groggy, still cold, still not fully out of the dream. What came through the phone was not a normal voicemail voice. It was not silence. It was not a wrong number. The best way I can describe it is that it sounded like a static voice speaking in gibberish. Not random little pops of static. A voice buried inside static. Like someone or something trying to talk through noise but using a language I could not understand. Hearing that right after waking from the dream sent a wave of fear through me so strong I thought I might be sick. The whole day, from the stormy morning to that moment on the couch, suddenly felt linked together in a way I did not want to admit. The breathing in my ear. The footsteps in the hall. The animals reacting. The door refusing to open. The dream about the darkness trying to take me. And now these voicemails filled with static gibberish. At that point, it no longer felt like one bad day full of coincidences. It felt like something had been around me all day. Something that had entered my morning in the kitchen, walked my hallway in the afternoon, locked me inside the house when I tried to leave, followed me into sleep, and now reached me through the phone itself. I sat there staring at the voicemail screen, my body still cold and shaky, and for the first time all day I felt something even worse than fear. I felt hunted. Not in the literal sense of someone chasing me through the house, but in the deeper sense of being followed, watched, and pressed upon from one event to the next. Every normal explanation I had tried to reach for throughout the day had started to break apart under the weight of too many strange things happening too close together. The storm outside could explain a bad mood, maybe a creak in the house. But it could not explain breath on my shoulder. It could not explain my dog howling into the rain, or my cat hiding in terror, or a doorknob refusing all force until I screamed at it. And it certainly could not explain a dream warning me about darkness followed by 6 voicemails of static speech. I listened again. The voice in the voicemail was still impossible to understand. It felt almost like listening to someone speak through layers of interference, as though the message could not quite cross over clearly enough to become words. Part of me wondered if it was only some technical malfunction, but the timing of it made that explanation feel weak. Everything that had happened that day had already brought me to the edge of my ability to stay rational. The voicemails pushed me farther. The strangest part of fear like that is that it turns ordinary things against you. A kitchen becomes dangerous. A hallway becomes threatening. A front door becomes a trap. A dream becomes a warning. A phone becomes a voice from somewhere you cannot identify. By then, evening had settled over the house, and with every passing minute I became more aware that night was coming again. The storm, which had already made the day feel haunted, had also left the air outside gray and heavy. I remember listening to the sounds of my children in the house and feeling grateful for them in a fierce, desperate way. Their little voices, their movement, their normal life all around me felt like the only solid things in the world right then. I did not want the darkness from the dream, or whatever had breathed on me and walked the hall, or whatever had spoken through static, anywhere near them. And that was when the fear changed into something else. Not only fear for myself, fear for my family. Because if something really had attached itself to the house or to me that day, I could not bear the thought of it touching my children the way it had touched my morning, my body, and my mind. Even now, when I think back on that day, the hardest thing is not one single event. It is the build of it. The way each thing layered over the one before it until by evening the whole house felt saturated with something. If I only had the breath on my shoulder, maybe I could have forced myself to forget it. If I only had the footsteps and the frightened cat, maybe I could have blamed stress. If I only had the stubborn door, maybe I could have blamed old hardware. If I only had the dream, maybe I could have blamed nerves. If I only had the voicemails, maybe I could have blamed phone trouble. But all of them in one day, linked one after another, is what makes it impossible for me to tell myself it was nothing. Something was there. Something was trying to get my attention, frighten me, hold me in place, or maybe all three. And the dream still haunts me most of all. Millions of black koi fish circling the edge of a fountain. The dark water. The pull. My friend's voice saying the darkness was trying to take me. There are dreams that fade by breakfast, and then there are dreams that feel like messages branded into your memory. That was one of those. It did not feel symbolic in some vague way. It felt direct. It felt urgent. It felt like a warning spoken in the strange language dreams use when ordinary words are not enough. And then there was 6:13 p.m. That number remains in my mind too, because waking to that exact time and those 6 voicemail alerts made everything feel even more arranged somehow, even more like the day had been leading towards something. I wish I could tell you that after hearing the voicemails, something clear happened next that explained everything. But that is not how experiences like this usually work. They do not hand you neat answers. They leave you with fragments. A breath. A howl. Footsteps. A cat hiding in the fireplace. A locked door. A dream. A static voice speaking in gibberish. And the terrible certainty that all of it belonged to the same day, the same house, the same unseen presence. When I think about that morning at the kitchen table, reading the newspaper while the storm roared outside and my dog watched my toast, it feels like another life. Such a simple beginning for a day that turned so dark. That is part of what makes it frightening. Evil, or whatever word belongs here, does not always enter with drama at first. Sometimes it slips in quietly. It comes as breath on the shoulder, as sounds in the house, as little things that can still be explained away if you want badly enough to stay comfortable. But by the end of that day, comfort was gone. Something had made itself known. And whether it was a spirit, a haunting, some dark force, or something I still do not have words for, I know this much. It did not feel harmless. It felt like it wanted in. And if my friend in the dream was right, it wanted more than fear. It wanted me. When we moved into our first home on May 8, 2004, I truly believed we were stepping into a new season of life, the kind people dream about when they talk about home. We lived in Canby, Indiana, in one of the Heartland Crossing additions, and this house meant a lot to us. It was not just another place to rent or pass through. It was ours. That feeling matters when you are building a family. A first home carries a different kind of hope. You imagine birthdays, holidays, lazy weekends, children running through the rooms, laughter in the kitchen, quiet nights in your own bed, and the comfort of knowing this place belongs to your family. I remember feeling that excitement very clearly. I remember the boxes, the moving, the exhaustion, and underneath all of it, the deep joy of finally having a place that was meant to be our own. If someone had told me on that first day that I would one day be speaking in whispers about what moved through those rooms, that I would learn the difference between an ordinary cold draft and a presence, that my husband and children would see things we could not explain, I would not have believed them. I am not saying I never believed in spiritual things. I have always been a woman of faith, and because of that I have always believed there are forces beyond what we can see with our eyes. But there is a difference between believing in the spiritual world and having it step into your bedroom, your bathroom, your children's sleep, and your own heart. There is a difference between theology and experience. Our story began with experience, and it began the very first night. That first evening in our home should have been filled with peace. We had worked hard to get there. We were tired, yes, but it was the good kind of tired that follows accomplishment. My husband and I were settling in as best we could. He was in the upstairs bathroom taking a shower, and I was in the master bathroom, taking a bath and trying to relax for the first time all day. The house was quiet in that way new houses are quiet when the boxes have stopped moving and the people inside are finally still. I remember leaning back in the tub, letting the heat work into my body, trying to let the day settle. But something felt off almost immediately. It is hard to explain what I mean by that because there was no sound, no movement, no obvious reason for alarm. It was simply a feeling, and feelings can be hard to trust when you are tired. Still, the atmosphere around me began to feel strange. Not frightening in a loud, dramatic way, but wrong. The kind of wrongness that makes your body notice something before your mind has words for it. I sat there trying to ignore it for a moment, but the feeling grew stronger until I could not pretend anymore. Finally, I opened my eyes. There was a face in the mirror. It was looking directly at me. Even now, thinking of that moment, something inside me still tightens. It was so sudden and so impossible that my mind refused it at first. I looked, then immediately shut my eyes again because I did not believe what I had seen. I told myself I was tired, that maybe shadows had fallen strangely, that my eyes had played a trick on me. But when you are in a room alone and see a face in the mirror staring at you, nothing inside you stays calm. I opened my eyes again. It was still there. Still staring back at me. I sat straight up in the tub and prayed. There was no delay between fear and prayer for me. That is how I was raised, and that is where my spirit goes when something truly shakes me. I called out to God right there in the bathroom and asked for peace in my home. I asked Him to cover my house, to protect us, to remove whatever had come near me. The fear in that moment was not only fear of what I had seen, but fear of what it meant. This was our first night. This was supposed to be our home. And in that first moment of stillness, before life had even fully settled into the walls, something had looked back at me from the mirror. When I opened my eyes after praying, the face was gone. That should have been the end of it. I wanted it to be the end of it. I wanted to file it away as some impossible but isolated moment, something strange that had happened once and would never happen again. But that is not how these things work. When something enters a house, or reveals itself in a house, it rarely announces itself only once, and then leaves politely. Sometimes it lingers. Sometimes it waits. Sometimes it becomes part of the rhythm of your life before you fully understand that is what is happening. Not long after that first night, my now 3-year-old son began talking about a man named Mikey. Children have imaginations, of course. Every parent knows that. Children create friends, stories, games, and invisible worlds of their own. So if this had been only a matter of a child mentioning a name once or twice, maybe I could have brushed it aside more easily. But this was different. He spoke of Mikey as if he were real. More than that, he was afraid of him. My son said he did not want to go upstairs because Mikey would be mean to him. That is not the kind of playful imaginary friend talk a parent hears and laughs at. Fear sounds different when it comes from a child. It carries a weight that adults recognize instantly, even if we wish we could explain it away. Around that same time, my grandmother moved in with us. That changed the energy of the house in the normal ways families change when another generation comes into the home. There was more movement, more care, more daily living happening under one roof. I suppose part of me thought that maybe whatever strange feeling had come with the house would fade once more life filled it. Sometimes when a house is busy, it is easier to ignore what feels wrong because the living make enough noise to drown out quieter things. But nothing really stopped. If anything, it just became less direct for a while. For a long time, I did not know that my husband had seen things too. That is one of the strangest parts of these experiences. The way each person often carries them privately at first, almost protecting the others from the fear or perhaps protecting themselves from sounding foolish. My husband is not a dramatic man. He is not someone who jumps at shadows or runs to give supernatural meaning to every strange sound. So when he finally started talking to me about what he had seen, I listened in a way I might not have listened to anyone else. He did not tell me right away. In fact, he waited years. On November 22, 2007, he told me that one night, while we were lying in bed, he had happened to turn over and look toward the doorway of the master bedroom. Standing there was a dark figure. He said it had form, a shape clear enough to recognize as something standing in the doorway, but it had no feet. That detail stayed with him. He sat up, wiped his eyes, and tried to focus, the way any practical person would when faced with something impossible. But when he opened his eyes and looked again, it was gone. He had kept that to himself. He had seen something in our room and said nothing at the time. I think part of him hoped that if he stayed silent, the thing itself might lose power. Then, about a week after he finally told me that, another incident happened to him. I was working late that night, and he had drifted off to sleep in our bed with our boys there with him. He was awakened by someone tapping him. Still sleepy, he assumed it was one of the boys and casually said something like, "Come on, man, get in the bed." He thought one of them had been standing beside him wanting comfort. He rolled over and let himself sink back toward sleep. Then, about 2 minutes later, he felt the tapping again. This time, he opened his eyes. Both boys were already in the bed with him. There was no child standing beside him. So he turned over to see who had been tapping him, and there was no one there at all. Incidents like that change a person because they attack the little assumptions we use to feel safe. A tap in the night should belong to a child, a spouse, a person you know. When the source is gone, when the bed is occupied by the people you thought it belonged to, something inside you becomes unsettled in a very deep way. Then came December 28, 2007. That date is burned into my memory because of how my oldest son reacted that night. He and I were in my bed. I had fallen asleep, and he was still awake watching Nick at night. It was meant to be a simple, soft night, one of those ordinary little family moments where a child stays up a bit longer than he should because he wants the comfort of being near his mother. Then suddenly I was ripped awake by my son screaming at the top of his lungs and trying to crawl underneath me. That kind of scream does something to a mother. I jumped up immediately, my own heart pounding, and started asking him what was wrong. He was shaking. Not upset in a mild way, not fussy, not confused. He was truly terrified. He kept crying, "I saw a man! I saw a man!" I asked him what the man looked like. He was struggling to calm down, But he told me he could see white hair and that the man had his arms open wide, like he was reaching out for a hug or welcoming him. There is something deeply disturbing about that image, especially because of the way children perceive things. Adults look for logical shape, clothing, background details. Children often tell you the part that mattered emotionally. My son did not talk about a face or shoes or what side of the room the man stood on. He told me about the white hair and the open arms. That was what the figure meant to him. It wanted something from him. Or perhaps it wanted him to come closer. I prayed out loud that night and held him until he finally fell asleep. When I told my husband about what had happened, it opened the door for him to tell me even more things he had kept to himself. On New Year's Eve, he said he had been in our bed with our 3-year-old. He had dozed off, and then our son woke him by tapping him and pointing toward the rocking chair in our room, the one near the window. The child said, "Daddy, who is that man?" My husband, confused and not seeing anyone at first, asked, "What man?" Our son answered, "That man right there, sitting right there." My husband asked him what the man was doing, and our son gestured that the man was smiling and shaking his head at him. Think about that image for a moment. A rocking chair near a window. A little boy in bed. A father waking in confusion. And a child calmly pointing to a smiling man that no one else can see. My husband told him not to pay attention and that the man would go away. What else could he do? When your child sees something you do not, you either enter his fear with him, or you try to pull him out of it with simple words. My husband chose the second. But the fact remained, our son kept seeing someone in our room. Around January 5th, 2008, my grandmother also said something that added another layer to the fear growing inside the house. She told my husband that we needed to get that evil spirit out of our home. She was not a woman who threw around language like that carelessly. She also said she did not sleep well there. That mattered to me because it meant the heaviness in the house was not limited to me or to our children. She felt it too. She may not have described every detail, but she knew enough to call it evil. Sometimes older people know how to name things more quickly because they have lived long enough to trust their spiritual instincts. As for me, I have always been sensitive to my surroundings. I do not mean that in some dramatic or theatrical sense. I mean that I feel things. I can sense when something comes near. I can tell when I am being watched. The air changes for me. The room changes. My body notices before my mind has fully understood why. Living in that house sharpened those sensitivities in painful ways. I started closing the bathroom door every night before I went to sleep because if I left it open, I would get a disturbing feeling that I could not shake. My bathroom and my closet were always cold. Not pleasantly cool, not drafty in a normal way. Cold in that deep, unnatural sense that feels attached to a presence rather than temperature. I also began seeing flashing lights at night, lights with a greenish glow. That detail bothered me because it never felt like car headlights or electronics or anything ordinary. They would flash in ways that made me feel watched, almost as if something was letting me know it was there. My husband, my older son, and I also heard what sounded like footsteps or movement going into the attic. At first, we tried to be sensible about it. Houses settle. Attics creak. New homes and old homes alike make noises. But the pattern changed when we moved our bed around trying to escape the noise. Each time we shifted the bed to a different spot, the sound in the attic seemed to follow. It would seem directly above wherever we had moved to. That is not normal house settling. That feels personal. Then came January 22nd, 2008. That night, I had fallen asleep on the couch. My head was covered with a blanket when I felt something tap me on the side. It was not a vague sensation. It was a clear tap, enough to wake me instantly. My first response was not curiosity but fear. I got up immediately and went to bed with my husband because I could not bear the thought of staying on that couch alone after being touched like that. Later that same morning, I was in that in-between state where you are not fully asleep anymore but not fully awake either, the hour when the body lies still and the mind slowly returns to itself. In that state, I heard a man's voice say my name. Tao Xia. It was clear enough that I sat straight up in bed. I looked at my husband. He was asleep. Everyone else in the house was asleep too. There was no one there who should have been speaking my name. And yet I heard it. That was one of the moments that disturbed me most deeply, because hearing your own name in a strange voice changes fear into something more intimate. It means whatever is there is not just wandering around your house blindly. It knows you. One of the few strange points in all of this is that our oldest daughter has never spoken about experiencing anything. Either she truly never saw anything, or she chose not to tell us. I have often wondered about that. Sometimes spirits or energies seem to select certain members of a household and ignore others, or at least remain hidden from them. Maybe she was protected in some way. Maybe she shut herself off from it. Maybe she knew and stayed silent. I still do not know. What I do know is that by that point I had reached my limit. There is only so much a family can endure before ordinary explanations stop helping and fear begins taking up too much space in daily life. A home is supposed to be the one place where you can rest. It is supposed to be the place where your children feel secure, where your husband can sleep, where your grandmother can close her eyes in peace, where you can bathe, lie down, or wake up without feeling watched. When that peace is broken over and over, something in the spirit begins to wear down. I knew I needed help. And help, I believe, was on the way. Looking back over all of it, it is the pattern that unsettles me most. Not only the face in the bathroom mirror on the first night. Not only my son's, Mikey. Not only my husband's dark figure in the doorway, or the tapping on his side, or the old man in the rocking chair. It is how all of it connected. How the house seemed to slowly reveal itself piece by piece, almost like a person deciding how much of itself to show. First the mirror. Then the child's fear. Then the husband's sighting. Then the touches. Then the older son's terror. Then the younger son's visions. Then my grandmother's warning. Then the cold, the green flashes, the attic steps, the tapping, and finally the voice that spoke my name. That progression matters. It means it was not random. And what frightens me even now is the difference in the personalities of what we seem to encounter. Some of it felt old. Some of it felt male. Some of it felt cruel. Some of it did not feel cruel exactly, but disturbing in a way children should never have to experience. My son seeing a white-haired man with open arms could sound almost gentle until you hear the fear in his scream. My younger son seeing a smiling man in the rocking chair might sound harmless until you realize he was pointing into an empty space no adult could see. A spirit does not have to bare its teeth to terrify. Sometimes the worst fear comes from something acting too calmly, too familiarly, too personally in a place where it does not belong. People who have never lived through this often ask why you do not just leave immediately. But life is not always so simple. Homes are expensive. Families are complicated. You hope things will calm down. You pray. You try to protect your children. You move beds. You close doors. You talk yourselves into and out of fear again and again. You live in the tension between what you know happened and what you wish had not. That is what we did. We kept trying to live our life while something else kept interrupting it. As a mother, what stayed with me most was always the children. You can carry fear for yourself in a certain way. You can reason with it, fight it, or bury it. But when your children are seeing things, trembling, pointing, or refusing to go upstairs, the fear becomes sharper. It becomes holy in a way, because protecting them is your first instinct. I could handle a face in the mirror if I had to. I could handle a strange voice speaking my name if I absolutely must. But seeing my son scream and try to crawl under me because of a man only he could see, that broke something in me. And still, through it all, I kept turning back to God. That is the one thing I can say with complete certainty. Prayer was my first response and remained my strongest one. It was what I did in the bathroom when I first saw the face. It was what I did when my child screamed in terror. It was what I did in the presence of every cold room, every voice, every fear. I do not say that because I think prayer is some simple magical answer to every haunting. I say it because in moments when your home no longer feels safe and your own senses feel overwhelmed, faith becomes the place where you stand. I also think often about the fact that my grandmother named it evil. That word matters. Because there is a difference between a restless presence and something darker. There is a difference between an old soul lingering and a force that disturbs sleep, frightens children, and fills rooms with cold dread. I cannot say with scientific certainty what was in that house. But I know how it felt. I know how it moved through us. I know how it revealed itself. And I know that peace did not live there freely. Even now, when I remember that first night in the tub, I can still feel the shock of opening my eyes to a face in the mirror. What kind of spirit greets a family that way on its very first night? What kind of thing introduces itself not with noise or shadow, but with direct eye contact in a mirror while a woman is alone and vulnerable? That moment set the tone for everything that followed. It was personal from the beginning. And then there was Mikey. Children's stories should be easy to dismiss, but not when they come wrapped in real fear. I have replayed those early words so many times in my head. He was afraid to go upstairs because Mikey would be mean to him. That sentence carries such a simple childlike truth. No decoration. No drama. Just fear. Children often say the thing exactly as it is for them, without trying to make it sound impressive. My son was not trying to create a ghost story. He was trying to tell me something frightened him in our own house. Sometimes I wonder whether the things in that house had always been there or whether our moving in disturbed something. Maybe both. Homes can carry history. Land can carry things too. I have learned that much. Not everything begins with you, even when it begins to reveal itself to you. We moved into that home thinking we were starting our story there, but perhaps something else already believed the house belonged to it. What I know now is that those years changed me. They made me more aware of spiritual things, more serious about prayer, and less willing to dismiss my own instincts. They also made me understand how dangerous silence can be. My husband saw things and did not tell me at first. My grandmother felt things and only spoke up later. The children saw things in the clear, simple way children do. I felt watched, called, touched, and unsettled. Yet for too long, each of us was carrying part of the story separately. Once the stories came together, the picture became undeniable. And that is the truth of it. Not one face. Not one voice. Not one child's imagination. But a pattern, a presence, and a household slowly realizing it was not alone. Help was on the way, and thank God for that. Because by then I knew something clearly. Whatever was in our home was not content to remain hidden forever. It was becoming bolder. And when something in your house begins with a face in the mirror and ends with speaking your name aloud, you understand that waiting in silence is no longer enough. This happened in the middle part of Michigan, and even after all these years, I still remember it in a way that feels too sharp to be only memory. Some things in life fade around the edges. Faces blur, voices soften, rooms lose their shape in your mind. But that basement, that board, that night, and the fear that came with it never really left me. I can still picture the layout of the house, the stairs going down into that basement, the strange cold and hot feeling in the walls, the bottles smashing, the girls screaming, and the terrible sense that something had been invited in that should never have been invited at all. The house itself was large, much larger than many homes in that area, and underneath it was a huge basement. It was not one of those little unfinished basements where people only keep a washer and dryer. This one had space, a lot of it, and somehow that made it more unsettling. Open spaces underground can feel wrong in a way that is hard to explain. A small basement may feel cramped and creepy, but a large basement feels like it has room for things to move around in ways you do not want to think about. That basement had 3 rooms, though one of them had been divided into 2 sections. Near the stairway was the divided room. One half was the laundry room. The other half was used for storage. There were cases of glass beer bottles and soda bottles stacked there to be used later, along with all the other random things people always seem to keep in storage spaces because they do not know what else to do with them. There were only 2 windows in the whole basement, and neither of them could be opened. They were only there to let a little bit of light through in the daytime, nothing more. One window was in the laundry room. The other was far off in the smaller room that connected to the large exercise room. The room where we played with the board had no window near us at all. That mattered more than I realized at the time. Once the candle went out, and it did go out many times, there was no easy light to guide us. There was only darkness, thick basement darkness, the kind that does not just hide things from you but seems to press itself against your skin. The room Jill and I went into most often was the one in the center of the basement. It was a large room, used for exercise equipment, and if you walked far enough through it, you came to a smaller room beyond, the one with the one little window. The whole basement was set up in a way that made sound carry strangely too. A noise in one room could seem like it was coming from another. A little movement in the wrong place could turn your whole body cold because you could not tell exactly where it began. At the time, I did not understand how much a place like that could affect fear. Now I know that the setting itself was part of the danger. Darkness helps things. Isolation helps things. Underground rooms help things. And a group of curious young people with an Ouija board helps them even more. I was almost 18 back then, and I was babysitting for a young girl named Jill. She was around 10 years old. I had spent enough time with her that she trusted me and talked openly, the way children do when they think you are old enough to be impressive but still young enough to be fun. One day, she told me that she and some of her friends liked to go into the basement and play a really neat game with a board that could supposedly spell out the answers to questions. I asked her if it really worked. I was curious, not because I believed strongly in it at that point, but because I was young and the whole thing sounded strange and exciting. She told me that if no one cheated, it worked. That was enough to hook my interest. I said maybe I would like to play it sometime. So she called up her friend Carol and asked if she could spend the night. Her mother brought her over, and soon enough there the three of us were, 2 young girls and me, heading down into the basement with that Ouija board. Looking back now, I can see so many points where we should have stopped. But at the time, it felt like a game. It always starts like that. We went down into the basement and sat in a circle. We lit a candle because, of course, that felt like part of the atmosphere. A board like that in a fully lit room would not feel nearly as mysterious, and we wanted the mystery. Jill told me to put my fingers lightly on the little piece, the planchette, the thing that was supposed to move around and spell words. I did. The second I did, the candle went out. That should have been enough to make us stop. But children, and honestly even older teenagers, do not always stop when they should. Instead, we looked at each other and laughed nervously. Then we noticed something else. We could feel wind in the room. Not a normal little draft. A real movement of air. But where it came from, none of us could tell. There were no open windows. The basement windows did not open at all. There was no clear reason for a sudden current of air to move through that room like that. Still, instead of taking it as a warning, we treated it like part of the thrill. We had to relight the candle around 6 times before it finally stayed lit. I think now that we should have taken that seriously too. But back then we only thought it made the whole thing more eerie and more fun. So we kept going. We placed our fingers on the planchette and began asking questions and moving it around. At first, nothing happened that seemed real. Mostly, we accused each other of cheating. The little piece would move, and one of us would laugh and say the others were pushing it. The others would deny it. It became more about teasing and acting spooked than actual belief. After a while, I got annoyed and said they could keep playing without me. I got up and went back upstairs. Not long after, they came up too. Nothing much had happened that first time beyond the candle going out and the strange draft. Several days passed. Then I went back to babysit again. Of course the board came back out. That is another thing I have noticed about dangerous curiosity. When the first experience is strange but not terrible, it actually makes people more likely to try again. They start thinking maybe next time something bigger will happen. Maybe next time they will get an answer. Maybe next time the board will prove itself. That is exactly how it happened with us. We called Carol again, and once again the 3 of us went down to the basement and played. We asked questions. We argued over whether someone was moving the piece. We kept having trouble with the candle. Nothing really clear happened. We gave up. But then came the third time. That was when everything changed. By then, we thought it might be interesting to bring another girl, Tammy, over to join us. Tammy had recently lost her baby brother in a car accident. He had only been 3 years old when he died. That fact should have made us more careful. It should have made us understand that grief is not something to play with, and that trying to call on the dead, especially the dead of someone so young and someone so deeply loved, was not a harmless game. But we were young and foolish. We thought maybe it would comfort Tammy if the board could somehow tell her that her little brother had made it safely to the other side. We should never have done that. That is the truth. And I say that now with all the seriousness I have, because what followed convinced me that some doors should never be opened by children, by grieving people, or by anyone treating the dead like a nighttime experiment in a basement. That night more girls came over. Jill had invited more friends, and by the time we went down to the basement, there were about 6 of us in all. We sat in a circle. We lit the candle. Or rather, we tried to. The candle would not stay lit. Over and over again, it kept going out. And each time it went out, we could feel the wind moving through the room, though there was still no clear source for it. The darkness around us felt thicker now because there were more people and more nervous energy. A room that might have felt almost silly before now felt heavy with anticipation. Everyone was watching the candle, the board, the shadows in the corners, and each other's faces. Then we asked the question. Tammy wanted to know if her brother had made it to the other side. The moment the question was asked, we heard something hit the wall in the other dark room. It happened several times. Not loud enough yet to send us all running, but loud enough that every one of us heard it, and knew it was not our imagination. This was one of those moments where we should have stopped. We should have put the board away, gone upstairs, turned on every light in the house, and never touched that thing again. But children do not always understand danger when it comes wrapped in mystery. Sometimes we sit in it longer because we want to know more. So we stayed. Tammy asked again, this time more directly, for a sign that her brother was on the other side. Then the candle went out completely. And we could not relight it. No matter what we did, something kept us from getting it lit again. I do not know whether it was only wind or something worse, but I know that every time we tried, it failed. Suddenly we were sitting in total darkness in the basement. The room with no window near us was black in a way few people understand unless they have been in underground spaces at night. You cannot see your hand. You cannot judge distance. You only know where the others are because of the sounds of their breathing and small frightened movements. Then I saw lights bouncing off the walls. Not steady light. Not a flashlight. Not anything ordinary. They bounced around the room in strange movements while we sat there unable to relight the candle. That was when fear started to turn real. Jill asked the board who or what was making the lights bounce around the room. And then we heard the glass bottles. They began slamming against the wall in the spare room behind us. Not one bottle falling by accident. Not a single crash. Bottle after bottle smashing into the cement walls and then to the floor. The sound was violent, sharp, and impossible to mistake for anything else. The room exploded with noise and terror. The girls began screaming. I was screaming with them. Tammy said she could hear her brother's voice, though the rest of us could not hear what she heard. Maybe that is because whatever answered her was not really her brother. Maybe grief had made her hear something personal in the chaos. Or maybe she truly heard him and the rest of us were hearing only the storm of other things happening at the same time. I cannot say. I only know that everything had gone completely wrong. Then something flew past my face. The best way I could describe it at the time, and even now, is that it felt like a spider web or some kind of net had been dropped on me. Not something solid enough to grab and hold, but enough to make me panic and start fighting against it. It was like being brushed by something you cannot see but can feel all over you. I started trying to get it off me, and the girls around me were crying and yelling. Then someone screamed that a bottle had hit her. We could hear glass breaking on the floor. The lights were still bouncing. The bottles were still smashing. And from the other dark room came sounds that, to me, sounded like moaning. There was no pretending anymore. This was not a game. This was not someone cheating with the board. This was not imagination. We all started screaming, "Stop! Stop this!" But it did not stop. We had to get out. The problem was that in the total darkness, none of us could see the stairs. And I did not want to let any of the girls go wandering away from me. I knew if we split apart in that basement, things could get even worse. So I told them all to hold hands and not let go of anyone until we found the stairway. That was the only way I could think to keep us together. We moved by touch alone, our hands sliding along the walls, trying to find our way out while the room seemed alive around us. And even the walls felt wrong. Sometimes when we touched them they felt burning hot, almost like they were on fire. Other times they felt freezing cold, like touching the inside of a freezer. That detail has always stayed with me because it makes no sense in any normal way. A basement wall should feel like a wall. But in that room, in that darkness, one part of it felt like heat and another felt like deathly cold, as if the whole basement had become unstable in a way that had nothing to do with temperature and everything to do with whatever had been stirred up. Eventually, by staying together and feeling our way along, we found the stairway and made it back upstairs. The moment we reached the upper part of the house, everything seemed normal. That was one of the strangest parts of all. Upstairs, the lights were on. The radio was still playing. Nothing looked disturbed. It was like two separate worlds existed in the same house, one bright and ordinary, one dark and violent below. That sudden shift only made what happened in the basement feel more unreal, and yet the evidence came up with us. Tammy had a cut on her arm, likely from flying glass. But what shocked me most was Carol. Her clothes were shredded. Not dirty. Not stretched. Not torn from running blindly in a room full of clutter. Shredded, like someone had taken scissors to them. And yet she kept saying she had not felt anything touching her. That image stayed with me because it was the kind of evidence that could not be explained by fear or imagination alone. Something had happened to her clothes in that basement, and no one there had physically done it. When Jill's mother came home and saw the state we were in, we told her everything. She did not believe us. In fact, she got angry and told us we had to go back down into the basement and clean up the mess. We told her we would, but only if she came too. There was no way we were going down there alone again. So she did. She came downstairs with us. And when we got there, there were broken bottles everywhere. Sticky liquid was splashed on the walls. The room looked like the chaos we had heard. This mattered because it meant the destruction was real. It had not been some shared panic attack in the dark. Bottles had broken. Things had flown. The evidence was there in plain sight under the basement lights. Jill's mother could no longer deny that something had happened, even if she could not accept our explanation for it. Oddly, Jill was the only one of us who seemed untouched by anything physical. Nothing had hit her. Nothing had brushed past her. She said she only saw the lights bouncing around the room. That detail has always made me wonder whether whatever came through had a different relationship with her than with the rest of us, since it was her house, her basement, her board, and her repeated invitations. I do not know. But I have wondered. After that night, I still went to Jill's house because I babysat there and because young people often return to places that frighten them more than they should. But I was never comfortable there again. If Jill's mother asked me to go down to the basement to get something, I would do it. But I always felt that something down there was watching me. Every time. The whole basement felt occupied in a way that no room should feel occupied. It was not just creepy. It felt aware. Eventually, my friend admitted she felt it too. She told me she usually would not even do her laundry down there unless someone else was home and in the basement with her. That admission mattered to me. It meant the fear had not ended with us. It meant that even after the board was put away, the feeling remained. Something had stayed. I also used to stay the night at that house sometimes, and during those nights I was often too afraid to get up and go to the bathroom. I would lie there needing to go, feeling ridiculous and trapped at the same time, because the thought of moving through that house in the dark, with that basement below, made my whole body tense with dread. It was always the same feeling. Watching. Waiting. Something there that had not left, and did not want to be ignored. My friend moved from that home long ago. I have often wondered whether anyone who lived there afterward ever felt anything strange. Whether they heard sounds in the basement. Whether they refused to go down there alone. Whether objects moved or strange lights appeared, or some other poor group of curious young people thought it would be fun to play with something they did not understand. I do know one thing happened after our experience. Jill's mother burned the Ouija board. She took it out and got rid of it that way, and in my heart I have always hoped that whatever came through with it was burned away too, or at least sent back to wherever it belonged. I do not know if that is how such things work. I only know that after what happened in that basement, I came to believe that boards like that are not harmless games. People laugh about them. People buy them in stores. People call them toys. But I do not care what anyone says. I know what I lived through, and I know the danger that came with treating that board like a joke. Something answered us that night, and whatever it was not playful. It was not innocent. It was not there to comfort a grieving girl or answer childish questions. It came with violence, darkness, and fear. So when people ask me now about Ouija boards, I do not try to make it sound mysterious or exciting. I tell them it is dangerous. I tell them you do not know what you are inviting. I tell them that curiosity is not protection. And I tell them that if you open a door in the dark, you may not like what decides to step through. In 1991, my parents made a huge decision. They decided to move our whole family across the country to a small town in northern Michigan. At the time, I was only 7 years old, so I did not fully understand how big that move really was. To me, it just meant leaving everything I knew behind. It meant leaving California, leaving the sunshine I was used to, leaving familiar streets, familiar faces, and the life that had always felt normal to me. But to my dad, it meant something else. He was excited. He kept saying he had found the perfect house for us, a house big enough for our family, a place where we could start a new life together. He talked about that house so much during those days that it started to sound almost magical. He said it was an early 1900s Victorian home. Even as a child I knew that meant it was old. Very old. My dad said that was part of what made it special. He liked the character of it, the history of it, the feeling of it. The previous owners had done some remodeling over the years. They had added a new kitchen to the back of the house, along with a greenhouse. There was also a 5-stall garage, which seemed enormous to me when I first heard about it. My dad described it all like he had discovered some hidden treasure waiting just for us. Then came the long drive. We packed up a U-Haul and our station wagon until it felt like every inch was filled. My parents had 4 kids in the car, and I am sure that alone made the trip harder than it needed to be. I was 7, and I had 3 siblings with me. We were tired, bored, loud, restless, and full of questions every few minutes. I can still remember the feeling of being trapped in that car for what felt like forever. We fought over space, over snacks, over who got to look out which window, and over nothing at all. My mother was patient at first, but by the time we got deeper into the trip, I think all of us had driven her completely crazy. The drive seemed endless. The scenery kept changing, but when you are a child, even the most interesting road can start to feel the same after a while. I remember sleeping in strange positions, waking up confused, rubbing my eyes, and seeing more road. I remember fast food wrappers, gas stations, cheap motels, and my parents talking in tired voices late at night when they thought we were asleep. I remember my dad still sounding hopeful. Every time the trip felt too long, he would remind us we were going somewhere special. We had a big house waiting for us, he said. A beautiful house. The perfect house. When we finally got close to the town, everything around us started to feel different from California. Even as a child I noticed it. The air looked different. The light felt softer somehow. The streets were quieter. It felt older there, like we had driven not only across the country, but maybe a little backward in time too. Then we turned onto our road. That was the moment the move became real. I remember looking out the window and seeing the houses lined along the street. They all looked old. Not broken down exactly, but old in a way that made them feel like they had stories in their walls. Huge oak trees stood along the road, their branches stretching wide and high over everything. They made the whole street look shaded and still, almost like sunlight had to work hard to get through. It was beautiful, but it also felt strange. Quiet. A little too quiet. Then I saw our house. Even now, after all these years, I can still picture it clearly. It was the biggest house on the street, and to me it looked like the most haunted one too. It stood there in pale yellow with white shutters, tall and watchful. It had a huge wraparound porch that seemed to go on forever. There were bay windows that caught the light in an eerie way. The whole place looked massive. It did not just look old. It looked like it had been there long before us, and would still be there long after us. It looked like the kind of house that had seen things. The price had been steep, I heard my parents say more than once, but it was the right size for a family of 6. My father loved that. He saw space, charm, and possibility. I saw a house that looked like it belonged in one of those stories where people whisper about what happened there after dark. Still, we were kids, and excitement beat fear in those first minutes. The moment the car stopped, my older brother jumped out first. He bolted up the front steps like he could not wait one more second. He was shouting for someone to get the key and open the door. His voice echoed across the porch, full of excitement. I grabbed the keys from my dad and ran after him as fast as I could. I wanted to be one of the first inside. When the front door opened, we stepped into the foyer, and I remember just stopping for a second because it was unlike any house I had ever seen. The foyer was 2 stories high, big and open, with the massive wooden staircase rising up in front of us. The stairs curved in a grand way that felt almost too elegant for regular family life. The wood was dark and polished, and everything in that entryway seemed larger than life. The 4 of us kids rushed up those stairs almost immediately. We were not thinking about old houses or strange feelings then. We were thinking about bedrooms. We ran from room to room, trying to claim the best one for ourselves. Doors opened and slammed. Voices bounced through the halls. We argued, negotiated, and tried to decide which room was the biggest, which had the best view, which felt the coolest. It felt like an adventure. Soon the moving crew started bringing our things inside. Boxes, furniture, bags, lamps, bedding, toys, everything that made up our life slowly began filling the house. The first week was busy and messy. Every room had stacks of things waiting to be unpacked. People were always walking somewhere, carrying something, asking where it should go. Little by little, the strange house began to look more like ours. Familiar furniture sat against unfamiliar walls. Our clothes went into old closets. Our toys ended up on old floors. Our family pictures started appearing on shelves and tables, as if they were trying to claim the place. For a little while, it worked. The house did start to feel more like home. But after everything was unpacked, that was when I started hearing the noises. At first, they were easy to explain away. That was what my parents did. Any sound we noticed, they blamed on the age of the house. They said old houses settle. They creak. They shift. Wood expands and contracts. Pipes knock. Floors groan. Since our home in California had been much newer, we were not used to those sounds. That was what they told us, and maybe at first they even believed it. Maybe at first we wanted to believe it too. But some noises did not sound like a house settling. They sounded like something moving. The 3rd week after we moved in, I woke up in the middle of the night to a loud thud in the hallway outside my bedroom. It was not a soft creak or a faint little noise. It was hard and heavy, sudden enough to pull me right out of sleep. I remember lying there for a few seconds, frozen under my blanket, listening. The hallway outside my room had gone completely quiet. There was no second noise. No footsteps. No voices. Just silence. I got out of bed and opened my door, expecting to see something. Maybe one of my brothers had dropped something. Maybe someone was awake. Maybe a box had fallen. But when I looked into the hallway, there was nothing there. The hall was empty. Still. Quiet. I stood there long enough to feel the cold floor under my feet and a strange feeling crawl up the back of my neck. Then I went back to bed. The next day I asked my brothers if any of them had heard anything. They all said no. They looked at me like I was making too much of it, so I let it go. I told myself maybe I had dreamed it. Then the following night, something happened that I knew I had not imagined. I was deep asleep when I felt my blankets being yanked off me. Not slipping. Not sliding. Ripped away. The movement was sudden and forceful enough that I woke up instantly. I sat up in bed in shock, cold air hitting me, my heart racing so hard I could feel it pounding in my chest. For 1 second, I did not understand what had happened. Then I looked down and saw my blankets pulled back. I screamed for my parents. They came rushing in, half awake and alarmed, asking what was wrong. I was crying and terrified, trying to explain that something had pulled my blankets off. My parents looked around the room and found nothing. No open window, no one hiding, nothing at all that could explain it. But instead of taking it seriously, they told me I had just had a bad dream. They tucked me back in and tried to calm me down. The next morning, I asked my brothers again if they had heard anything during the night. Again they said no. That made it worse. If the noise had been real, why had no one else heard it? If something had happened, why was it only happening to me? Then, for about a month, nothing unusual happened. Or at least nothing happened that I noticed. Life started to settle into a routine again. My parents got more used to the house. We got used to our new school, our new town, and the strange feeling of living so far away from everything we had known. The house was still old, and it still made noises, but after those first experiences I think I was paying more attention than anyone else. I listened differently. I noticed silences. I noticed shadows. I noticed when the house felt too still. Then one morning at breakfast, my 13-year-old brother suddenly said that he had seen a woman sitting in his room during the night. That got everyone's attention. He said she had been wearing a red blazer and glasses. He had woken up and seen her there, sitting in his room. He was so startled that he flipped on his lamp, and the moment the light came on, she vanished. My parents did not react the way I hoped they would. They told him to stop watching TV late at night. That was their answer. Too much television. Too much imagination. Too much adjustment stress from moving. They dismissed it right there at the breakfast table, like it was nothing. But a week later, I saw the same woman. I woke up in the night and there she was, sitting on the edge of my bed. Even now that memory stays with me in a way that is hard to explain. It was not like catching a glimpse of something in the corner of my eye. It was not some quick flash that could be mistaken for a dream. I saw her clearly. She was a woman in a red blazer, wearing glasses, seated calmly on the edge of my bed. She was humming a lullaby in a soft, low voice. That detail made it somehow more frightening and less frightening at the same time. She was not screaming. She was not lunging at me. She was not reaching for me. She was just there. Watching. Humming. The whole scene felt wrong, but not violent. I was scared because she should not have been there, because nobody should have been in my room at night, because she appeared without sound, without warning, without explanation. But there was also something strangely calm about her, something almost gentle. That confused me even more. I do not remember whether I screamed right away or whether I froze first. I only remember the terror of being a child and waking to find a stranger sitting on your bed in the dark. When my parents came, of course, she was gone. Again, they did not believe me. They said the same things they had said before. That we were making things up. That we missed our friends back in California. That we wanted attention. Maybe they thought it was easier to believe that than to believe something was wrong in the house they had moved us into. Maybe they thought if they ignored it long enough, it would stop. But then my mother had an experience of her own. That was the moment things changed. One day she walked out of the laundry room and physically bumped into a man standing in the hallway. She did not just feel cold air or think she saw a shadow. She bumped into him. And whatever she saw or felt in that instant was enough to make her believe us. I remember the mood in the house shifting after that. My parents did not openly admit everything, but they could not keep dismissing it the same way anymore. Something was there. We all knew it by then. After that, the strange things in the house became part of normal life. That sounds unbelievable, but it is true. At first, every experience terrified us. Every sound made us jump. Every sighting sent our hearts racing. But when something continues long enough, people adapt to it. They should not, maybe, but they do. You still get scared sometimes, but you also keep living. You still wake up and eat breakfast and go to school and argue with your siblings and do chores and watch TV and laugh at things. Life does not stop just because your house has ghosts in it. And over the next couple of years, those experiences became woven into the fabric of our everyday life. Sometimes it was a figure seen in passing. Sometimes it was the feeling of not being alone. Sometimes it was footsteps, movement, or the sense that someone had just been in a room moments before you entered it. There were times when the activity faded into the background, and there were times when it felt impossible to ignore. But the house was never completely empty. Not really. There was always the feeling that more people lived there than just us. When I was 12, my brother had a birthday party. By then, our house already had a reputation. Word had spread among other kids. They called it the haunted house. Some said it playfully, some said it seriously, but either way the idea had taken hold. Many of his friends refused to come over because of it. That sounds funny now, but at the time it was frustrating and embarrassing. Imagine being a kid and hearing other children refuse to visit your house because they are afraid of what is inside. But we knew why they were afraid. We had reason to be afraid too. By then I had seen more than enough to stop trying to explain things away. I had watched a man walk through a door. Not open it. Not step through a doorway. Walk through the door itself. Moments like that stripped away any hope that there was some ordinary explanation for what was happening in our home. And once things reached that point, my mother wanted answers. She wanted to know who these people were. She wanted to know why they were there. She wanted to know why they seemed especially drawn to the children. Around that same time, my older brother was 18 and had moved out of the house to go to college. When he came home to visit during a break, his girlfriend came with him. She was not part of our family history with the house. She had not lived with the strange sounds and sightings. She had no reason to expect anything unusual. Maybe that was why what happened to her felt so important. She was an outsider. Someone with fresh eyes, someone who could not be accused of just getting used to the stories we told one another. At some point during the visit, she went to use the bathroom. Then we heard her scream. It was loud, sharp, and panicked enough that everyone in the house knew instantly that something had happened. We all rushed toward the sound. When she came out, she looked shocked and frightened. She said that someone had slapped her across the face. Not brushed by her. Not startled her. Slapped her. And when she tried to describe who had done it, she described a woman in a red blazer. She did not know about the woman we had seen. Not in detail. She had no reason to invent that exact image. But that was what she said. A woman in a red blazer had been in the bathroom when she went in, and then had struck her. That shook all of us. Up to that point, most of what happened had been strange, frightening, and deeply unsettling, but not truly aggressive. The woman watching us, humming, appearing in bedrooms, the figures in the hallways, the strange presence in the house, all of it had felt eerie more than violent. But slapping someone across the face was different. It meant interaction. It meant force. It meant the line between their world and ours could be crossed more directly than we had wanted to believe. That was when my mother became determined to find out the history of the house. She started researching. And the more we learned, the more the pieces seemed to fit together in a way that was both heartbreaking and chilling. We found out that the family who had built the house had 4 boys. That detail alone hit us hard, because there were 4 children in our family too. As the story unfolded, it became even sadder. The parents and the children had apparently been involved in some kind of accident, and all 4 boys were killed. Later, the father died in a tragic accident as well. Then the mother, after losing everyone, took her own life. Trying to imagine that kind of grief was impossible even for the adults, let alone for us as children. A mother losing all 4 of her sons. A father gone too. A house once filled with a family, suddenly emptied by tragedy. When we heard that, everything about the woman in the red blazer felt different. It did not make the fear disappear. It did not make the sightings less strange. But it changed the emotional shape of them. We no longer pictured a random ghost haunting a house for no reason. We pictured a mother who had lost her boys. A mother who maybe never stopped being a mother. A mother who stayed where her family had once lived, drawn to the rooms where children slept, sitting quietly at bedsides, humming lullabies. That became the explanation we believed. We came to think that the reason the woman was always in the children's rooms, always watching, always humming, was because in her own mind she was still looking after her boys. Maybe that was why she appeared most often around us. Maybe seeing children in the house had awakened something in her memory. Maybe it gave her comfort. Maybe it gave her pain. Maybe both. There was something deeply sad about that idea. Not all of the spirits in the house felt the same, though. There was not only the woman. There was the man my mother had bumped into in the hallway. There was the figure I had seen pass through a door. There were times when more than one presence seemed to move through the house, each carrying a different energy. Some moments felt protective. Some felt distant. Some felt merely watchful. The house never seemed crowded in an ordinary sense, but spiritually it often felt occupied. And still, despite everything, they never truly harmed us. Yes, they frightened us. Yes, there were times when things crossed the line from unsettling into deeply disturbing. But over the years, they never did what you might expect haunted house stories to end with. They did not drive us out. They did not ruin us. They did not turn violent in the way people imagine when they hear the word haunted. They became part of our life in an impossible, strange, almost familiar way. Eventually we learned their names. Once we knew more about the family, we started calling them by name whenever we saw them. It may sound ridiculous to someone who has never lived through anything like that, but it felt natural to us. If they were there, if they were part of the house, if they had once been a real family with names and lives and grief and love, then calling them by name felt respectful in some way. It made them less like shadows and more like the lingering remains of real people. They never answered when we spoke to them. That was one of the strangest parts. They could appear. They could be seen. They could sometimes interact. But if we addressed them directly, if we called their names, if we spoke out loud into the silence, there was no spoken response. No voice came back. No clear acknowledgement. It was as if they existed in a space just beside ours, close enough to see, sometimes close enough to touch, but still too far away for a real conversation. You might think living like that would wear a family down, and maybe in some ways it did. But families are strange and resilient things. We found ways to keep going. We laughed when we could. We rolled our eyes at things that once would have sent us running. We told stories. We warned visitors. We learned which corners felt colder, which rooms felt heavy, which sounds meant nothing and which ones made you pause. The haunted part of the house became only one part of the house. There was also life there. There was homework and dinner and chores and birthdays and holidays and ordinary family messiness. And maybe that is the part people least expect to hear. A haunted home is still a home. It is still where your shoes pile up by the door. It is still where your family fights over the bathroom, where someone forgets to take out the trash, where music plays from another room, where laughter travels down the stairs. Even with ghosts, life keeps moving. Maybe especially with ghosts, because you have no other choice. I often think back to those first days in the house and wonder if we ever really had a chance of living there without noticing them. Maybe they noticed us the moment we arrived. Maybe they stood in silence while we ran through the foyer, raced up the stairs, and argued over bedrooms. Maybe the woman in the red blazer watched us from the hallway as our furniture came in, as our voices filled the rooms, as new children slept in spaces once occupied by hers. Maybe the house had been waiting all along, quiet and patient, until another family gave it life again. As a child, I was mostly afraid because I did not understand what I was seeing. Fear always grows fastest in confusion. But as I got older, my feelings became more complicated. There was fear, yes, but also curiosity, sadness, even a strange kind of sympathy. It is hard to keep thinking of something as only monstrous when its story is soaked in grief. The image that stayed with me most was always the woman sitting quietly on the bed, humming. That could have been the scariest memory of all, but in some ways it became one of the saddest too. There was something lonely in it, something unfinished. Something about a mother's love that had nowhere to go, and so remained trapped in the only place she knew. Years later, when I tried to explain to other people what it had really been like to live there, I found it difficult. If I focused only on the ghost sightings, it sounded like a horror story. If I focused only on the emotional part, it sounded almost tender. The truth was both. The house held fear and sorrow together. It was unsettling because it was unnatural, but it was also human because the emotions behind it felt so real. Even now, I can still see that pale yellow house in my mind. I can see the wraparound porch stretching around the front. I can see the bay windows. I can see the giant oak trees lining the road, their branches casting long shadows. I can see us arriving tired from the drive, full of noise and movement, children bursting through the front door, unaware that we were stepping into a house already full of history. If someone had told us then what waited inside, would my parents still have bought it? I honestly do not know. My father loved that house from the moment he found it. He believed it was perfect for us. In some ways, maybe it was. It gave us space. It gave us years of memories. It gave us a strange story none of us could ever forget. It also gave us a direct encounter with something most people spend their lives doubting or denying. And maybe that changed us. Once you have lived in a place where the impossible becomes normal, your view of the world cannot stay exactly the same. You stop dismissing things so quickly. You stop assuming every strange feeling has an ordinary cause. You learn that some houses hold more than furniture and walls and dust. Some houses hold people in ways that go beyond death. The most surprising part, though, is that we were not destroyed by it. We adapted. We coexisted. That sounds almost absurd, but that is the closest word I can find. We shared that house with whatever remained of the family that built it. They never fully left, and we never fully made them leave. There was an understanding there, even if it was never spoken. They were present, but not cruel. We were afraid, but we stayed. Life went on around and through the haunting. By the time friends and neighbors talked about our house as if it were some terrifying place, we almost had to smile at the idea. They were not entirely wrong. It was haunted. No doubt about that. But they only imagined the fear. They did not know the full story. They did not know the sadness that lived in those rooms too. They did not know what it was like to feel that the woman in the red blazer was not there to hurt us, but to watch over us in the only way she still could. Of course, that did not stop us from making the most of the house's reputation. If your home is already known as the haunted one on the street, you might as well lean into it sometimes. And that is exactly what we did. Halloween in that house was unforgettable. We held the best Halloween parties, without question. The atmosphere came free with the building. Nobody had to work too hard to make the place feel eerie. It already had that. The old wood, the staircase, the porch, the shadows, the stories everyone had heard, all of it made the house the perfect setting. People who were brave enough to come always left with something to talk about. And maybe that is the strangest ending of all. Not terror. Not escape. Not destruction. Just acceptance. The ghosts in that home became a part of us. They became part of our family history, part of the story we tell when we talk about that house, that move, those years in Michigan. Whenever we saw them, which happened often enough, we called them by name. They never answered. They never explained themselves. They never told us what they wanted. But they stayed, and so did we. Looking back now, I think what remains with me most is not simply the fear of seeing something impossible. It is the feeling of living so close to another family's tragedy that it seemed to echo into our everyday life. The mother who lost her boys. The father who was gone. The children whose rooms had once been filled with their own voices, their own toys, their own little lives. And then, years later, our family arrived, with our own 4 children, our own laughter, our own noise, stepping unknowingly into the same spaces. Maybe that is why the house never felt empty. Maybe love and grief can root themselves into a place just as deeply as old trees root into the ground. Maybe some people leave behind more than memories. Maybe some houses remember. All I know is this. When we moved into that early 1900s Victorian home in northern Michigan, we thought we were just buying a big old house. We thought we were starting over in a new town. We thought the strange noises were settling wood, and the sightings were tired eyes, and the fear was just part of being children in an unfamiliar place. We were wrong. We had moved into a house with a family still inside it. Not in the way most people mean, but in a way that was real enough to wake us in the night, sit at our bedsides, appear in the hallway, touch the living, and stay with us year after year. And somehow, over time, they stopped being just ghosts in a haunted house. They became part of the home too. When I was younger, I never really believed in ghosts. I had heard people talk about them before, and I had seen movies and TV shows that tried to make spirits and hauntings seem real, but I never took any of it seriously. To me, ghost stories were just stories. They were things people told to scare each other, especially at night. I was the kind of person who wanted a reason for everything. If something strange happened, I believed there had to be a normal explanation. Maybe it was the wind. Maybe it was stress. Maybe it was just someone's imagination getting carried away. But as I got older, things kept happening around me that I could not explain away so easily. It was not one strange moment, and then nothing. It was not one bad dream that left me nervous for a few days. The same kind of unexplainable events had been happening in my life for years. After living with those experiences for the past 8 years, I slowly stopped brushing them off. I stopped telling myself they were nothing. At some point, I had to admit that I no longer thought all of it was in my head. I started to believe that ghosts, spirits, or at least some kind of energy were real. And the reason I came to believe that began with the place where I spent some of the happiest years of my childhood. I grew up in a small town in Pennsylvania, not too far from Allentown. Before my family moved to the farm, I lived in a regular-sized townhouse with my parents, my 2 siblings, and our dog Abby. It was a normal life. We were a close family, and my childhood felt simple in the way many childhoods do before something big changes everything. But even though I lived in town, one of the most important places in my life was not that townhouse. It was my grandparents' farm. My grandparents on my mom's side owned a farm about 15 minutes away from our house. We went there often to visit my grandmother and grandfather, who I called Namie and Pop. To me, the farm was more than just a place we visited. It felt like another world. It was the kind of place where a child could disappear into the day and never get bored. There was always something to do, something to climb, something to feed, something to build, or some new game to make up. When you are a kid with a good imagination, a farm feels endless. I loved that place. The farm had 3 barns in total. Each one seemed huge to me as a child, and each had its own purpose. One barn held the pigs and the chickens. There were around 20 pigs and over 1,000 chickens, which sounds unbelievable when I say it now, but that was normal farm life for my grandparents. Another barn was for equipment, along with the herd of cattle and the 3 horses. The last one was the hay barn, where hay was stored for all the animals. That hay barn was one of our favorite places on the whole farm. During the summer, my cousins, my siblings, and I would spend long days out there. We helped with little jobs when we could. We shelled cobs of corn for the chickens. We pulled hay from the barn floor and hand-fed it to the cows. We gave oats and sugar cubes to the horses and stood there smiling while they ate from our hands. Those chores never felt like work to us back then. They just felt like part of the fun of being at the farm. And once we got bored with helping, we turned everything around us into a playground. The hay barn was perfect for that. We climbed up the stacked hay and jumped from the top into the soft piles below. We built forts and little houses out of hay bales and pretended we had our own rooms and kitchens and secret places hidden inside the barn. We played house, war, hide and seek, and whatever else we could think of. The farm dog Holly was almost always with us, running around like she was part of the game too. We spent hours out there without ever feeling the need to go inside. Sometimes Pop would come out to check on us. He never stayed away too long. He liked knowing where we were and what we were doing. He cared about us deeply, and even when he acted stern, it always came from concern. We often got yelled at for making the walls of our hay forts too high. He did not want us climbing too high and getting hurt. Back then, it felt annoying when he told us to knock them down or stop being reckless. Now, looking back, I understand it better. He always had us in mind. He was always watching out for us. That is one of the biggest things I remember about him. He was the kind of grandfather who made the farm feel safe. It was big and full of heavy animals and machinery and places where a child could get hurt. But when Pop was there, everything felt under control. He knew every part of that farm. He knew the work, the routines, the dangers, the sounds, the animals, and the land itself. The farm felt like an extension of him. He belonged there in a way that is hard to explain unless you have known someone truly tied to a place. That is why what happened next changed everything. When I was in 4th grade, I was taken out of school early. At first, I did not know why. When you are a kid and someone pulls you out of class unexpectedly, you notice the adults' faces before you understand the words. Something felt wrong right away. I could tell from the way I was being spoken to, from the way no one was acting normal, that whatever I was about to hear was bad. That was when I learned that my Pop had died in a barn fire. Even now, writing that still feels heavy. The hay barn had caught fire, and while it was burning, Pop went inside trying to save some possessions that were still in there. The trusses in the pole barn burned through and collapsed on him before he could get out. He was trapped. He did not escape. I was only a child, but I remember how that news hit me. It felt impossible. Adults die, of course, but when you are young, the people who make your world feel solid do not seem like they can just be gone. Especially not someone like him. He had always felt bigger than the farm, stronger than the work, more permanent than anything. And suddenly he was gone in one terrible moment. His death was a huge turning point in my life and in my family's life. It changed everything. The farm did not stop needing work just because he was gone. The animals still needed to be fed. The chores still had to be done. Emergencies still happened. A working farm does not pause for grief. And the man who had run it, who had done it for a living, who had held the whole operation together, was no longer there. My dad stepped in. That is something I have always respected deeply, because looking back now, I understand how much he took on. He already worked a hard 8-hour shift as a maintenance worker at a local hospital. His regular job alone was labor-intensive. But after my grandfather died, my dad started going to the farm 2 hours before work every morning and then spending another 2 hours there after work every evening. Day after day, he took on all that responsibility without complaint because it had to be done. Slowly, changes started happening around the farm. Keeping over 1,000 chickens and collecting that many eggs every day was too much to manage without Pop, so the chickens were the first to go. We kept around 50 for the family's own eggs, but the larger operation ended. The pigs were sold to market, and some were butchered for meat. The horses and cows stayed because they were less labor-intensive and easier to keep going under the circumstances. For 2 years, my dad carried that extra weight on top of everything else. Every morning and every night, he fed the animals and kept the farm running. It was a lot for one person. More than a lot, really. Eventually, it became clear that living off the farm was making things too difficult. Farms do not care about convenient timing. Emergencies happen when they happen. If cows get out onto the road in the middle of the night, somebody has to be there. If something goes wrong, someone has to respond immediately. Driving 15 minutes every time there was a problem was not practical anymore. So during the summer before 5th grade, we packed up our townhouse and moved to the farm. That move was another major shift in my life. My siblings and I started at a new school near the end of August, and thankfully we adjusted well. We fit in. The new environment did not feel as strange as it could have, maybe because the farm had already been such a big part of our lives. We were not moving to some unknown place. We were moving into a place that already carried years of memories for us. Still, living on the farm was very different from visiting it. Once we lived there, everyone had real responsibilities. Farm life came with work every day. No one could just wake up, get ready, and leave the rest to someone else. Every morning before school, each of us had animals to feed. In the winter, we all had to bring in loads of wood for the furnace so the house stayed warm. My routine changed completely. I got used to waking up at 5:30 in the morning to do chores before school. After a while, that early rising started to feel normal. The farm life that had once felt like an adventure slowly became regular life. Because I was the only boy in the family, I ended up doing most of the heavier lifting. My main job involved moving hay bales from the newly built hay barn to the cow barn, where the horses also had their stalls. Every day I would load a wagon with 6 hay bales and make 4 trips to feed the steers, cows, and horses. It was hard work, and it had to be done twice a day. I got very good at working around the hay stacks. Anyone who has spent time in a hay barn knows that moving hay is not as simple as it looks. It is easy to make a stack unstable if you are careless. I learned how to climb the pile and throw bales down safely without causing a dangerous avalanche of 60-pound hay bales. Every time I finished, I made sure it was safe to climb down, and also safe for the next morning when I would have to go back up and do it all over again. That was why certain details stood out to me. Several times I noticed that one bale would be out of place near the top of the stack. Just one. Not a whole section collapsed. Not a sloppy pile. Just one bale where it should not have been. At first, I did not think much about it. I would pick it up and even think of it as one less bale I had to throw down myself. It did not seem important. But small strange things often do not seem important until much later. One particular day, I fed the animals early in the afternoon because I had an away sports event and would not be home until late. I remember opening the barn doors and hearing a muffled voice. It was not clear enough to make out words, but it sounded like a voice all the same, low and unclear, as if someone were speaking from behind a wall or from far away. I stopped and looked around. There was no one there. The barn was empty except for me and the animals. I listened for a few moments, then kept working. While I moved the hay, I heard the same sound again. It was still muffled. Still strange. Still impossible to place. But I ignored it. I told myself it was nothing. Maybe the wind. Maybe the animals. Maybe the barn settling. Maybe my own mind turning normal sounds into something else. A couple of weeks went by after that. I kept noticing the misplaced bales, but I did not hear the strange noise again. Then one Friday, when I had the day off school, I fed the animals later in the morning than usual. The moment I opened the barn doors, I heard the same sound again. This time was different. Along with the sound came a feeling. The best way I can describe it is that I felt a strong energy. That may sound vague, but it is the truth. It was like walking into a space already occupied by something I could not see. The hair on my arms and legs stood straight up. My whole body reacted before my mind could explain anything. I felt uneasy, alert, almost watched. I was freaked out, but I still did my chores because what else was I going to do? On a farm, work has to be done whether you are scared or not. After that, I did not have any more encounters for several years. At least, not ones as clear as those. Life kept moving. My chore remained feeding the cows and horses, but over time the farm operations changed again. We moved from using the smaller square hay bales to large round bales. They were easier to make during the summer, easier to store, and easier to feed. Because of that change, we also got new equipment to handle them. Those round bales were huge. Each one weighed around half a ton and would feed the herd for the day. That meant I only had to feed once a day now, which saved a lot of time, and I could do the work with a tractor instead of by hand. It was a major improvement physically, but it introduced a new problem. Now I started noticing that some of the round bales were being knocked off the stack. And that was not something you could ignore. 1,000 pounds falling from 15 feet is extremely dangerous. It is the kind of thing that can crush a person without giving them a chance. I never actually saw one fall, but I would come out and find a bale knocked over or out of place. Even bales standing upright on the ground would be tipped onto their sides by the next day, which made no sense. Those bales were not something one person could casually move. It would take real force to do that. That was what made it so unsettling. If it had been one loose bale or one obvious accident, I could have explained it. But this kept happening. Something was disturbing them, and I had no idea what. Then came the morning that made everything feel real again. It was a Saturday in mid-September. I went out to feed as usual, and the second I got near the barn, I felt the same thing I had felt years earlier. The same heavy energy. The same alertness in my body. The same sense that I was not alone. Then I heard that same strange sound again. That was the moment I knew I was not joking with myself anymore. I turned off the tractor and ran inside to get a camera. I wanted proof. I wanted something solid I could look at later and say, yes, something was there, or no, nothing was there and my mind is messing with me. At that point I did not know what I expected to capture. A shadow. A figure. Some distortion. Maybe nothing at all. But I needed to try. I went back to the barn and took several pictures. Over and over, I got the same result. In the images there was a bleached out spot showing up on the digital camera. It was not in every moment though. Once I no longer felt the presence, I took more photos and everything looked normal again. No strange washed out area. No odd distortion. Just ordinary pictures of the barn. To this day, I cannot fully explain what happened in that barn or why those things happened when they did. I cannot prove with certainty that it was a ghost. I cannot force anyone else to believe what I felt. But after everything that happened there, after the strange voice, the energy, the moved hay, the knocked over bales, and the odd photos, I believe it was the spirit or energy of my pop-pop. And the reason I believe that is not only because something was there. It is because of where it was there. The new hay barn had been built on the same place where my grandfather died. That fact has stayed with me more than anything else. When I think about it now, it all feels connected. The hay. The barns. The work. The routines. The place itself. Pop-Pop had spent so much of his life out there taking care of the farm, making sure everything was done right, checking on us, keeping things safe, watching over the place like only he could. After he died, all of us kept living around the absence he left behind. But maybe it was not entirely absence. Maybe some part of him stayed. Maybe that is why the strange things always centered around the hay and the barn work. Maybe that is why it happened in the place where he died and in the place most tied to the life he knew best. Maybe those moved bales and the unexplained noises were not random at all. Maybe they were signs of a presence that still existed there in some form I do not understand. As a kid, I would have laughed at that idea. As a teenager, I might have still tried to argue against it. But living through it changed me. The farm itself changed after Pop-Pop died. Everyone felt it, whether they said so or not. Even though my dad stepped in and kept things going, and even though we all adapted to the work, the place never felt exactly the same. Some part of its center had been lost. There was still life there, still chores, still school mornings, still long days and regular routines, but there was also something else. A kind of lingering weight, especially around the barn where the fire had happened. I think grief changes places. Not just people. A room where something tragic happened can feel different forever, even when it is rebuilt. You can put up new walls, bring in new hay, use new equipment, paint over old damage, and keep living, but the place still remembers. Or at least that is how it feels. The land remembers. The buildings remember. The routines remember. And sometimes, maybe, the people who belong there most deeply remain in ways we cannot measure. There is also something else that has always stayed with me. Pop had always watched out for us. Even before his death, that was just who he was. He checked on us when we played. He warned us when we built our forts too high. He wanted us safe. He was protective without being soft about it. He showed care through responsibility and attention. So when I think of the strange things in the barn, I do not only think fear. I also think maybe he was still there, still tied to the work, still keeping an eye on things. That does not mean the experiences were comforting in the moment. They were not. Feeling unseen energy in a barn when you are alone is terrifying. Hearing a muffled voice where there should be no voice is terrifying. Noticing heavy bales moved around in impossible ways is terrifying. But fear and familiarity can exist together. You can be scared of something and still believe it comes from someone you loved. That is what made my experiences so hard to explain. If I tell the story simply, it sounds like a haunting. A classic haunting, almost. Strange sounds. A strong presence. Moved objects. Unexplainable photographs. But when I tell the whole story, it is not just a haunting. It is also about family, loss, memory, and a place that held one man's life so completely that maybe it held onto him too. I have thought many times about that day in the 4th grade when I was taken out of school. Before that moment, I was still just a kid who loved the farm because it was fun. After that, the farm became something more complicated. It was still a place I loved, but it also became a place marked by tragedy. A place where every routine carried a little bit of grief in it. A place where I learned that work continues even after loss. A place where I watched my father quietly carry more than most people knew. A place where I grew up faster than I expected. And maybe that is part of why I paid attention to the strange things in the first place. When something tragic happens in a place, you never move through it the same way again. Every sound feels different. Every silence feels heavier. Every odd moment catches your attention. But even knowing that, I still cannot explain away what I felt. The physical reaction. The raised hair. The voice. The moved hay. The photographs. There was something there. I am sure of that much. To this day, I still do not have concrete evidence that would convince everyone. I know how these stories sound to people who have never experienced anything like it. I used to be one of those people. I know the kind of questions they ask. Are you sure it was not the wind? Are you sure you were not stressed? Are you sure the bales did not shift naturally? Are you sure the camera was not malfunctioning? I have asked myself all those questions too. But when you are there, when you hear what you heard and feel what you felt, some explanations stop being enough. That is why I believe now. Not because I wanted to. Not because I was raised to. Not because it makes for a good story. I believe because too many things happened in the same place, in the same pattern, carrying the same emotional weight, and all of it points back to one person. My pop died in a hay barn fire trying to save what mattered to him. Years later, in the same place where the new hay barn stood, strange events kept happening around the hay, around the feeding, around the work he once did himself. That is not proof in a scientific sense, maybe. But for me, it is enough. What stays with me most is not just the fear. It is the feeling of connection. I do not mean that in some dramatic or overly spiritual way. I mean it in the plainest sense. The farm was his place. He worked there, lived there, protected it, and cared for us there. If any part of him were to remain anywhere, it would make sense for it to be there. Not in the house. Not in town. Not somewhere random. In the barn. In the work. In the hay. In the daily rhythm of feeding and keeping the farm going. Sometimes I wonder if those misplaced bales all those years ago were the first signs and I just did not understand them. Maybe they were not random at all. Maybe they were warnings. Maybe they were just traces of a presence trying to make itself known. I will never know for sure. I also think about that muffled voice a lot. I could never make out words. That part has always bothered me. If it had clearly said something, maybe I would have a stronger story, a clearer memory. But maybe the fact that it was unclear is what makes it more believable to me. Real strange experiences are not neat. They do not unfold in dramatic movie scenes with perfect timing and obvious meaning. Most of the time they are messy, confusing, and unsettling in ways that leave you with more questions than answers. That is exactly how this was. I did not walk into the barn and see a full figure standing there in perfect view. I did not hear a voice call my name in a clean sentence. I did not capture some clear image that solved everything. What I got instead were fragments. Sounds. Feelings. Objects moved in impossible ways. Photos that looked wrong only when the energy felt strongest. That is how life usually works. It does not hand you certainty. It gives you pieces, and you spend years trying to understand what they mean. And I have spent years doing exactly that. The longer I live with those memories, the less I need absolute proof. I know what I experienced. I know how real it felt. I know how consistent it was. And I know the emotional truth behind it. There was something in that barn connected to the place, to the loss, and to my grandfather. Maybe some people would call it a ghost. Maybe some would call it energy. Maybe some would say trauma clings to certain places and changes how people experience them. All I can say is that after years of ruling out ghosts, after years of trying to be logical about everything, I became a believer. Not because I wanted mystery in my life, but because mystery kept finding me in the same place, over and over again. The farm gave me some of the best memories of my childhood. It gave me freedom, adventure, work, responsibility, and family. It gave me the sound of animals in the morning, the smell of hay, the heat of summer barns, and the feeling of being useful before I was even old enough to understand what that meant. It also gave me grief. It gave me the loss of my grandfather. It gave me change. And it gave me the first experiences that forced me to accept that there may be more in this world than what we can easily explain. When I think of Pop Pop now, I do not think only of the fire. I try not to let that be the first image. I think of him checking on us in the hay barn. I think of him telling us not to build our hay walls too high. I think of him making sure we were safe. I think of him as part of the farm itself. Strong, steady, watchful. Maybe that is why, even in the fear, there was never a feeling of pure evil in the barn. It was intense. It was unsettling. It was enough to make my skin rise and my heart race. But it never felt cruel. It felt present. And to me, that matters. So no, I do not have a perfect answer for what happened. I cannot explain every sound or every photo. I cannot prove beyond doubt that the spirit I felt was my grandfather's. But when I put all the pieces together, that is what I believe. I believe some part of him remained in the place where he spent so much of his life and where he lost it. I believe the new hay barn stood over ground that still held his presence. I believe that what I heard and felt was connected to him. And that belief did not come from one moment. It came from years of living with what I cannot explain. About 2 years ago, a beloved cat named Big Mama passed away, and even now it is hard for me to think about her without feeling emotional. She technically belonged to my aunt and my 2 cousins, but the truth is she was loved by the entire family. She was one of those rare animals who did not just live in a house and belong to one person. She had a way of becoming part of everyone's heart. If you met her even once, you remembered her. If you spent real time around her, you loved her. She was gentle, affectionate, funny, and full of personality. Before I explain the strange and supernatural part of this story, I feel like I have to explain just how special Big Mama really was, because without that, it would be impossible to understand why losing her hurt so much, or why what happened after her death meant so much to us. I first knew her when I was around 7 years old. At that time, she did not even have the name Big Mama yet. My aunt's brother had been the one who owned her, but he had to get rid of her because he was moving to a new home, and could not properly take care of her there. That was when my aunt stepped in and took her. She brought her home, gave her a new life, and gave her a new name. Before that, her name had been Chewy, short for Chewbacca, or at least that was the idea, though I never really knew if anyone in the family spelled it correctly. Once my aunt got her, she changed her name to Big Mama, and from that moment on, that was who she became to all of us. She was one of the most beautiful cats I had ever seen. Big Mama was a calico cat, with orange, brown, white, and black fur all mixed together in a way that somehow looked soft and warm even from across the room. She was fluffy too, the kind of fluffy that made you want to bury your face in her fur and hug her tight. She had this peaceful, sweet look about her that matched her personality perfectly. Even when she was sitting still, she somehow seemed friendly. Some animals act like they are doing you a favor by letting you near them. Big Mama was not like that. She genuinely loved attention, loved affection, and loved being close to people. She had funny little habits too, and those were the things that made everyone laugh. She would do all kinds of things that made her seem almost human sometimes. She could be playful in the silliest ways. Sometimes it was the way she moved, the way she rolled over, the way she stared at people, or the way she made herself the center of attention without trying too hard. She loved to cuddle. She loved to be petted. And she was the type of cat who could make an ordinary afternoon feel warm just by curling up near you. Being around her was comforting. She had that kind of presence. That is probably why everyone felt attached to her. It was not just that she was a nice cat. It was that she had this gentle spirit about her. She made people happy. She made a house feel softer and calmer. Some pets are part of daily life, and then some pets become something more. They become family in a very real way. Big Mama was one of those. A few years later, my cousin decided she wanted another cat, and eventually another one was brought home. Her name was Tweety. If Big Mama was soft, sweet, and comforting, Tweety was almost the complete opposite. She was black, sleek, and full of attitude. She hissed. She clawed. She acted like she had something against almost everybody. She was one of those cats who made you very aware that touching her was always a risk. Big Mama was actually scared of her, and honestly, I did not blame her. Tweety scared me too. For a while, it seemed like the two cats would never get along. Big Mama had this patient and gentle nature, while Tweety always seemed sharp and moody, like she was ready to start a fight just because someone walked too close. But over time, like a lot of animals do, they adjusted to each other. They found some kind of understanding. Every now and then we would catch them cuddling together, which always felt a little surprising because of how different they were. Seeing them curled up side by side was one of those unexpected little moments that made you smile. Years later, when Tweety gave birth to her first litter of kittens, Big Mama showed another side of herself that made us love her even more. She seemed to understand exactly what was happening. While Tweety was giving birth, Big Mama stayed nearby, watching. Then once the kittens had arrived, she came meowing to my aunt as if she were trying to let her know the babies were here. It honestly felt like she was announcing it. She was alert, vocal, and involved in a way that felt almost maternal. As the kittens grew older, Big Mama seemed to help Tweety care for them. Not in some dramatic way, but in the small, constant, gentle ways that matter. She played with the kittens. She let them crawl all over her. She tolerated everything from them without complaint. She was soft and patient with them in a way that made it seem like mothering came naturally to her, even when the kittens were not her own. That was part of why the name Big Mama fit her so well. It was not only about her size later on, though we joked about that too. It was about her energy. She had this calm, nurturing way about her. She seemed made to comfort and care for others. Even the other animals responded to that. She was not just a cat living in the house. She felt like a warm presence inside it. As the years passed, Big Mama became even more woven into the family. She was part of visits, part of daily routines, part of holidays, part of random afternoons when people sat talking in different rooms. She was always there somewhere. Maybe lounging in a patch of sunlight. Maybe rolling onto her back, looking ridiculously adorable. Maybe waiting to be petted. Maybe making someone laugh just by the way she moved. Then one day, things changed. Big Mama started getting sick. At first, I do not think anyone imagined just how serious it might be. Pets get sick sometimes, and you always hope it is something temporary, something treatable. But it turned out she had a kidney stone. She had trouble going to the bathroom, and when she did, she would bleed. It was painful just to hear about it, and even more painful to imagine such a sweet animal suffering like that. Thankfully, the doctors were able to help her. She got treatment, and slowly she started getting better. We were all relieved. Watching a beloved pet suffer is hard, because they cannot explain what they feel. They just look at you with those trusting eyes and depend on you to help them. So when Big Mama started healing, it felt like a small miracle. It felt like we had gotten her back. After that surgery, she started to gain weight, and of course we all joked about it. We would laugh and say her name fit her perfectly now because she really had become Fat Kitty. But it was said with affection, never with cruelty. She was adorable. She loved rolling onto her back and getting her tummy rubbed, and when she did that, she looked like this big round ball of fur. It was ridiculously cute. She had a softness to her that made everything about her feel lovable. Even her extra weight somehow became part of her charm. That is one of the things I remember most clearly. The sight of her lying there on her back, comfortable and trusting, wanting affection. The way she made people smile without trying. The way she could make a room feel lighter. For a while, it seemed like everything would be okay. She had been sick, yes, but she had recovered. She was still Big Mama. Still sweet. Still fluffy. Still our beloved cat. Then, about 2 years after her surgery, she started losing weight. At first, it was just something people noticed gradually. Then it became more obvious. She was not eating very much. She did not play the way she used to. She was still around the house, but she was quieter now. Instead of moving around and interacting the way she once had, she mostly just lounged. She seemed tired. She seemed less like herself. There is something heartbreaking about watching an animal grow weak, especially one you have always associated with warmth and life and affection. They do not complain. They do not tell you what is wrong. They just slowly change in front of you, and you try to tell yourself maybe it is not as bad as it seems. Maybe they will bounce back. Maybe they are just slowing down. But deep down, I think everyone knows when something is wrong. Then one day, she was gone. I remember that it was summer. August. The air felt heavy and still the way summer days often do, and there was something about that time of year that made the loss feel even sharper. Maybe because summer usually feels full of life. Maybe because the world outside kept looking bright even when our mood did not. My aunt found her. She was either behind the TV or under the bed. I honestly forget which one now, but I remember the feeling that came with hearing she had died. It was one of those moments where your mind takes a second to catch up. You hear the words, but you do not fully believe them right away. Big Mama was gone. Such a simple sentence, and yet it felt impossible. When an animal has been around for so many years, it becomes hard to imagine the house without them. You expect to see them in certain places. You expect certain sounds. You expect their presence in the everyday rhythm of life. Losing them leaves this strange quiet behind, like the house itself knows something is missing. 2 days after she died, I still had not fully accepted it. That is the truth. I knew she had died, of course. I had heard it. I understood it in the logical sense. But emotionally, I still could not quite make it real. It is strange how grief works. You can know something happened and still feel as if the person or animal you lost might walk into the room at any second. You keep expecting them. You keep thinking you hear them. Your mind reaches for them automatically because it has not adjusted yet. I decided to go visit my cousin after giving her a little space to grieve. I knew she was hurting. Big Mama had been part of her daily life in a deeper way than she had been part of mine, and I wanted to be there for her. I also needed the visit for myself, I think. Sometimes when everyone loved the same pet, mourning them becomes something shared. You sit together and remember. You repeat small stories. You laugh a little, cry a little, and try to make sense of the emptiness. We were sitting in her sister's room, talking about Big Mama and remembering her. That conversation was full of the kind of sadness that is soft but deep. We talked about how much we already missed her, and even though only 2 days had passed, it felt like her absence had already changed everything in the house. It is amazing how quickly grief becomes visible in ordinary spaces. A favorite sleeping spot looks too empty. A room feels too still. You notice silence where you once noticed movement. At some point during that visit, my cousin told me something that had happened the night Big Mama died. She said she had been lying in bed, unable to sleep, still heartbroken over Big Mama's death. It was one of those nights when your mind will not let you rest because it keeps going back to what you lost. She was just lying there, sad and awake, when suddenly she felt something familiar. She felt Big Mama walking on the bed. Not imagined. Not dreamed. Felt. My cousin said it felt exactly the way it used to feel when Big Mama was alive and would climb onto the bed and walk across the blankets or step on your legs because she wanted to cuddle next to you before going to sleep. If you have ever shared a bed with a cat, you know that feeling is distinctive. The soft little steps. The shifting blankets. The gentle pressure of paws. It is not the kind of thing you can easily mistake. She said she was freaked out. Of course she was. She could actually see the blankets moving and feel the paws, even though Big Mama had already died. It scared her, but it also comforted her. That is what made the moment so powerful. It was frightening in the sense that it should not have been possible, but it was also deeply soothing because it felt like Big Mama had come back one more time in the way she knew best, by climbing into bed and offering closeness. I sat there thinking about what my cousin had just told me. Part of me felt amazed, and part of me did not know what to say. The story sounded impossible, but at the same time it fit so perfectly with who Big Mama had been. If any animal were going to come back gently, just to comfort the people who loved her, it would have been her. While I was still thinking about this, something happened. All of a sudden, I heard a sound from the kitchen. It was the sound of Big Mama jumping off the kitchen table. I knew that sound instantly because she had done it so many times while she was alive. It was not just some random noise in another room. It was one of those sounds your brain recognizes before you even have time to process it. The little jump. The landing. The unmistakable movement of a cat coming down from a table. My heart started pounding so hard it felt like it was racing out of control. I looked at my cousin. She was grinning at me. Not because it was funny exactly, but because she knew. "See?" she said. "She came to visit." That moment is one I will never forget. I was shocked, comforted, emotional, and deeply moved all at once. The whole day had already carried so much feeling, and then suddenly it was like Big Mama had made herself known in the gentlest way possible. She did not appear as some frightening figure. She did not scratch at walls or knock things over. She came back through the familiar little sounds and sensations that had always belonged to her. And the timing of it all made it even more meaningful. That same day, I had just found out that my dad had cancer. So I was already sitting under the weight of another kind of fear and sadness. It had been raining, but the sun was shining at the same time, and the day had that strange beauty some days have when grief and light seem to exist together. I remember noticing how beautiful it looked outside, even with everything hurting inside. It felt bittersweet in a way that is hard to describe. The world seemed to be holding sorrow and hope at the same time. And in that moment, it almost felt as if Big Mama had come back to tell us she was okay. More than that, it felt like she had come to say everything would be okay. Not that nothing bad would happen. Not that life would suddenly become easy. But that there was peace somewhere beyond the pain, and that love did not disappear just because a body did. That was the feeling her visit gave me. It wrapped around all the grief of that day and softened it. That night I cried. I think I needed to. Sometimes grief stays suspended inside you until something gentle breaks it open. Hearing that sound in the kitchen, Hearing my cousin describe the bed, feeling in my heart that Big Mama had really come to say goodbye or come to comfort us, all of that broke something open in me. I cried and finally let myself accept that she was gone. But strangely, at the same time, I also felt that she was not entirely gone. I realized then that I believed she was in heaven where she belonged. That thought gave me peace. Big Mama had been such a sweet and loving creature that it felt impossible to believe she would simply vanish into nothing. I am not trying to argue theology, or explain the afterlife in some perfect way. I only know what it felt like in that moment. It felt like she had gone somewhere good, somewhere gentle, somewhere fitting for the kind of soul she had. And her brief little visit made that feel real to me. We have not gotten any more visits from her since that day. At least, not in the same clear and unmistakable way. There were no more moving blankets. No more obvious kitchen sounds that made us freeze and look at each other. That one visit seemed to be enough. It was as if she had come back long enough to comfort us, and then moved on. There is something beautiful in that too. She did not linger in a way that felt trapped or restless. She came like love comes, softly and at exactly the right time. Even though we have not had any more direct visits, I still feel in my heart that she is here in some way. Not necessarily haunting the house or wandering around like a ghost story meant to frighten people. I do not mean it like that. I mean that the love she left behind still feels alive. Sometimes I imagine her still playing somewhere, still sleeping peacefully, still waiting to have her tummy rubbed. I imagine her in the kind of place where she is healthy again, where she is soft and warm and happy, where she can roll onto her back without pain and be loved the way she always was. And maybe that is what made her little return so powerful. She did not come back to scare us. She came back in the exact way Big Mama would have come back. With comfort. With familiarity. With love. That is what I want people to understand most when I tell this story. The supernatural part is real to me, but it is not the whole point. The deeper part of it is love. When you love an animal that much, and when they love you back in the simple pure way animals often do, that bond feels bigger than words. It becomes part of who you are. Losing them hurts because they were never just a pet. They were part of your life, part of your routine, part of your memories, and part of the emotional shape of your family. Big Mama had been all of that for us. She had been there through years of family life. Through laughter. Through ordinary days. Through changes in the household. Through kittens being born. Through cuddles on couches and beds. Through moments of comfort that nobody notices fully until the animal is gone. She had made herself part of our lives so completely that her absence felt huge. That is why those small sounds meant so much. A cat jumping off a table. Paws moving across a blanket. Things that might sound tiny to an outsider. But when you know the animal, when you know the exact habits and rhythms and sounds that belong to them, those little things become everything. They become unmistakable. They become a message. Not one spoken in words, but one understood all the same. I still think often about the contrast between Big Mama and Tweety too, and how funny it was that such a sweet cat could coexist with such a moody one. Even that memory feels warmer now because it shows how much of a calming force Big Mama really was. She adapted. She mothered. She loved. She made room in her heart for everyone, even when they were difficult. There was something deeply generous about her spirit. And that is probably why her death hit everyone so hard. When kind souls leave, the world does not just feel emptier because they are absent. It feels emptier because the kind of love they carried is suddenly missing from everyday life. Big Mama's visit gave us back a little of that love, just for a moment. Enough to remind us that she had not left in fear or pain. Enough to remind us that she was still, in some way, herself. I think about my cousin lying in bed that first night after Big Mama died. Heartbroken. Unable to sleep. Missing her. Then suddenly feeling those familiar little paws and seeing the blanket move. There is something so tender in that image that it still affects me deeply. Big Mama did not return in some dramatic way. She returned the way a beloved cat returns when she knows you are sad. She climbed onto the bed. That feels exactly right. And then when I heard the kitchen table sound while we were talking about her, it felt like she was including me too, letting me know she was there, letting me know this was real, letting me know that death had not erased the connection between us. I will always be grateful for that moment. Because of that day, I do not think of her death only with sorrow. I also think of reassurance. I think of the rain and the sun shining at the same time. I think of grief and beauty existing side by side. I think of finding out my dad had cancer and then, in the middle of all that pain, hearing something that made me feel like not everything was hopeless. That is why the memory has stayed with me so strongly. It was not only about losing Big Mama. It was about being reminded, in the middle of loss and fear, that love remains. Sometimes quietly. Sometimes briefly. But it remains. There are people who will hear a story like this and say it was imagination, grief, stress, or coincidence. And maybe I cannot prove otherwise in a way they would accept. But I know what I heard. My cousin knows what she felt. And both of us knew Big Mama well enough to recognize her in the small things. That is enough for me. If this had happened with just any animal, maybe I would question it more. But with Big Mama it fit. It made sense in the language of who she was. She had always been affectionate. She had always been nurturing. She had always known how to comfort people. So of course, when she came back one last time, that was how she did it. Not with fear. Not with anger. Not with confusion. With comfort. With a familiar sound. With the feeling of paws crossing a blanket. With a quiet reminder that she was okay. And in some strange, beautiful way, that made us feel okay too. Even now, when I remember her, I do not picture only the end. I picture all the things that made her special. Her calico fur. Her fluffiness. The way she would do funny little things to make us laugh. The way she loved to cuddle. The way she rolled onto her back to get her tummy rubbed. The way she became Fat Kitty after her surgery and made everyone smile. The way she was gentle with kittens. The way she fit into family life so naturally it was hard to imagine things without her. That is how I prefer to remember Big Mama. Not as a loss alone, but as a gift. A gift we had for years. And then, for one brief moment after death, a gift we were allowed to feel one more time. Maybe we have not gotten any more visits because we did not need them. Maybe that one day was enough. Maybe she came to make sure we knew she was safe, to let my cousin feel her close one last time, to let me hear that familiar jump from the kitchen table, and then she moved on to where she belonged. I like to believe that. I like to believe she is still somewhere peaceful, still full of that gentle spirit, still lovable and loved, still resting in warmth. And if heaven is real, I cannot help picturing her there, soft and fluffy and happy, stretching out in a patch of sunlight, waiting for someone to come rub her tummy. That image comforts me. Because when I think of Big Mama, that is what feels true. She was too sweet, too warm, too full of love to simply disappear. And for one beautiful moment, she let us know that. The old family home began as a simple 4-room farmhouse with a small attic-style upper floor. It was not some grand house with endless rooms and fancy details. It was plain, practical, and built for living, not for showing off. There was a front porch and a back porch, and part of the back porch had been turned into a smokehouse. Everything about the place reflected the kind of life people lived there. It was a working home, a place shaped by need, routine, and family history. Even the layout was simple and easy to understand once you had been in it a few times. If you came in through the front door, you stepped into the living room. To the right was the master bedroom. Above those two rooms sat the attic area upstairs. The stairs that led up there were L-shaped and came down into the living room. On the other side of the house were the kitchen and the dining room, joined onto the living room and bedroom. There was a door from the living room leading into the kitchen. Once you entered the kitchen, the dining room door was on your left, and at the far end of the kitchen there was another door that led out to the back porch. It was a very ordinary country house in many ways. If you looked at the floor plan alone, you would think of nothing more than a farmhouse where generations had cooked meals, raised children, and gone through all the usual joys and troubles of family life. But some houses seem to gather more than memories. Some rooms seem to hold a feeling that does not belong to wood or plaster or furniture. And in that house, the room that carried the heaviest feeling was the dining room. I started living there when I was 6 years old, after my real parents divorced. That would have been in 1961. At that age, a child may not understand all the reasons adults make life-changing decisions, but they understand when their world is rearranged. They understand what it feels like to leave one life behind and step into another. That house became part of my childhood from that point on. It was where I slept, ate, played, got scared, and learned that some places can feel wrong even when nothing obvious is happening. Most of the kids slept upstairs in the attic area, except for the oldest, who slept in a makeshift bedroom set up in the dining room. Even saying that now still makes me think of how strange it was, because the dining room was the room everyone felt uneasy about. It was the room that carried a kind of presence, a heaviness, a feeling that none of us children could ignore, even if we did not have the words for it back then. That room had an eeriness about it that seemed to strike terror into us kids for no reason we could properly explain. It was not one of those fears you get from hearing ghost stories or being told something is haunted. It was more immediate than that. It was a feeling. It felt like there was something in that room that absolutely hated you. That may sound dramatic, but it is the plainest way I can describe it. We did not just dislike going in there. We did not simply think it looked creepy. We felt something. Something hostile. Something cold. Something that made us want to get past that doorway as fast as possible. Even though nothing in that room ever directly harmed us children, we would run past its doorway. We did not linger there. We did not stand there for fun or curiosity. We moved past it quickly, the way children sometimes do when they feel watched in a place they do not trust. Looking back, I know some people might say that children can work each other up, that fear can spread from one child to another until everyone starts acting afraid of a place. And maybe part of it could have been in our heads. I am willing to admit that. But one thing that was not in our heads was the coldness of that room. That cold was real. In fact, the room stayed so cold that it was almost used like a refrigerator. We had a milk cow, which meant there was always plenty of milk and butter around. Instead of worrying about those things spoiling, they were often kept in the dining room because the room stayed cold enough even during the hottest part of summer. That was not imagination. That was not nerves. That was a physical reality everyone in the house knew about. In a time and place where people were practical about everything, they made use of that strange coldness because it worked. Still, the usefulness of the room did not make it any less disturbing. Sometimes you could hear crashing noises coming from the dining room. These were not vague little sounds that could be dismissed as settling boards or the house shifting in the heat. They sounded like things falling, banging, or being thrown about. Naturally, someone would go check. But when you looked inside, nothing would be out of place. Everything would be sitting exactly as it should. No broken dishes. No overturned furniture. No sign of whatever had made all that noise. That alone was unsettling enough. But other times the crashes would happen, and when you checked, there actually would be evidence that something had happened. Honey cans would be scattered all over the floor. Not one can tip slightly. Not something easy to blame on poor stacking or clumsiness. They would be spread out over the floor as if something had knocked them around. Those were the kind of moments that are hard to shrug off. You hear the sound, you go look, and there is no simple explanation waiting for you. The door to that room had its own habit too, one that became one of the strangest parts of all. It would lock from the inside. The lock itself was not some complex modern mechanism. It was an old-fashioned turn latch, the kind of simple latch you might see on an outhouse door. There was nothing mysterious about how it worked. It was plain and mechanical. Yet the door had a habit of becoming latched from the inside when no one was in there. You could try it and find it locked. Then if you waited a while and came back, it would be unlocked again. These were not stories I only heard later from other people. These are things I witnessed with my own eyes. I saw the room's strange coldness. I heard the crashing sounds. I saw honey cans scattered around. I saw the door locked from the inside and then later found open again. Those are the things I can personally attest to. They happened. Whatever explanation a person wants to place on them later, those experiences were real. Now, the events I am about to tell next are not ones I personally witnessed, because I was not there when they happened. They took place in the mid to late 50s, before I came to live in that house. But the people involved were honest people, and I trust the truthfulness of the ones who told it. Given what I myself experienced in that same room later, I believe the story to be true. In fact, when I compare that story to the things I saw with my own eyes, it fits too well for me to dismiss. The event happened on Christmas Eve. That alone gives it a certain feeling when you imagine it. Christmas Eve in a family farmhouse, everyone gathered together, probably tired from travel and work but happy to be together, laughing and talking in the kitchen as people do during the holidays. Family homes feel especially alive on nights like that. There is warmth, noise, movement, and the comforting sense that everyone is gathered in one place. It should have been a peaceful, happy night. The family was all together in the kitchen, laughing and talking, when one of them needed something from the dining room. That in itself would not have been unusual. But when they went to open the dining room door, they found it locked. That was strange right away, because everyone was accounted for. No one was inside the room. No one had gone in there and latched it. So there stood the family, gathered in the kitchen on Christmas Eve, facing a door that had locked itself from the inside. One of the sons-in-law, a man named Pete, decided to deal with it. Pete was not the kind of man to stand around afraid of a door. He put his shoulder against it and forced it open. In doing so, he knocked the latch off and sent it to the floor. They got whatever it was they had wanted from the room, and then Pete fixed the latch back in place. But he did not just put it back lightly. He nailed it so tightly that, by his own judgment, it could not turn. He laughed and said something to the effect that he would like to see it lock the door now. Apparently he even called whatever haunted the room by some insulting name as he said it. That kind of moment always stands out in stories like this, because it has the feel of someone challenging something unseen, mocking it, daring it to act. And according to the story, the response came immediately. No sooner had Pete pulled the door shut than it latched again. Imagine that for a second. He had just nailed the latch down so tightly he believed it could not turn, and the moment the door closed, it was fastened again from the inside. That would have been enough to unsettle most people. But Pete, being stubborn or brave or perhaps both, forced the door open again. This time he decided he would make absolutely sure there was no way the latch could move. He nailed it with 2 16-penny nails side by side, making it, in his mind, impossible for the latch to turn. Then he shut the door. And once again it latched. That was when things went from strange to terrifying. Pete was about to force the door open for the third time when it sounded, according to the people there, like all hell broke loose in the dining room. That is the phrase used, and I can understand why. It sounded as though something inside the room was tearing it apart. Not one crash. Not one thump. A full explosion of destruction, as if furniture was being overturned, objects thrown, walls hit, and chaos unleashed all at once. Pete started to go into the room, but Mom and Dad stopped him. They told him to wait until it settled down. That detail has always stayed with me. Not wait until the noise stops. Not wait until it is safe. Wait until it settled down. That choice of words tells you something about how people in that house thought of the force in that room. It was not just random activity to them. It was something. A presence. A being. And it, with moods and reactions. So they waited. For about 10 minutes, by the story, the noise continued, or at least the atmosphere held, until finally things became quiet. Then Pete went back to the door. He was prepared to force it open again, but this time he decided to check it first. He pushed on the door. And it opened as easy as pie. No resistance. No latch holding it shut. Nothing. He stepped inside, expecting, no doubt, to see the room destroyed after all the violent sounds that had come from within. But nothing was out of place. Nothing. The room looked normal. Everything remained where it should have been, except for one thing. The latch to the door was lying clear across the room, and the two nails that had held it in place had been twisted together the way a person twists electrical wiring. That is the story as it was told. Nothing else happened that night, and after that the room stayed quiet for a long time. Now, if that were the only strange story attached to that room, a person might try to explain it away as family folklore or exaggeration, the kind of tale that grows with retelling. But the problem with dismissing it is that the room continued to behave strangely in the years after, during the time I was there and old enough to experience things for myself. The coldness, the crashing, the honey cans, the locking door, those were real and part of daily life in that house. So when I hear the Christmas Eve story, it does not sound impossible to me. It sounds like a more intense version of the same force we all knew lived in that room. One of the hardest things to explain to someone who has never lived in a haunted place is how ordinary life continues around the strange things. You still eat meals. You still sleep. You still sweep floors, fetch water, work, laugh, and argue. The supernatural, if that is what it is, does not always announce itself with dramatic moments every day. Sometimes it settles into the edges of life. A cold room here. A locked door there. A crash with nothing broken. A feeling so heavy and hateful that children run past the doorway without knowing exactly why. That is what the dining room was like. It was part of the house, but it did not feel like it belonged to the rest of the house. The living room, the bedroom, the kitchen, even the staircase and the upstairs attic area, all of those felt like parts of a home. The dining room felt different. It felt separate. It felt claimed. Like something in there had staked out that little square of the house and resented the living for stepping too close. As children, we may not have used words like presence or hostility or oppression, but that is what it amounted to. We knew enough to fear it. We knew enough to hurry past it. We knew enough to understand that the dining room was not like the other rooms. And because we were children, that fear became woven into everyday habits. You do not stand in the doorway. You do not take your time walking by. You do not go in alone if you can avoid it. You do not look too long into the dark corners if the room is dim. You move, because every instinct tells you to move. The odd thing is that, although the room felt as if it hated you, it did not physically attack us children. That is one of the strangest parts to me. It radiated a kind of anger or dislike, yet it stopped short of direct harm in my own experience. Maybe it was satisfied with being felt. Maybe it only wanted to make its presence known. Maybe whatever had happened in that room long before us had left something behind that could not rest, but also could not fully cross into doing real injury. I do not know. All I know is that the room felt wrong in a deep, unmistakable way. I have thought many times about the coldness of that room, because it was so unnatural and so practical at the same time. In old country life, people were not going to waste a useful thing, even if it came from something eerie. If the room stayed cold enough to keep milk and butter from spoiling, especially in the heat of summer, then that is what it would be used for. There is something very rural and very real about that. Fear does not stop chores. Hauntings do not stop the need to preserve food. Life goes on, even with a room in the house that feels occupied by something invisible and hateful. That practical side of family life probably kept people sane. If every strange thing were treated like a crisis, nobody could have continued living there. Instead, people learned how to live with it. You note the locked door. You note the scattered honey cans. You note the crashes. You note the freezing air in that room. And then you carry on because there is work to be done, and meals to be cooked, and children to be raised. Still, certain moments stayed in people's minds. The Christmas Eve story was one of those moments because it crossed a line from unsettling into undeniable. It was not just a cold room or a stubborn latch. It was a direct challenge answered by something unseen with enough force to rip a latch free and twist nails together. If that truly happened the way it was told, then something in that room not only could act, but could react. It could respond to mockery. It could show strength. It could create the sound of destruction without leaving the room visibly damaged. That is what makes the story so chilling. It suggests intention. Not just random movement. Not just energy. Intention. When Pete nailed that latch down and laughed, the response seemed almost personal. It was as if the thing in the room did not appreciate being challenged or insulted, and it answered in the only way it could, by proving that the nails, the latch, and the will of an ordinary man meant nothing to it. And yet, even after such a display, there was no shattered furniture, no broken crockery, no torn walls. Just the latch thrown across the room and the nails twisted together. That detail has always been one of the most haunting to me because it feels so deliberate. It is controlled. Almost like a message. Not chaos for chaos's sake, but a demonstration. A statement. Something like, I can do this if I want to. The fact that the room stayed quiet for a long time after that almost makes it more believable to me, not less. If the story had ended with non-stop noise and endless escalating horror, it would sound more like fiction. But a long silence afterward feels exactly like the behavior of a force that has asserted itself and then withdrawn, satisfied for the moment. Whatever lived in that room, if anything did, it did not seem to need constant activity. It seemed to choose its moments. That, too, matches what I experienced later. The room was not always loud. It was not always active in obvious ways. Much of the time, what you felt most strongly was the atmosphere. The terror. The cold. The sense that the room was holding itself apart from the rest of the house. If I try to picture the place now, I can still see the whole layout clearly. I can picture stepping in the front door into the living room, the master bedroom to the right, the stairs coming down into the living room, the kitchen beyond, and that dining room off to the left once you entered the kitchen. It was not hidden away in some remote corner of a mansion. It was right there, part of the daily path through the house. Which somehow made it worse. You could not forget it existed. You had to pass it. You had to live beside it. You had to fold it into your understanding of home. And that changes what home means. Home is supposed to be where you feel safest. It is supposed to be where doors closing at night make you feel protected, not trapped. It is supposed to be where the familiar rooms settle your nerves. But when one room in the house feels like it despises your presence, home becomes more complicated. Safety becomes uneven. You may feel comfortable in the kitchen, normal in the living room, half asleep and peaceful upstairs, but one doorway can still jolt fear through you every time you pass. For a child, that fear settles deep. Children learn the emotional map of a house very quickly. They know which floorboards squeak, which corners stay dark, which rooms feel inviting, and which rooms feel wrong. The dining room was wrong. Every child in that house knew it in their own way. Even if we could not explain it, even if adults tried not to talk too much about it, we knew. And the adults knew too. You can tell from the way they treated incidents, from the way Mom and Dad, in the Christmas Eve story, stopped Pete from charging into the room right away. They did not act as if it were a simple problem. They acted like people who knew enough about that room to respect whatever was in there. Not love it. Not welcome it. But recognize it. I do not know what caused that room to be the way it was. I cannot tell you that some murder happened there, or that some known tragedy poisoned it, or that there is a neat explanation tucked away in the history of the farmhouse. Maybe there was some story once, passed down and lost or half-remembered. Maybe there was none. Maybe sometimes places simply gather something dark from years of human emotion, conflict, sorrow, or events nobody recorded. Rural houses especially hold long histories. Generations live, suffer, celebrate, and die in them. Not every mark left behind is visible. What I can say is this: the room felt inhabited by something that was not seen in ordinary ways, but was known through its effects. It was known through temperature, through sound, through fear, through movement, through doors that locked themselves, through cans scattered on the floor, through family stories too specific and too consistent to ignore. That is enough for me. Some people will always want a perfect explanation. They will ask whether the room was drafty, whether the latch was loose, whether mice or vibration knocked things over, whether children frightened each other, whether the nails twisted because of some odd strain. And perhaps each individual detail could be explained away on its own by someone determined enough. But taken together, over time, inside that single room, the pattern becomes harder to dismiss. Especially when it all sits inside a lived experience of palpable dread. The feeling matters. People who have never felt that kind of presence may underestimate it, but it matters. A room can feel different from another room in a way that goes beyond temperature or lighting. It can feel emotionally charged. Heavy. Angry. Watchful. Wrong. The dining room felt like that. It radiated dislike. It made children run. It made adults cautious. It made ordinary noises seem loaded with meaning. It made every practical task done inside it feel like something performed on uncomfortable ground. And yet life continued there. That might be the most human part of the story. The house was still home. Meals were still cooked in the kitchen. People still came in through the front door. The children still slept upstairs. The family still gathered for holidays. They still laughed and talked and fetched things from the dining room when necessary. Even a haunted room does not erase the rest of family life. It only adds another layer to it. That is probably why stories like these stay alive. They are not just stories about ghosts or unexplained events. They are stories about how ordinary people made space in their lives for the extraordinary because they had no other choice. They did not move out over every strange happening. They did not turn life into one long dramatic confrontation with the unknown. They lived around it, endured it, remembered it. And then, years later, someone like me tells the story. I tell what I saw. I tell what I heard. I tell what I know for certain and what I believe because I trust the people who told it. And when I put all of it together, I do not think that dining room was merely creepy. I think something was there. Something with enough will to make itself known when it chose, enough force to move objects and work a latch, and enough presence to chill the room and chill the people in it right down to their bones. I can still imagine Christmas Eve in that kitchen. The family talking. The warmth of people gathered close. Someone reaching for the dining room door and finding it locked. Pete laughing, fixing the latch, challenging the unseen thing in that room. The door latching again. Then that terrible noise breaking loose, sounding like the room was being torn apart, while everyone stood outside waiting for it to finish. Then the quiet. The easy opening door. The untouched room. The latch across the floor. The twisted nails. That is the kind of scene a person does not forget once it is told to them, especially if they have lived later in the same house and felt the same room radiating hatred like cold through a cracked door. And I can still picture us children running past that doorway, refusing to slow down, refusing to act brave in front of something we did not understand. I can picture the honey cans on the floor after a crash. I can picture a grown person turning the handle and finding the door locked from the inside again, only to return later and find it open. Those are not the sort of memories that fade neatly away. They stay in the mind because they never settle into sense. Maybe that is why stories about old houses continue to fascinate people. Old houses are built of wood and nail and stone, but they are also built of repetition, memory, and whatever people leave behind. A farmhouse like that holds births, deaths, meals, arguments, winters, illnesses, celebrations, and grief. Some rooms remain simple. Others change. And every now and then, one room seems to gather something no one can name, and no one can drive out. In that house, it was the dining room. That was the room everyone feared. That was the room that stayed cold enough to act like a refrigerator in summer. That was the room where crashing noises came from with nothing disturbed, and other times with honey cans scattered across the floor. That was the room whose door locked from the inside and later unlocked itself. That was the room where, one Christmas Eve, an unseen force apparently took a nailed-down latch off the door, twisted the nails together, and left them as a sign of what it could do. And for all of that, the room remained just another room in the house, sitting there beside the kitchen as if it were ordinary. Maybe that is the most unsettling thing of all. My family had flown from Pennsylvania to California to visit my aunt and my cousins. At that point in my life, I had never had any kind of paranormal experience. Nothing strange had ever happened to me before. I had never seen a shadow, heard unexplained voices, felt watched in an empty room, or gone through anything that made me question whether something supernatural might be real. Because of that, I arrived at my aunt's house with a completely normal state of mind. I had no bad feeling about the place. I had no hesitation about staying there. The idea that anything paranormal might happen in that house never even crossed my mind. It was just a family visit. That is one of the reasons the experience stayed with me so strongly. I was not expecting anything. I was not on edge. I was not one of those people who thinks every old house must be haunted or every unexplained noise means there is a ghost nearby. I was simply a child staying at a relative's house, going through an ordinary family visit, and then something happened that I have never been able to explain in a way that fully satisfies me. The room I was staying in belonged to my cousin. That detail matters because the room had one feature that burned itself into my memory more than anything else. There was a very large clown painted on the wall. At that age, I was not especially afraid of clowns. I was not one of those kids who loved them either. I was mostly indifferent. A clown was just a clown. Maybe a little weird, maybe a little too exaggerated looking, but not something I would lie awake worrying about. Still, the painted clown was large enough to stand out. It was not some tiny drawing tucked in a corner of the room. It was there in a way that made it impossible to forget once the lights went out and the room became shadowy. The room also had a light switch that worked with a dimmer. It was the kind where you push the switch in to turn the light on, and then turn it to make the light brighter or dimmer. I remember that clearly because it became the focus of everything that happened that night. The switch was mounted near the door, and under normal circumstances, there was nothing unusual about it. For some reason I cannot fully remember now, my cousin, my brother, and I all ended up sleeping on the floor that night. Nobody was in the bed. Looking back, it feels like one of those random childhood decisions that make no sense later. Maybe we thought it was fun. Maybe we were pretending to camp out. Maybe it just felt different and exciting because we were kids sleeping over in the same room. Whatever the reason, the three of us were on the floor, and that fact also matters, because from where I was lying, I had a clear view of the dimmer switch near the door. At some point in the middle of the night, I woke up. I do not know what woke me. Maybe it was some shift in the light. Maybe it was a noise I no longer remember. Maybe I simply opened my eyes for no reason, the way people sometimes do in unfamiliar places. But when I became aware of the room around me, I immediately noticed something strange. The light was getting brighter. At first, lying there half awake, I was trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The room was not suddenly flooded with light all at once. It was not a quick flick on and off like a power surge or a bulb going bad. It was gradually, clearly, noticeably becoming brighter. Not super fast, but fast enough that you could not miss it. The light level was changing in a way that felt deliberate. Then, after it became brighter, it started getting dimmer again. I lay there on the floor staring, trying to understand what was happening. The first thought that came to my mind was simple and logical. I expected to see one of the adults standing by the door. Maybe one of my parents. Maybe my aunt. Maybe somebody was checking on the kids and adjusting the light. That would have made perfect sense. The dimmer switch was near the door, and that was the only reason for the light to be changing in that steady way. But the door was closed. Not half open. Not moving. Firmly shut. And there was no one standing there. That was the moment true fear hit me. To this day, I can still remember the feeling of lying there and realizing that nobody was at that switch. I have been scared by many ordinary things in life since then. I have been startled. I have been nervous. I have been worried. But I do not know if I have ever felt that exact kind of fear again. It was raw and immediate, the kind of fear that does not build slowly but lands all at once in your body. My heart was pounding. My entire body felt frozen. It was like every instinct in me had suddenly decided that moving would be a mistake. The light kept changing. Brighter. Then dimmer. Then brighter again. Or at least that is how it felt. I remember lying there watching it and thinking that it would never stop. It was probably not as long as it seemed, but fear has a way of stretching time until a few minutes feel like hours. In memory, that room feels trapped in a strange loop of dimming and brightening, as if the night itself had paused around me. And then there was the clown. That is the detail that took the fear from bad to unbearable. The clown was painted on the wall only a few feet away from the dimmer switch. I knew it was there. I knew exactly where it was. But I could not bring myself to look away from the switch long enough to look toward the clown. I was absolutely certain that if I glanced away for even a second, the clown would be looking at me. That sounds childish, and maybe it was. I was a child. But it was real fear. Pure fear. Not the kind of fear where your imagination is casually running around. This was the kind where you are convinced that if you look somewhere, you will see something you cannot handle seeing. So I kept my eyes locked on the dimmer switch. I did not look toward the clown. I did not wake my brother. I did not wake my cousin. That is something people sometimes ask when I tell this story. Why did I not wake the others? The answer is simple. I was too scared to move. I was too scared even to speak. I just lay there on that floor, rigid, silent, terrified, staring at the dimmer switch while the light kept changing and the door remained closed. I cannot say exactly how long it lasted. I only know that I do not think I slept again that night. I stayed there, too frightened to move, too frightened to glance at the clown, too frightened to do anything except wait for morning. That kind of fear sinks very deep into a person. Even now, after all these years, I can remember not just the event itself but the exact emotional feeling of it. The helplessness. The alertness. The cold certainty that something was wrong. And yet, when morning came, life probably continued in the ordinary way these things always do. People woke up. People moved through breakfast and daily plans. Daylight flattened the terror the way daylight often does, but it did not erase it. The memory stayed with me. It stayed so strongly that even 25 years later, I still could not brush it off. Over the years, I have gone back over that night in my mind more times than I can count. I have tried to come up with a logical explanation, because that is simply how I think. I do not enjoy jumping to paranormal conclusions. I would rather have a sensible answer. And yes, one obvious possibility is that the light switch malfunctioned. Maybe the dimmer had some electrical issue. Maybe something inside it was loose or broken in a way that caused the light to rise and fall. But even that never fully satisfied me. A malfunctioning light might flicker. It might go on and off. It might buzz or cut out. But the way I remember it, this was not random flickering. It was controlled in a steady way, going brighter and dimmer in a manner that felt intentional. That is why it stuck with me so much. It did not feel like a simple electrical failure. Another possibility I have questioned is whether I was really awake. Maybe I had one of those moments when you are halfway between dreaming and waking, and what you see feels completely real even if it is not. I have considered that too. But the memory is so vivid. The fear is so clear. The physical details are so specific that it has always seemed unlikely to me that it was just some blurred waking dream. I remember the door being shut. I remember staring at the switch. I remember refusing to look at the clown. I remember the light changing. I remember the helpless terror of it. That kind of clarity is what has made it impossible for me to dismiss. And one very real consequence came out of that night. Ever since then, I have been scared to death of clowns. That fear was not there before. Before that night, clowns meant nothing much to me. Afterward, they became something I could not separate from that experience. The painted clown on the wall became bound to the memory of lying there frozen in the dark, staring at a light switch I knew nobody was touching. Even now, I think that experience changed the way my mind reacts to clowns entirely. It turned indifference into fear in a single night. If the story ended there, I might still lean toward telling myself it had been some strange childhood experience amplified by fear, unfamiliar surroundings, and a vivid imagination. Even though it stayed with me, I might have eventually boxed it away as one unexplained event from my childhood. But then more than 20 years passed, and I ended up back in that same house. By then, I was an adult and taking a business trip out to California. I planned to stay at my aunt's home for a few days before I began the work part of the trip. Life had moved on in every obvious way. I was no longer the child lying on the floor in a cousin's room. I had grown older, lived in different places, traveled, worked, and built a life. The memory of the light episode was still somewhere inside me, but it was far in the background. It was not something I thought about every day. In fact, when I arrived that night, exhausted from traveling, the entire episode was so far from my mind that I fell asleep instantly. Travel does that. It empties your mind of old fears because your body is too tired to hold on to them. Then, at 4:30 in the morning, I woke up. Anyone who has traveled from the East Coast to the West Coast knows that kind of early waking can happen. Your body clock gets confused, and suddenly you are wide awake in the middle of what should still be night. That is exactly what happened to me. I opened my eyes and knew right away I was not falling back asleep. Over time, I had learned the best thing to do in that situation was simply get up rather than lie there frustrated. So I decided to go into the family room and watch TV. The family room was far enough from the bedrooms that I would not disturb anyone at that hour. It seemed like the obvious solution. Quiet, harmless, normal. I got out of bed and started walking toward it. In order to reach the family room, I had to walk down the hallway where the bedrooms were and then go through the den. That route should have been no big deal. But the moment I stepped into the den, something happened. I froze. There is no better way to say it. I froze. It was immediate, total, and physical. I did not pause because I heard a noise. I did not stop because I saw a figure. I did not hesitate because of any obvious thing I could point to afterward. I simply entered that room and every part of me suddenly did not want to take another step forward. That kind of feeling is very hard to describe to someone who has never felt it. It was not ordinary nervousness. It was not the mild unease you get from being in a dark room too early in the morning. It was overwhelming and direct, like a warning moving through my whole body. The clearest thought I had was that I did not want to be in that room. Not even for another second. To the right side of the den was a couch. And without even looking directly at it, it was as if I sensed that something was there. Something on that couch. Something that did not want me in that room. I know how vague that sounds. I know how frustrating it is that I cannot offer more than that. But that is honestly what it felt like. Not a visible figure. Not a voice. Not some movie-style scene where I could describe a shape rising out of the dark. Just a heavy certainty that something was there, on or around that couch, and that it strongly did not want me there. I admit it. I ran. I did not walk quickly. I did not force myself to stay calm and analyze the feeling. I ran through that room into the living room without once glancing toward the couch. The fear was so strong that my only instinct was to get out of there immediately. Just as in the first experience, there was that same refusal to look at the thing I feared might be there. Years earlier, I could not look toward the clown. Now, as an adult, I could not make myself look toward the couch. When I got to the living room, everything felt normal again. That is another detail that has always stayed with me. The fear did not just keep following me at the same level. Once I was in the living room, the atmosphere changed. I still felt shaken, of course. My heart was racing and my nerves were on edge. But the oppressive sense that something was there was gone. The room felt ordinary. Safe. Human. I immediately turned on every light and the television too, probably because I wanted as much normalcy around me as possible. Light. Noise. Familiar distraction. The small protections people reach for when something has just frightened them deeply. As I sat there, I started thinking back to that first experience from childhood and to what had just happened. I could not explain the fear I had felt in the den. That was the hardest part. If I had seen something, I could have at least described it. If I had heard something, I could have questioned where the sound came from. If some object had moved, I could have tried to reason through it. But what I experienced was fear itself, sudden and overwhelming, focused on that couch and that room, as if my body had reacted to something before my eyes had a chance to catch up. I remember sitting there wondering whether I had somehow been influenced by that old childhood event, even though I had not been consciously thinking about it earlier. Maybe, I thought, some part of my mind still associated that house with fear. Maybe it was subconscious. Maybe I had stored the memory so deeply that stepping into the den in the early hours of the morning had triggered something in me without warning. That explanation sounds possible on paper, and yet it still does not fully account for the intensity of what I felt. After a few hours, my aunt woke up and joined me in the living room. We had never really spoken about paranormal things before. I did not know her views on ghosts or hauntings or strange experiences. I was not sure whether she believed in any of that or whether she would think I was being ridiculous. So I hesitated. For a little while I considered saying nothing. After all, what was I really going to say? That more than 20 years earlier I had watched a light dim and brighten in one of the bedrooms, and that now I had run out of the den because I felt like something was on the couch? But eventually I told her. I told her both things. I told her about the experience from all those years ago, the one I had only ever mentioned to my brother. And I told her about that morning, about stepping into the den and feeling that overwhelming fear, that sense that something was there on the couch and did not want me in the room. That was when she told me something I had never heard before. She said that when they had first moved into the house, she had a very vivid dream. In that dream, there were two people sitting on the couch in the den. She said you could not make out their features clearly. They were more like dark shapes than fully visible people. But she said it looked as though both shapes were holding cigarettes, and the red tips of those cigarettes were glowing. That detail changed everything for me. Not because it proved anything beyond doubt. A dream is still a dream. People dream strange things all the time. But hearing that, in that moment, after what I had felt in the den without ever looking at the couch, shook me deeply. It was not something I had fed her. It was not something she had made up to match my story after hearing it. She was telling me about something she herself had experienced long before that morning's conversation. And the location mattered. The couch. The den. The exact place where my body had reacted with unexplainable terror. That is the part one have gone back to again and again over the years. Was that second experience something paranormal? Or was it some powerful combination of memory, suggestion, and subconscious fear? Because if I am being completely honest, the second experience is the one I can doubt more easily. Unlike the first event, it relied mostly on feeling. I did not see anything. I did not hear anything. Nothing physical changed in front of me. I simply felt, with absolute certainty, that something was there. Feelings are hard evidence for no one but the person having them. That is why I can question it. That is why I can tell myself maybe it was just my imagination. Maybe I had carried the old childhood fear in deeper than I realized. Maybe the quiet hour, the unfamiliar waking time, the dimness of the house, all of it combined to create a strong emotional reaction. Maybe. But even with all of that, I still cannot ignore how real it felt. There are certain kinds of fear that come from thinking. You tell yourself something is creepy, so you become nervous. Then there are the kinds of fear that arrive before thought. That was what happened in the den. It was immediate, instinctive, and absolute. I did not build up to it. I entered the room and was struck by it. And if nothing else, the fact that my aunt had once dreamed of two shadowy figures sitting on that same couch gave the experience an eerie context I could not shake. Sometimes I think about whether I should have looked. I almost wish I had turned my head and looked directly at the couch. Maybe there would have been nothing there, and that would have given me a firmer, more rational ending to the story. Maybe there would have been some ordinary shadow or pile of objects that my mind had interpreted badly. Maybe I would have seen an explanation. Or maybe I would have seen something I never wanted to see. But I did not look. And knowing myself, if I had to do it over again, I still would not. I would still run. That may not sound brave, but it is honest. Whatever was in that moment, whatever I felt in that room, It was enough to send me straight through it and into the living room as fast as possible. My reaction was not chosen calmly. It was instinct. One thing I always think is worth mentioning when I tell this story is that I have lived in many different places in my life. Some of them were very old houses, over 100 years old. If I were the kind of person who constantly felt haunted or scared in old buildings, then maybe I would distrust my own experiences more. But I am not. I have never had any other experiences like these anywhere else. Not in old homes. Not in strange hotel rooms. Not in dark apartments. Not in unfamiliar places. Nothing. That is one reason these events stand out so sharply. They are isolated. They are tied to that house. That house in California remains the only place where anything like this has ever happened to me. And that fact matters because it suggests it was not simply me. It was not that I am unusually sensitive to old places or too imaginative in the dark. If that were true, I should have been collecting stories from all over my life. But I am not. I have only these two experiences from that house, separated by more than 2 decades, and both of them left a very specific kind of fear in me. The first one was external, or at least seemed external. A physical thing happening in the room. A light dimming and brightening while no one stood by the switch. A painted clown nearby. A child frozen on the floor all night with fear. The second one was internal, but no less powerful. A room entered, a couch not looked at, a sense of a hostile presence, and a full-body command from instinct to run. That combination is what keeps me uncertain. I still cannot decide what really happened in that house. Part of me wants to believe there is a logical explanation for both events, even if I have not found it yet. Maybe the dimmer really was faulty in some unusual way. Maybe I was more awake than dreaming, but still not fully grounded. Maybe the second experience really was shaped by buried memory and subconscious fear after all. But another part of me cannot ignore how distinctive the experiences were. The fear from the first night has stayed clear for more than 25 years. The fear from the second event was immediate and unnatural in its intensity. The connection to the den couch through my aunt's dream feels too strange to dismiss easily. And the fact that nothing like this has ever happened to me anywhere else makes the house itself impossible for me to stop wondering about. What was in that house, if anything? Was the first event just an electrical problem, made monstrous by childhood terror and the clown on the wall? Was the second event just a powerful emotional reaction shaped by memory, age, darkness, and suggestion? Or was there truly something in that home? I do not know. That uncertainty is, in some ways, the most haunting part of all. If I knew for sure it had been nothing, I could file it away and stop thinking about it. If I knew for sure it had been something paranormal, I could at least accept that and move on with a clear story in mind. But uncertainty leaves a story open. It lets it sit in your mind year after year, unfinished. It keeps you replaying things from different angles, trying to understand. I think that is why the first event still returns to me so clearly. Not just because it was frightening, but because it was never resolved. I never got an answer. The light never explained itself. The clown remained just a clown, or maybe not just a clown in my frightened child's mind. And I remained the child on the floor, staring at the dimmer switch, too scared to wake anyone up. And I think that is why the second event unsettled me so much, too. It was not simply that I felt fear in the den. It was that the fear seemed to come from somewhere outside my own thinking. The room felt occupied in some way I could not prove. Then my aunt's story came in behind it, like an echo. 2 people on the couch. Dark shapes. Red cigarette tips glowing. There is something about that image that stays with you. Not because it is dramatic in a loud horror movie way. It is actually quiet. Still. Almost ordinary, if not for the darkness of it. Just 2 shapes sitting there as if they belong, as if they had been in that room long before anyone else. That image and my own refusal to look at the couch now exist side by side in my memory, and together they create a tension I still cannot resolve. Maybe there was something there. Maybe not. But I know what I experienced. I know the terror of that first night. I know the overwhelming refusal of my body to step further into the den on the second. I know how both experiences felt. And I know that in every other house I have ever lived in, including homes much older than that one, nothing like either of those moments has ever happened again. That, to me, is significant. Because it means the story is not about me going through life searching for ghosts. It is about one house. One bedroom with a clown painted on the wall. One dimmer switch glowing brighter and dimmer in the middle of the night. One den with a couch I could not make myself look at. One aunt with a dream about two shadowy figures and the red glow of cigarettes. And one person, me, still trying after all these years to decide whether what happened there belonged to imagination, electrical problems, old fear, or something truly beyond explanation. Maybe I will never know. Maybe some stories never fully settle. Maybe the most honest version of this story is simply that something happened to me in that house, twice, and both times it left me with a level of fear I have never felt anywhere else. The first time made me afraid of clowns for the rest of my life. The second time reminded me that not all fear comes from what you can see. And maybe that is enough. I still have no real idea why any of those things happened. That is probably the strangest part of all. When people tell stories about paranormal experiences, there is often some reason they think it started. Maybe they played with something they should not have. Maybe they moved into an old house. Maybe someone in the family had experiences before. Maybe there was some tragedy connected to the place. But in my case, I honestly cannot point to anything like that. I do not remember doing anything unusual. I do not remember inviting anything in. I do not remember messing with anything spiritual or trying to scare myself on purpose. These things just started happening out of nowhere. And what is even stranger is that they did not scare me as much as I always thought something like that would. That may sound odd, because some of the things that happened were very physical and very hard to explain. They were not just feelings or shadows out of the corner of my eye. Some of them involved objects moving in ways I could see and hear very clearly. I should have been terrified every second of it. Instead, what I mostly felt was confusion first, then fear after. It was like my mind kept trying to catch up with what my eyes had already seen. All of it happened over a period of about 4 days. That is one of the details I always come back to. It was not months and months of little strange things building over time. It was not years of wondering whether the house might be haunted. It was just a short stretch of a few days where several things happened that I still cannot explain. Then, just as suddenly as it started, it all stopped. Nothing big led up to it. Nothing dramatic followed it. The weirdness just came into my life for a few days, and then disappeared again. The first thing happened one day right after I got out of the shower. It was a completely ordinary moment. I had taken a shower, stepped out, and was standing in front of the mirror brushing my teeth. Everything was normal. The bathroom was set up in a way I knew well. Inside the shower, on the wall opposite the shower head, there were those razors that sit in a little holder attached to the wall. Nothing unusual about that. They had always been there. I was brushing my teeth and looking in the mirror when all of a sudden I saw one of those razors get ripped off the wall. That is the only way I can describe it. It did not slowly slip down. It did not tip off gently. It was ripped off and thrown across the shower like something had grabbed it and yanked it hard. I saw it in the mirror as clear as day. It flew and slammed against the other wall with a loud sound. It was not subtle. It was not one of those tiny things you later question because maybe you only half saw it. It was loud. It was visible. It was real enough that my grandma came running. She thought something had happened to me because of the noise. That was how hard it hit. She rushed in, probably expecting that I had slipped in the bathroom, or dropped something heavy or somehow hurt myself. Instead, I was standing there trying to explain what had just happened. I told her the razor had come off the wall and flown across the shower. At first, she did not really believe me. I could tell. And honestly, if I had not seen it myself, I am not sure I would have fully believed it either. Because what kind of explanation is that? A razor just gets ripped off the wall and flies across the shower on its own. It sounds ridiculous when you say it out loud. But then we looked inside the shower. There it was. The razor was sitting on the ledge at the opposite end from where it had originally been. Even the little carrier part, the whole thing, was over there. It had not just fallen and landed below. It had crossed the space like something had thrown it. That was what made it so strange. If it had simply come loose from the wall, then why was it all the way across? Why did it hit so hard? Why had it moved like that? I remember standing there looking at it, and feeling that weird mix of shock and confusion. When something impossible happens right in front of you, your mind does not always know what to do with it right away. There is often that first moment where you almost expect someone to step out and explain it. Like maybe there is some trick, some joke, some hidden reason you missed. But there was nothing like that. It had just happened. That was only one thing, though. Not long after that, something else happened downstairs. I was heading to my room, and just before I walked through the door, I heard a strange sound. It was a wet smacking noise. The best way I can describe it is that it sounded like someone chewing food really loudly with their mouth open. It had that kind of gross, wet, repetitive sound that immediately makes you notice it. At first, I assumed there had to be something there causing it. Maybe someone was messing around. Maybe there was some animal in the room. Maybe I would step around the doorway and instantly understand where the noise was coming from. But when I started following it, there was nothing there. That was what made it so strange. The sound was there, loud enough to hear clearly, but there was no person making it, and no obvious source at all. I kept trying to track it down. The noise seemed to move around the room, and I followed it. Every time I thought I was getting closer, it shifted again. It was as if it was moving away from me on purpose. Around and around. That is exactly what it felt like. I would turn toward where it sounded like it was coming from, and then it would seem to shift somewhere else. I kept following it in circles, trying to make sense of it, trying to catch up to something I could hear but not see. It was not like ordinary sound bouncing strangely either, at least not to me. It felt more active than that, more deliberate somehow. Like it was running away from me. The longer it went on, the less funny it felt and the more unsettling it became. At first I had just been curious. But after chasing around that weird chewing sound and finding nothing there at all, I started getting scared. Not because something had jumped out at me, but because it is deeply unsettling when a sound behaves like it belongs to something invisible. Eventually I got nervous enough that I ran upstairs. I told my little sister about it, even though she was only 6 years old, mostly because I did not want to feel alone with what had happened. That is something I think a lot of people understand. Sometimes you tell someone not because you think they can solve anything, but because sharing it makes it feel less like you are the only one carrying it. I just did not want to be alone with that strange sound still in my head. Then there was another experience in my room. I was feeding my turtles at the time. That, too, was just an ordinary little moment. I was not sitting there trying to sense anything strange. I was doing something normal, taking care of my pets, probably thinking about nothing unusual at all. Over my doorway I had those hanging beads, the kind that hang down and you walk through. They were just part of the room, decorative, familiar, not something I paid much attention to most of the time. Then all of a sudden they started moving. Not swaying like a breeze had hit them. Not rattling the way they might if someone had brushed against them. They started spinning. Slowly. That is what made it feel so weird. They were not moving in a random way. They were spiraling, rotating, turning in place. It was strange enough that I just stared at them, trying to process what I was seeing. Wind would have pushed them. A person would have disturbed them. But this looked different. It was almost controlled, like something was carefully twisting them. I got scared then. Really scared. I backed up onto my bed and just stayed there watching them. I remember starting to hum to myself. That might sound silly, but humming made me feel less alone. Silence can make something scary feel even bigger. Humming gave me some sound, some sense of company, even if it was just my own voice. It made the room feel less empty. less quiet. Less like I was sitting there with something unseen. As I watched, the beads all eventually stopped moving. All except one. That one kept going. And then it started moving a little faster. That was the part that really got to me. Because when all of them were moving, you can almost force yourself to think maybe something environmental is happening. Maybe there is some air current you are not noticing. Maybe something in the room shifted. But when all of them stop and only one keeps spinning, it becomes much harder to explain in any easy way. I sat there and watched until finally that one stopped too. Then I stayed frozen on the bed for another 10 minutes, maybe more, just trying to work up the courage to get out of the room. The beads were hanging over the doorway, which meant if I wanted to leave, I had to walk through the exact thing I had just seen moving on its own. That took effort. I had to talk myself into it. I had to build up enough courage just to cross the room and go through them to get upstairs. And even after all that, I did not tell anyone. Not that time. I kept it to myself because I was pretty sure no one would believe me. That is another big part of experiences like these. Sometimes the event itself is not the only hard part. Sometimes it is the knowing that other people will probably look at you like you imagined it, misunderstood it, or are exaggerating. So you keep quiet. You sit with it. You replay it alone. You wonder if maybe you should have done something differently, looked closer, tested something, called someone in. But in the moment, fear makes you react in simple ways. You back away. You wait. You escape when you can. The last thing that happened during those 4 days may have been the most physically frightening of all. I was downstairs washing my hands in the utility sink. Again, this was not late at night with all the lights off. I was not trying to scare myself. I was just standing there doing something completely ordinary. Then suddenly a bolt flew right past my head and hit the wall in front of me with a loud bang. That one frightened me badly. For good reason. There is something different about objects moving in a room and something being thrown close enough to your head that it could have hit you. The moment it happened, I jumped and turned around fast. My first instinct was the obvious one: somebody had thrown it. There had to be a person there. That was the only thing that made sense. But when I looked behind me, no one was there. No one. And I knew where everyone else was. My mom was on the computer doing homework. My dad was in the bathroom. My sister was gone at a friend's house. There was nobody standing behind me who could have thrown that bolt. And even if one of my parents had somehow moved quickly and hidden, I would have heard them go. I would have heard someone running up the stairs or stepping away or making some kind of sound. There was nothing. I checked anyway. That is how strong the need for an explanation was. I went and made sure my mom and dad were still where they had been, and they were. My mom was still at the computer. My dad was still in the bathroom. Nobody had moved. Nobody had played a trick. Nobody had thrown anything past my head. And yet the bolt had flown by me and hit the wall. That should have been the moment when I finally told everyone everything. At least, that is what it seems like when I look back now. But I still did not really tell anyone then. Maybe because by that point I was already carrying the earlier things too, and part of me felt tired of trying to explain the impossible. Maybe because I knew how strange it all sounded. Maybe because I did not want to be dismissed. Maybe because I did not know what anyone could do even if they believed me. Then, just like that, it all stopped. That is one of the strangest parts of the entire experience. Everything happened over roughly 4 days, and then nothing. No more flying objects. No more moving sounds. No more spinning beads. No more thrown bolts. No explanation. No clear ending. Just silence. That can be almost more unsettling than if it had continued. If strange things keep happening, at least your mind forms a pattern. You start to think there is some ongoing presence, some active force, some reason. But when it all comes out of nowhere, piles up in a few days, and then vanishes completely, it leaves you with this unfinished feeling. Like a question that was asked and never answered. I have spent a lot of time thinking about those days and trying to figure out why things like that would happen so suddenly. Why 4 days? Why those objects? Why those places? Why then? I never found a reason. Nothing dramatic in my life had happened right before it started, at least not that I can connect to it. I did not do anything unusual. I did not move into some famously haunted place. I did not play with a Ouija board or dare anything to appear or ask for signs. The strange activity did not seem connected to any action of mine. That is what makes it feel so random even now. And yet each incident had a certain physical quality that makes it hard for me to reduce everything to imagination. The razor truly moved. The weird chewing noise truly happened. The beads truly spun. The bolt truly flew past my head. These were not all the same kind of event either. That makes it harder for me to put them neatly in one box. If it had only been sounds, maybe I could blame plumbing, pipes, or some strange acoustics in the room. If it had only been objects moving once, maybe I could tell myself I misunderstood what I saw. But there were several kinds of things happening. Visual, physical, audible, all within a short stretch of time. The razor incident especially has stayed with me because of how clear it was. I can still picture standing there in front of the mirror, brushing my teeth, and seeing that thing tear loose and fly. The fact that my grandma came running because of the noise makes it feel even more grounded in reality for me. It was not some silent little thing I barely noticed. It was loud enough for someone else to react. And then there was the evidence right there in the shower afterward. The chewing sound, though, may be the weirdest in a different way. Because sounds are personal. Sounds fill a room and create atmosphere in ways that objects do not. Following a sound that seems to move away from you, only to find nothing there each time, is the kind of experience that unsettles you long after it ends. Even now, when I think about it, it feels almost absurd. If I had seen a person, at least I would have had something concrete. But following a wet, smacking mouth noise in circles around a room is the kind of thing that sounds ridiculous when retold, even though it was very unsettling when it happened. The beads over the doorway felt different from the other events too. There was something about sitting there on the bed, humming to myself while watching them slowly spiral, that made the whole thing feel deeply lonely. Not because I was physically alone in the house, but because I felt alone in the experience. That was the one I did not even bother telling anyone about because I had already started to feel that certain things were happening only around me, and I did not trust that anyone else would take it seriously. And then the bolt, of course, introduced something more threatening. A razor flying in a shower is strange. A bolt flying past your head is frightening in a more immediate way. That was the closest any of the events came to actual danger. It made me think differently, even if only briefly. Because once something passes close enough to hit you, you stop thinking only in terms of weirdness and start wondering whether whatever is happening could hurt you. But it never did. And that is part of why my emotional memory of those days is complicated. The events were undeniably strange. Some of them were frightening. But the overall feeling was not one long stretch of terror. It was more like repeated shock mixed with confusion, fear rising in certain moments, and then a lot of wondering afterward. That is why when I say they did not scare me as much as I thought something like that would, I mean that I was not constantly screaming or unable to function. It was more like each event shocked me into fear, and then afterward I was left thinking, what was that? Why did that happen? Did I really just see that? That question, why, has stayed with me the longest. Why would things happen like that out of the blue? Why would a handful of impossible things cluster into 4 days and then stop forever? Why would no one else see the same things at the same time? Why me? These are the kinds of questions you ask when there is no satisfying answer. You start turning over little details in your mind. Was there anything unusual in the house then? Was I more stressed than I remember? Was there something about the rooms, the objects, the timing? But no matter how much I go back over it, I cannot find the reason. That is what makes me keep returning to the thought that some things really do just happen without explanation. Maybe that sounds frustrating, but it is honest. Sometimes there is no neat conclusion. Sometimes you just live through something bizarre and then spend years carrying the memory of it without ever learning why it started or why it stopped. You do not get the dramatic final reveal. You do not discover the hidden history of the house. Nobody eventually confesses it was all a trick. Life just moves on, while you keep those few impossible memories tucked away in your mind. I also think there is something important in the way I reacted differently to each event. With the razor, I was more shocked than anything. With the chewing sound, I was curious first, then creeped out. With the beads, I was truly scared and tried to soothe myself by humming. With the bolt, I was startled and frightened in a more direct way. That range of reactions is one reason the memories feel genuine to me. They do not all fit one tidy emotional script. I was not determined to be terrified. I was not expecting ghosts around every corner. I responded according to what each moment felt like. That makes the memories seem even more real when I look back. The detail about telling my little sister has always stuck with me too. She was only 6. She could not explain anything. She could not solve anything. But sometimes when something strange happens, you just want another human being nearby. Even if they are younger than you. Even if they do not really understand. You want to break the isolation of it. That says a lot about what the chewing noise incident felt like to me. Not enough to cause panic, but enough to make me not want to sit with it alone. I sometimes wonder what would have happened if I had told everyone everything in full detail as it was happening. Would anyone have believed me? Would they have started noticing things too? Would the activity have stopped sooner, or lasted longer, or changed somehow? There is no way to know. Most likely, life would have continued just the same, because when strange events have no clear source, even belief does not necessarily give you control over them. Still, it is something I think about. Silence has a way of becoming part of the story. Not telling people means the memories remain very private and very sharp. And maybe that is why they stayed with me so strongly. Because I held them inside. Because I kept replaying them to myself instead of talking them out until they became dull. Because no explanation ever arrived to replace the mystery. Now, whenever I think back on those 4 days, what strikes me most is how suddenly the ordinary became strange. That is really the heart of it. None of the moments began in a spooky way. I was brushing my teeth, walking to my room, feeding my turtles, washing my hands. Completely normal things. Then suddenly reality tilted just enough to make each moment feel impossible. That kind of thing gets under your skin. Not because it turns your whole life into horror, but because it teaches you that even the most routine moments can crack open into something you do not understand. A bathroom can become a place where an object flies on its own. A room can fill with a moving sound that has no source. A doorway can become a place where beads twist without reason. A utility sink can become the place where a bolt whistles past your head. Then 4 days later, everything is normal again. And you are left standing there wondering whether any of it really happened. But I know it did. At least I know what I saw, what I heard, and what I felt in those moments. I know the razor flew. I know the sound moved around the room. I know the beads spun in a way that did not feel natural. I know the bolt went past my head. Those are not things I can talk myself out of completely, no matter how much time has passed. So when I say I have no idea why these things happened, I mean exactly that. I do not know. I did not ask for it. I did not expect it. I did not understand it. And then it was over. Maybe some people would say that is exactly how paranormal activity works. Others would say there must be ordinary explanations I just never found. Maybe both kinds of people would be partly right in some way. All I know is that for 4 days, my life included a handful of things that made no sense to me, and then life returned to normal as if nothing had ever happened. But I remember. And I probably always will. When my father and his new wife moved into the house they still live in now, they already knew one important thing about it. The previous owner's mother had died in the back bedroom. That was not some rumor whispered years later by neighbors trying to make the place sound creepy. It was something they knew from the beginning. So in one way, there was never any illusion that the house had a completely ordinary recent past. From the moment my father and stepmother moved in, death was already part of the story of that house. and there were other rumors too. People said that the previous owner had been involved with drugs, either dealing them, using them, or both. There were also stories that he had been living off his mother's social security check, taking from her instead of caring for her properly. Some even believed that before she died, he may have over-medicated her. I cannot prove every detail of that, so I do not want to pretend I know exactly what happened behind those walls before my family arrived. But those were the stories people told, and they were serious enough that they hung over the house even before my father had lived there very long. Then, after his mother died, the previous owner did something my father always found especially strange. He did not just move out. He left the country entirely. He went all the way to New Zealand. My father thought that was funny in a dark kind of way. Maybe funny is not the perfect word, but it amused him. He was the sort of man who dealt with uncomfortable things through jokes, and the idea that the son had moved not only out of the house but practically to the other side of the world made him laugh. It seemed extreme to him. So from the beginning, he made jokes constantly about the old dead lady still living in the house. If something went missing, it was the old lady. If something acted strange, it was the old lady. If something could not be explained, my father would say it must be the old dead woman again. He joked ceaselessly about it. That was his way. He did not seem afraid of the house, and in fact he treated the whole thing like a running joke that made the place more interesting than frightening. But not everyone in the family felt the same way. My stepsister did not find it funny at all. And honestly, I do not blame her. At the time, she was still young enough to be what people call a latchkey kid. That meant she often came home from school to an empty house and had to stay there alone for several hours before either my father or her mother came back from work. A grown man joking about a dead old woman in the house is very different from being a child left alone in that same house while the sun goes down. She was the one who had to sit with the silence. She was the one who had to hear every little sound. She was the one who had to wonder whether every strange thing in the house might be that old woman my father thought was so funny to joke about. And according to her, strange things really did happen. She swore that the doorknobs would twist on her bedroom door and on the bathroom door when she was home alone. Not once in some vague way she later exaggerated, but often enough that it became part of how she understood the house. I can imagine how awful that must have felt. When you are a child alone in a house and you hear or see a doorknob turning, it is already frightening. But when you know no one else should be there, it becomes something much worse. She lived like that until she was old enough to grow up and move out. And during all the time she lived there, she did one thing every evening once it got dark: she turned on every light in the entire house. Every light. That detail tells you more than any dramatic speech could. Children do not flood a whole house with light because they are mildly uneasy. They do it because darkness has become unbearable. They do it because they have learned that once night falls, the house feels different. They do it because they are trying, in the only way they know how, to take some power back. So even before I had my own experience in that house, the place already had a reputation within the family. My father joked. My stepsister feared it. And my brothers and I, during our weekend visits there, slowly started collecting our own strange little experiences too. The biggest pattern we noticed involved things going missing. Not in the normal way people lose things and later laugh because the item had been sitting right in front of them all along. I mean the kind of missing where several people look hard for something and still cannot find it, only for the item to reappear later in the exact place where it should have been. That happened often enough that the whole house began to feel playful in a mean little way, as if something unseen liked taking things just to watch us search. One particular incident has stayed with me more strongly than all the others. It happened one afternoon during one of my weekend visits. I had a silver ring with me, and that ring mattered to me a lot. It was not valuable in a money sense, not the kind of jewelry that would make adults panic over its price, but it was emotionally important. My new stepsister had given it to me, and it was the first gift she had ever given me. That made it special. It meant something because it represented the beginning of a real bond between us. I loved it, and because of that, I was careful with it. That day, I took the ring off and placed it in the candy dish on the center table in the living room area. I remember that clearly. I put it there very deliberately before brushing my hair. It was not tossed aside carelessly or dropped into some random cluttered place. I placed it in the center of that dish. Then I stood there and brushed my hair, planning to put the ring back on right afterward. The whole thing should have taken almost no time at all. But when I finished brushing my hair and reached for the ring, it was gone. At first, I probably reacted the way most people do when something disappears right under their nose. I assumed I had made a mistake. Maybe I had not really put it there. Maybe it had slipped. Maybe I had brushed it out somehow without noticing. So I looked around casually. Then a little harder. Then a lot harder. Then the search became serious. I looked everywhere around that table. I checked the floor. I checked the edges of the dish. I looked under things. But the ring was nowhere to be seen. At that point I started getting upset, because that ring mattered to me in a way other people may not have understood fully. It was not just a small piece of silver. It was the first gift from my new stepsister. Losing it felt personal. So I asked for help. Soon, my 2 brothers and my father were all helping me search. And this is where the story becomes so strange to me, because if it had only been me looking, maybe people could still argue that I had simply overlooked it. But it was not just me. 4 of us searched for that ring. And not casually either. I should explain something about my father, because it matters here. My father is a veteran police officer in a large city. He is not the type of man who glances around for 30 seconds and gives up. He knows how to search for things thoroughly. When he looks for something, he really looks. I am talking about the kind of searching where sofa cushions get ripped up, trash cans are emptied, drawers are checked, and yes, if needed, someone even looks in the refrigerator just in case the impossible somehow happened there. My father approached lost objects the same way he approached everything else in life, with focus and determination. So when I say we searched, I mean we searched. We checked the candy dish. We checked around the table. We checked the furniture. We checked all the places a ring could roll, slide, fall, or be accidentally moved. We even moved the sofa. Still, we could not find it. The ring was simply gone. By the time my weekend visit ended, the ring had still not turned up. I had to leave the house without it. And I was angry. Not only sad. Angry. Because it felt unfair. It had been right there. I had barely looked away from it for the time it took to brush my hair. 4 people had searched hard. And still it was gone. I left the house upset, disappointed, and more than a little bitter about the whole thing. Then, 2 days later, my father called me. He told me my stepmother had found my ring. And where had she found it? In the candy dish. Right in the center of the table. The exact place where I had originally put it. That detail is what makes the whole thing impossible for me to dismiss. If the ring had turned up under a cushion, or inside some odd corner of the couch, or behind a piece of furniture, then maybe I could accept that we had somehow missed it. But that is not what happened. The ring was found in the candy dish sitting out in the open, right in the middle of the room where 4 people had searched intensely. When my stepmother found it, she asked my father if that was the ring everyone had been looking for so hard. And my father's reaction, from what I was told, was basically disbelief. "Where did you find that?" He could not understand it either. He tried to explain to my stepmother that we had searched that candy dish. We had looked there. More than once. It had been empty when we checked. The ring had not been there. But my stepmother was not convinced by that explanation. To this day, she thinks we probably just overlooked it. She believes the simplest answer, that we were all worked up, all searching too quickly, and somehow the ring stayed there in front of us the whole time without any of us seeing it. I do not believe that. Not for 1 second. I cannot. Because I know how hard we looked. I know how much that ring meant to me, which meant I was not lazily glancing around. I was paying real attention. I know how my father searches. I know we moved furniture. And I know that the candy dish was one of the first and most obvious places checked. There is simply no way that 4 people searched a living room that thoroughly, worried over one particular ring, and somehow failed to see it sitting in the exact place where it had been left in the first place. That is why, even now, I believe something else happened. I think the old lady had the ring. And when she saw that I was upset, she gave it back. That may sound ridiculous to someone who has never lived with a house like that. A house where things disappear in return, where one child is terrified enough to turn on every light at dusk, and where a father jokes about the dead because joking is easier than asking serious questions. But inside the logic of that house, my explanation feels more believable than the idea that all of us were somehow too blind to see a silver ring in an empty dish. And if that is what happened, then there is something almost funny in it. Not the fear. Not the strange behavior of the house. But the idea of that old woman deciding to take the ring, hold on to it for a while, and then quietly return it once she had made her point, or once she decided she had gone far enough. That is why I always think of her with irritation and a strange kind of reluctant personality in my mind. I do not picture her only as some tragic dead woman or some evil ghost. I picture her as stubborn, nosy, maybe even a little mischievous. The kind of spirit that might take something just because she could, then hand it back only after making sure we were all good and upset. And that is how I ended up thinking, half angry and half amused. The old lady had the ring, and when she saw I was upset, she gave it back. Stupid old heifer. Now, maybe that sounds disrespectful, but the truth is that fear in families often gets mixed with humor. My father joked about her constantly. My stepsister was scared of her. We children grew up in a house where the dead old woman was treated partly like a threat, and partly like an unpleasant housemaid who kept messing with things. That mix of irritation and dark humor became the way people lived with the strangeness of the place. And I think that matters. Because haunting is not always one long scream. Sometimes it is a missing ring, a turning doorknob, lights burning in every room after sunset, a father cracking jokes because the alternative is admitting the house has a problem, and a child leaving for home without a treasured gift, only to learn 2 days later that it has returned to the one place everyone already searched. That is what made the house frightening in a quieter way. It kept life mostly normal. Then it bent reality just enough to remind you something else was there. That is how I think about that ring even now. It was not only an object that disappeared and came back. It was proof of the house's personality. Proof that whatever was there, if it really was that old woman, could interact with us in small ways. Not dramatic enough to destroy the whole house. Just enough to insert itself into daily life and leave us doubting our own eyes and memory. And maybe that is more effective than something bigger. Because a huge ghostly event, as terrifying as it would be, eventually turns into one story. But something like a ring appearing back in its original place after 4 people searched the room hard? That kind of thing lingers. It follows you into later years. It makes you question how much of reality depends on trust. Trust in what you saw. Trust in what you remember. Trust in the fact that empty space should stay empty if you have already checked it properly. The ring taught me not to trust that house. Or maybe more accurately, not to trust that the house would always follow ordinary rules. It also made me think differently about my stepsister's fear. Before that, it would have been easy to tell myself she was only a child alone in a spooky place, imagining doorknobs twisting because she was nervous. But after the ring, I understood better why she flooded the house with light once darkness came. Some places earn fear slowly, one little impossible thing at a time. That house did exactly that. First the stories about the old dead mother. Then the son fleeing all the way to New Zealand. Then my father's endless jokes. Then my stepsister's fear. Then our own weekend visits where objects went missing and somehow returned. And right there in the middle of it all, my silver ring, gone from the candy dish, found again in the candy dish, as if the house itself had smiled and placed it neatly back once the game was over. By November 2006, I had become close friends with someone who understood exactly why I could not let that place go. What had happened before still stayed in my mind, and I know it stayed in his too. We were both deeply curious. Fear was there, of course, but curiosity was stronger than it should have been. We wanted answers. We wanted to understand what was really out there in those woods, what kind of things moved through that place, and why the forest seemed so full of strange activity. It was no longer enough just to tell stories about what we had seen or felt. We wanted some kind of explanation, even if the explanation turned out to be worse than our guesses. He started telling me everything he knew about the forest. He had lived in that house for as long as he could remember, and because of that, he had years of history with the place that I did not. This was not just some creepy local area to him. It had been part of his whole childhood. He had played back in those woods when he was little, walked the edges of them, explored them the way children do when fear has not fully developed yet. That meant he knew the place in a more personal way, and it also meant he had experiences there from long before I ever arrived in the picture. One of the things he told me was the most frightening by far. When he was younger and back in those woods alone, he came across a creature. Even now, the way he described it still makes my skin crawl. He said it was around 7 feet tall. Its skin was black, but not in the simple sense of color alone. He described it as having a kind of chameleon-like texture, as if the surface of it was strange and unnatural, something that belonged more to an animal or a thing than to a human body. It had no mouth. That detail alone was enough to disturb me deeply. Just 2 eyes, dark as coal, and nothing where a mouth should have been. He said its hands had fingers that stretched 6 inches or longer, with sharp nails at the ends. But the worst detail of all, at least to me, was the way it walked. He said it walked chicken style? By that he meant reverse knees. The legs were not shaped like human legs, with knees bending in the ordinary direction. Instead, they bent backward the way a bird's legs do. The joint faced the opposite way, and that single image terrified me more than any other part of the description. A tall, dark creature with no mouth and eyes like black holes would already be horrifying. But imagining something built like that and moving on backward bending legs pushed it into a different kind of nightmare. I was shocked when I heard this. And terrified too. Because this was not some random internet story being passed around for fun. This was being told to me by someone I trusted, someone who had grown up in that place, and had no reason to invent details that specific unless he truly believed what he had seen. He told me more. At the center of the forest, according to him, there was a circle where nothing grew. Around that circle were brambles, devil's walking sticks, briars, and other thorny dry shrubs. The center itself was barren, and there they had found candle wax. That detail changed the way I thought about everything. Up until then, the forest had felt haunted in a general way. Strange, dangerous, full of things I could not explain. But hearing about that circle and the candle wax made a new possibility take shape in my mind. Suddenly the whole place began to look like it might have been used for something. Rituals, seances, something dark and intentional. I do not claim to know exactly what happened there, but that information made the activity in the area feel more connected. It was no longer just random haunting or weird encounters with isolated spirits. It began to look like there might be a center to all of it, something that fed or focused the activity. With this new information, we decided to go back out there again. But this time, we were not going anywhere near the same spot we had visited before. That choice came from fear as much as caution. I really did not want to upset whatever had broken that tree branch during an earlier experience. Some places in the forest had already shown us more than enough. So we decided we would stick closer to the edge again and stay away from the area that felt most dangerous. We walked along the edge of the woods. And strangely, nothing happened at first. No fog. No noise. No shadows. No strange feeling of dread. No sudden coldness. Nothing. In fact, the forest almost felt inviting that day. That was the strange part. It felt open and quiet, almost peaceful. But of course, the moment that thought formed in my mind, another thought came right behind it. Something may still be lurking in there. That changed the feeling completely. Once a place has frightened you badly enough, it never goes back to being innocent just because it is quiet one evening. Over time, I had started forming my own theory about that forest. I actually came to believe that there were multiple spirits there, and that each one seemed to have its own territory. The elemental, or whatever we thought it was, seemed tied to the back end of a field. Another spirit, the one that liked to play tricks and scare the life out of people, seemed to wander my friend's backyard and part of the forest edge. And then, at the center of everything, there seemed to be what we believed might be a demonic entity, something darker and more powerful than the rest. That theory may sound dramatic, but it was the only way the experiences began to make sense to me. Different encounters had different feelings. Different parts of the forest felt different. Some places seemed charged with playful fear, others with something much heavier. It did not feel like one single presence moving everywhere. It felt layered, divided, territorial. That night, though, our walk was uneventful. And that was actually frustrating in its own way. We had even brought another friend with us because we wanted someone else to experience the activity. There is always something validating about a third person seeing what you have seen, hearing what you have heard, or feeling what you have felt. But for most of the walk, nothing happened. No atmosphere. No proof. No weirdness. It was one of those nights where the place almost seemed to be mocking us by behaving normally. Then everything changed. About 20 minutes had passed, and we were walking back toward the house. All at once, every single one of us felt the same thing. That horrible, instinctive feeling that something was watching us. And what made it stronger was that it happened at the same exact moment for all of us. It was not one person spooking the others. It was not somebody gasping and everyone else following. It hit all of us at once. That synchronized reaction is one of the details I trust most in paranormal experiences. When several people feel something at the same time, it is much harder to explain away as nerves or imagination. The new friend we had brought with us suddenly said she smelled fireworks. The second she said that, I understood what she meant. And what she meant terrified me. Because I knew that smell too well. It was sulfur. Once she said that, I knew something was close. That sulfur smell had already become tied in my mind to darker things, to things I did not want to encounter up close. And at the exact same time that realization hit me, I started seeing strange flashes in my mind. Images. Quick, broken images. Most of them were impossible to understand. They did not form a clear message. They were more like static on a TV, random pieces of something trying to push through without becoming a proper picture. But one image stood out clearly. A goat's head. That image cut through all the others sharply, and it filled me with dread. Goat imagery is not something I associate with anything good, especially not in a place already full of dark rumors, candle wax, and stories of demonic presence. Whatever was near us, I did not want to stay there to find out more. So we ran for the house. By the time we reached it, we were badly shaken. We ran inside and sat down, trying to calm ourselves down, trying to pretend that maybe being inside would make everything normal again. We watched some TV. Then we went upstairs to my friend's room and turned on the GameCube. That, too, was our way of restoring ordinary life. If you can sit and play games, then maybe the thing outside is not inside with you. Maybe the walls protect you. Maybe the lights and noise push it away. We played for around 45 minutes. Then we heard a woman scream. Not outside. Inside the house. It was my friend's sister. She came running into the room with tears pouring down her face. The image of her like that remains very strong in my memory because it showed genuine fear. Not playful fear, not startled fear, but the kind that leaves someone crying and shaking. When she tried to explain what had happened, she said she had been in her room working on her laptop when she saw a shadow, and then suddenly the power had turned on and off several times. She said it had gone on and off maybe 4 or 5 times. That shook all of us. Because now whatever had been outside did not feel so far away anymore. We had no proof it was the same thing, of course. I still cannot say that with certainty. But the timing made it hard to separate one from the other. We had just fled the woods because of sulfur, mental images, and the certainty of being watched. Then not long afterward, A frightened girl came running in tears saying she had seen a shadow and the power in her room had started flickering violently. We comforted her. That was the only thing we could really do. We told her we were there for her if she wanted to talk about it. We sat with her until she calmed down enough to return to her room for her things so she could finish her work somewhere else. But after she left, the same question sat with us all. What was it that scared her? Was it the same thing we had felt out near the forest? Probably not, maybe. But we did not know. And that uncertainty stayed. After that period, the activity in and around the forest slowly faded again. For a while, it almost disappeared. Weeks passed, and things seemed to settle into nothing. Then a year later, October came around again. And with October, the whole place seemed to wake up. By that time, I had a girlfriend who was very interested in the paranormal. Naturally, I had told her the stories about my friend's place, the forest, the strange encounters, the sensations, the things we had heard and seen. And once she heard those stories, she insisted that we make the drive out there. It was about an hour and a half away, but she wanted to see the place for herself. So we went. She was especially fascinated by the elemental story. For some reason, that particular part of the forest's activity captured her imagination more than the darker, more explicitly frightening stories did. She wanted to see that area up close. She wanted to experience something for herself. We arrived and were welcomed warmly as usual. Then, once darkness came, we started looking around. But that year had been odd. Before going out, I spoke to my friend about the activity there, and he told me it had been extremely weak that year. That actually made me trust him more. If he had wanted simply to impress people with spooky stories, he would have exaggerated and told me the place was more active than ever. Instead, he told me honestly that things had been quiet and weak. That gave his past stories more credibility in my eyes, because it showed me he was not just trying to manufacture excitement. Still, even though the activity was low, we went back to the entrance where the elemental was supposed to live. And the whole walk there felt wrong in a very different way from before. Not because it was terrifying, but because it was not. There was no flickering shorted light like before. No creepy tension. No heavy atmosphere. When we reached the entrance, the light that usually flickered did not flicker once. That detail stood out sharply because it was a place where we had come to expect some kind of reaction. Instead, it was just still. Calm. Empty. The whole walk there lacked even the smallest creepy feeling, which somehow made us feel bolder rather than safer. So we kept going. This time we went farther than I had ever been willing to go before. We went to another kind of entrance, almost like a back door into the forest. The dirt road continued, but on either side the overgrowth was heavy and thick. The darkness there was different from the other parts of the woods. It was denser, blacker, more unforgiving. Before, some of the forest edge had at least felt sparse and somewhat open. Here, the darkness felt like a wall. This was the real back way in. And this was where my girlfriend and my friend decided to go inside. There were 4 of us total that night, but our third friend did not want to enter the woods there, so I stayed outside with her to keep her company while the other 2 went in. That seemed harmless enough at the time. If anything happened, they would only be a short distance away. Then, the second they stepped into the darkness, something caught my eye. There was a shadow in the bush behind the third friend. At first, I assumed it must have been an animal. That is always the first thing I reach for when I can. The normal explanation. But at almost the same moment, I got that familiar feeling again, that intense awareness that I was being watched. Then both of us heard a rustle from behind her. She turned around. There was nothing there. At that point, it did not matter whether it was a wild dog, some other animal, or something supernatural. We did not want to risk being hurt by anything in that darkness. So we shouted for the other 2 to come back. They did. And while they were returning, we ourselves were already backing away toward the safety of the streetlight. As we approached the streetlight, it went out. That detail hit me immediately. Streetlights fail sometimes, yes. But the timing was too sharp, too cruelly perfect. We were retreating toward the one pocket of safety and brightness, and the second we got close, the light died. Meanwhile, as my friend and my girlfriend were coming out of the woods, something shot from the bushes. It darted into the middle of the road, stopped there, looked at the two of them, and then ran into the bushes on the opposite side. That happened quickly, but clearly enough that all of us noticed it. At the time, I still wanted to call it an animal. That was what made the most sense. Something fast. Something startled by people. Something real and natural. But the speed of it was disturbing. And then another detail made it stranger. As soon as it had partly re-entered the bushes, both my friend and my girlfriend turned their heads around suddenly. They had both sensed something behind them. At that point, I asked them why they had turned. Their answer was basically the same. They thought they had seen something behind them. That mattered to me, because I had also seen something moving. In other words, several perceptions overlapped again, just like they had before in the forest. We were not all having separate random fears. We were reacting to the same space, the same movements, the same pressure in the environment. My friend later told me that whatever it was had also been in the darkness with him before he exited the woods. He had seen it there at the same moment we heard the noises and called for them to come back. Even now, if I am trying to be as rational as possible, I am willing to say it may have been an animal. But if it was an incredibly fast one. Fast enough to appear and disappear in ways that made it feel almost impossible. Eventually, we all walked back to his house. We stood there and talked about what we had felt at the entrance to the forest, and what had happened with the creature, if creature is the right word, coming out of the bushes. Then, after a while, we got in the car, said our goodbyes, and headed home. That might sound like a calm ending after so much tension, but the truth is that the whole drive back felt heavy with thought. That always seemed to happen after nights like that. The activity itself might end, but the mind kept going, replaying details, trying to force a shape onto something that refused to become simple. Looking back on all of it now, that night in November 2006 marked a kind of turning point for me. Before that, the forest had been frightening and strange. After that, it became layered. It had stories, territories, different presences, a possible center of darkness. And later, with the return visit in October a year later, those ideas only grew stronger. The place felt less like a haunted forest, in the simple sense, and more like a living map of different energies, different spirits, and something much darker at the center. The goat's head image still haunts me, because it came uninvited. Because it did not feel symbolic in a vague way. It felt like an intrusion. And then the smell of sulfur, the synchronized feeling of being watched, and the fear in all of us tied it together into something I could not dismiss as nerves. The story of the creature with reversed knees, too, never left me. Even when I was not in the forest, that image stayed in my mind. Tall, mouthless, black-skinned, long fingers, backward-bending legs. It gave the entire place a more monstrous possibility. Not just ghosts. Not just restless spirits. Something else. And then there was the circle in the forest center where nothing grew. The candle wax. The briars. The sense that people may have done rituals there. All of it added up into a place that felt contaminated somehow, spiritually or emotionally or both. That is why, even when the forest seemed inviting on certain nights, I never fully trusted it again. Silence, there was never only silence. Calm, there was never only calm. And whenever nothing happened, it almost felt like something was choosing not to show itself rather than simply being absent. That was the true horror of the place. Not constant activity, but selective activity. The sense that the forest responded when it wanted to. Shortly after Hurricane Charlie hit our home, we started doing renovations to the house. At first, the work itself was all we were focused on. Like most people after a storm, we were thinking about repairs, damage, mess, noise, workers, and all the stress that comes with putting a home back together. When a house is already disrupted by weather and construction, strange little things do not always stand out right away because there is so much chaos already. That is probably one reason we did not immediately stop and think that something unusual might be happening there. But that changed. My partner, who I will call S, was the first one to notice something that did not belong. He told me that on a few different occasions, he saw a little man in the house. Not a child. Not a shadow. Not some vague movement in the corner of his eye. A little man. He said the figure was not much taller than the back of our dining room chairs. That detail always stayed with me because it made the image so specific and so strange. This was not some full-sized ghostly figure drifting down a hallway. This was a small man, dressed in a way that made him seem even odder. He wore a derby hat. According to S, this little man would walk right through the sliding glass door, even though the door was closed, pass by the dining table, and then go into the wall between the refrigerator and the new kitchen cabinets. The first time he told me that, I tried to make sense of it in the most practical way I could. Since I had the house built in 1993 and had been the only person living in that house, I could not imagine some ordinary explanation connected to previous tenants, or old family history inside the structure itself. In my mind, if what he was seeing was real, then maybe it was some kind of imprint left over from the land or from something much older than the house. That was my first thought. Not necessarily a conscious spirit moving around and reacting, but some sort of repeated image, like the energy of a moment stuck in place and replaying itself. That explanation lasted until one day when something happened that made the whole thing seem more active. One day, S was bringing the mail into the bedroom. As he came in, he saw the little man again. But this time, the figure was standing near the head of our bed. That already made it more personal and more unsettling than the earlier sightings by the dining room. The kitchen area is one thing. A bedroom is another. A bedroom is private. A bedroom is where you sleep, where you are vulnerable, where the world should feel safest. So the idea of this small hat-wearing figure standing there by the bed felt different. Then it got stranger. The little man saw him. Or at least that is how S understood it. The figure looked startled, then ran behind the bed and disappeared into the wall. At that time, the room was also being worked on, and the bed had been pulled away from the wall. That detail matters because it meant there was enough open space for the little man to run around the bed before vanishing. It made the movement seem even more physical and deliberate. This was not just some repeated image walking a fixed route through the room. This looked like a being that reacted, became frightened, and chose a path of escape. After that, S never saw the little man again. At least not that little man. What makes this even more interesting is that S had not told me that full story right away. He had kept it to himself for a while, maybe because he did not know how I would react, maybe because he was still trying to sort it out in his own mind. But then one day I went to him and brought up something of my own. I told him I thought we might have a ghost in the house. The reason I said that was because I had been seeing a different figure entirely. I kept seeing the shadow of a tall, thin man wearing a fedora, peering around the corner at me. That image had begun to repeat itself often enough that I could no longer just shrug it off. It was always that same impression, tall, thin, dark, watching, with a fedora hat. He was not walking through rooms in the same way as the little man. He seemed more like an observer, a watcher, someone who stood partly hidden and looked around corners. When I told us that, he immediately said he had seen him too. That moment mattered a lot to me because it meant the experience was no longer isolated in one person's mind. S was actually relieved that I had brought it up first. He said he had been trying to think of a way to tell me, and was glad I had opened the subject. That reaction told me he had been carrying the same unease, the same question, and was just waiting for the right moment to say it out loud. This dark figure became known in our house as the Traveler. That is what we started calling him. And what made the whole thing even stranger was how often I began hearing about the same kind of figure from other people. My sister sees one in her own home. A friend of my adult daughter has seen one too. A patient in the hospital where I work reported seeing one just yesterday. And over time, I noticed that many other people on ghost websites describe something very similar: a tall, thin, shadow-like man in a hat. That repetition is part of what really hooked my attention. Because if only one person in one house sees a figure like that, you can tell yourself it is personal imagination, stress, tired eyes, or some pattern the mind likes to create. But once you start hearing similar stories from different people in different places, it makes you wonder whether this traveler is some larger type of apparition that many people encounter. I cannot prove that, of course. But it is hard not to notice the pattern once you start hearing the same description again and again. The house also began showing us other, smaller signs. I call them smaller, but really some of them were still quite disturbing. They were just not as visually dramatic as seeing figures. Our dog, for example, often acts as though someone is there when no one visible is around. He will stare at empty space in a very focused way, as if he is looking at a person. Several times he has pushed his toy toward the place he is staring, almost like he wants someone to play with him. That is one of the details that really gets under my skin, because dogs do not theorize. They do not care about ghost stories or haunted house ideas. They react. And when a dog consistently acts as though another presence is standing there, it makes the whole thing harder to dismiss. He also looks toward the kitchen a lot and barks. That kitchen seems to be a center of activity in many ways, which is interesting considering that was the same area where S had repeatedly seen the little man walking through the sliding glass door and disappearing near the refrigerator and cabinets. Maybe it means nothing. Maybe the dog just hears household sounds we do not notice. But taken together with everything else, it feels connected. Then there were the little incidents. One of them involved the dog gate. Now, if a dog gate falls over in the night, that alone is not exactly supernatural. Things fall. Houses shift. Gates get bumped. But this gate did not just fall over. When we found it, it had flipped and was facing a different direction than it would have if it had simply tipped on its side. That detail made it strange. It looked moved, not merely fallen. Another time, I woke up in the middle of the night and saw what looked like glowing wings on the wall. That image has stayed with me because it was so unusual. I did not see a whole angelic figure, not some complete person with wings. What I saw was the appearance of glowing wings on the wall itself, almost like light had taken on shape. It was beautiful in a way, but also unsettling because it did not belong there. It is one of those moments where you wake up and for a second you do not know whether what you are seeing belongs to the room or to the strange state between sleep and full waking. But I remember it clearly enough that it still stands out among the house's many odd moments. Then there was the TV remote incident. One day, I placed the remote on top of my bed pillow. That is an odd place, yes, but I remember doing it. I left the room for just a short time to go talk to S. When I came back, the remote was gone. That was irritating more than frightening at first. Missing objects have a way of doing that. You get annoyed before you get creeped out. I looked around, expecting to find it somewhere obvious. But eventually I found it inside the pillowcase. Inside. Not under the pillow. Not tucked near the bed. Inside the pillowcase. That is one of those little events that does not sound huge in a dramatic ghost story sense. But it is exactly the kind of thing that makes a house feel playful in the worst way, as if something unseen is performing little tricks just to confuse you. Another strange event happened with the kitchen faucet. One night after work, I came home and went into the kitchen. I immediately noticed that the tip of the faucet looked like it was missing. It seemed broken, and I remember asking S what had happened to it. He said it was not broken. That answer confused me, so I went back to look more closely. And it really looked broken. I even touched the sharp edge where the tip should have been. It felt wrong enough that I convinced myself maybe there had never been a tip there at all, and I had only imagined there was one. That is how strong the visual impression was. I eventually gave up thinking about it, and went to bed. The next morning, the tip was back on the faucet. Exactly where it should be. That one bothered me because it forced me to question not only the house, but my own perception. Had it really been gone? Had I somehow misunderstood what I was seeing, even after touching it? Or had it been altered in front of me and then restored later? When ordinary objects seem to shift between one state and another like that, it leaves a person feeling mentally unstable, even if only for a moment. Then there was the hot tub incident. One night I was resting in the hot tub. I have a habit of getting sleepy in it sometimes, and that night I drifted off. While I was sleeping, or dreaming, or whatever exactly that state was, a voice said to me, "Are you the person in the hot tub?" I answered, "Yes." Then the voice said, "Prepare yourself for cold water." I woke with a start and actually laughed, because it seemed like such a strange dream. The sentence was so oddly specific and so ridiculous that I thought nothing of it at first. Then, suddenly, the recycle jets on the spa kicked on and a rush of cold water blasted against my sides. I was very glad I was awake by the time it happened. That experience has always disturbed me because of the timing. If it had only been a dream, it would still have been unusual. If the jets had only turned on unexpectedly, that would also be strange. But the fact that I heard that exact warning first, and then experienced it seconds later makes it harder to brush aside. And then there was the bell. One night, at 2 different times, some kind of bell rang loudly enough to wake us up. The first time, it woke me while S was coming back to bed from the bathroom. The second time, he was already in bed beside me and it woke both of us. The dog started barking too, which added that extra layer of stress because now the animal was reacting with us. The next morning, we tried to reproduce the sound. We tested the smoke detector, the microwave, the alarm clock, kitchen timers, the phone. Nothing sounded the same. That is another kind of haunting I have come to recognize, not the big dramatic figure in the doorway, but the sound that appears, demands attention, and then leaves no trace of itself behind. Taken one by one, maybe each of these things could be doubted. A fallen gate. A glowing shape on the wall. A missing remote. A faucet tip that appears broken and then repaired. A dream voice before cold water. A mysterious bell. Any one of them by itself might be the kind of thing a person could shrug off after enough time. But that is not how hauntings, or whatever this is, work. They gather. They layer. They repeat. And eventually the house develops a personality. In our case, it feels like more than one personality. There was the little man with the derby hat, small and active and strange. There was the traveler, tall and thin and watchful, peering around corners. There were the little manipulations of objects. The odd sounds. The dog reacting as though someone invisible might actually be standing there. And there was the constant sense that the house had more going on inside it than the walls alone should allow. What makes all this even more compelling to me is that S and I are not young thrill-seekers trying to build a spooky reputation for our home. I am in my 50s. S is in his 60s. We do not do drugs. We rarely drink. We have no reason to brag about ghosts. In fact, if anything, having a haunted home is inconvenient, unsettling, and tiring. It is not something I would invent for attention. Also, I have been on many ghost hunts with a professional team. And I was not the gullible one on those hunts. I was the skeptic. I was the one who tried to disprove things. I was the one who looked for the practical answer first. So when I say there is something going on in my house, I am not saying that lightly. I came to that conclusion slowly, reluctantly, and after trying hard to explain things away. At first I thought maybe S's sightings of the little man were some kind of leftover image from the land, a repeated imprint of the past. But the startled reaction by the bed made him seem aware. Then I thought maybe the traveler was just a recurring shadow pattern, but too many people have seen similar figures in too many different places. Then I wondered if the dog was only reacting to ordinary sounds, but he behaves too specifically sometimes, like he truly sees someone standing there. Then the little physical incidents kept accumulating. And now I am left with the same question I started with. What is going on in my house? I do not know exactly. Maybe there are multiple spirits. Maybe some are harmless, some curious, some merely wandering. Maybe the little man and the traveler have nothing to do with one another at all. Maybe the house, the renovations, the land, and whatever history lives underneath all of it created a kind of opening. Maybe I am not supposed to understand it in a neat way. But I do know this much. Something is there. Something is seen. Something is heard. Something is noticed by the dog. Something sometimes moves or changes things when no one is looking. And if the traveler is indeed the same type of figure people in other homes and even hospitals have described, then maybe what is happening in my house is part of something larger than only my home. That is one of the reasons I still want to hear similar stories. Not because I need entertainment, but because I want context. I want to know whether others have seen the same hat-wearing dark figure, whether others have experienced the small playful object tricks, whether others have felt that a house could contain more than one kind of presence. Because if enough people describe the same thing, then maybe we are not imagining separate fears. Maybe we are all describing pieces of the same hidden world. Our son was almost 5 years old at the time, and he had always been the kind of child who seemed unusually healthy. I do not say that lightly. Some children catch every little bug that passes through a classroom or babysitter's home, but he was never like that. He seemed to have an immune system built out of pure stubbornness. Most of the time, if something nasty was going around, he would be the one child who somehow escaped it, smiling and energetic while everyone else was sick. We used to joke about it sometimes, because it honestly felt like he could survive almost anything that passed through the homes and hands of other children. But one Sunday, all of that changed. It was Super Bowl Sunday, and we had gone to a party at the local VFW. It was the kind of gathering families go to without really thinking much about it. Food, people, noise, children running around, adults focused on the game and conversation. There was nothing unusual about it then. It was only later, when the sickness came, that we realized he must have picked something up there, some bug that this time his body simply could not fight off the way it normally did. By the time Tuesday came around, things had gotten serious. He could not keep water down. That was what frightened us most in the beginning. Children get sick, yes. They throw up, get fevers, rest, and usually bounce back. But when a child cannot even keep water down, everything starts to feel more urgent. We tried what we could. We gave him Phenergan liquid. We tried brown rice broth. We watched him closely. We hoped his body would turn the corner. But it did not. He stayed weak, and every hour that passed without improvement made us more uneasy. In our concern, we contacted his personal doctor. We explained what was happening and how long it had been going on, and the doctor did not hesitate. He told us to take him immediately to the emergency room at the local hospital. There was no wait and see tone in his voice, no suggestion to just give it a little more time. It was immediate. That alone tells you what kind of fear settles into a parent's chest when their child is sick enough. My husband rushed to the babysitter's house to pick him up and take him there. At the time, I was several cities away, and under normal legal driving conditions it would have taken me about 2 hours to get to them. But there are moments in life when even the ordinary rules of time seem to bend under the force of love and fear. Just as a side note, it took me less than an hour that day to arrive at the hospital. I still remember that drive in a strange blur. Fear changes the world. Roads feel too long and too short at the same time. Every red light feels offensive. Every minute feels wasted. You are in your body, but your mind is already somewhere else, already in the hospital room, already seeing the face you need to see. By the time I finally rushed in, my heart was pounding in a way I can still remember. And then I saw him. He was lying there, sick, yes, but the moment he saw me he beamed that little smile in my direction. That smile did what children's smiles often do. It broke something in me and healed something in me at the same time. Before I could even fully gather myself, he began filling me in on what had already happened, as if he were the calm one and I were the one who needed catching up. With his daddy by his side, he looked at me and said, "Why do you look worried? It's Daddy's turn." I had to smile. Even now, remembering those words, I feel the same mixture of pain and tenderness. He had such a simple way of seeing things. In his little mind, he had already had one parent there with him, and now it was the other parent's turn. That was all. No drama. No panic. Just that small, peaceful wisdom children sometimes have without realizing how profound it is. In moments like that, you see something in a child that adults often lose. A clarity. A calmness. A trust. For a while, everything stayed focused on him. We sat there for about an hour, waiting to see whether the extra medication they had given him would help his body fight off whatever had taken hold of him. In hospitals, so much of the work is waiting. You wait for medicine to work. You wait for symptoms to settle. You wait for nurses to return. You wait for the doctor. You wait for the next sign that things are improving or worsening. It is a strange kind of stillness, that hospital waiting. It feels quiet on the surface, but underneath it your mind is moving furiously. Then we heard the unmistakable sound of an ambulance arriving. There is something about that sound that always changes the energy of a hospital instantly. Even if you are already in the emergency room, even if you know where you are, hearing an ambulance pull in reminds you that another crisis is arriving, another human life in trouble, another family somewhere on the edge of breaking. At that moment, because I was still wearing scrubs, someone approached me and asked me to help with the transfer of the incoming patient into the room where he would be examined. I immediately tried to explain that I had no medical training. That part matters, because I was not some hidden nurse who had forgotten to mention it. I was only wearing scrubs, and in a hospital, that can mislead people. I told them clearly that I was in no position to administer any kind of medical assistance. I was not qualified. I was not staff. I did not belong in the medical process beyond being a worried mother with unfortunate clothing choices that day. But even after I said that, I was still urged down the hall toward the open doors of the ER. Sometimes in places like that, speed and assumption take over. There is no time to sort out every detail properly. They saw scrubs and saw an extra body who might be useful in the rush of the moment. And before I really had time to step back out of it, I found myself moving toward the incoming patient. What I saw next has stayed with me ever since. The man on the gurney had a self-inflicted wound to his chest. Even now, I can feel the shift that happened inside me when I understood that. Until then, the ambulance had been only an ambulance, another emergency among many that come to a hospital. But once I saw him and understood what kind of wound it was, the whole scene changed. The atmosphere around him felt heavier, desperate in a different way, and the outlook did not look good. The medical staff moved with the usual professional urgency, but there was something else there too, something colder. They talked among themselves in the language of medicine, quick and practiced, the kind of language most ordinary people struggle to understand fully. They discussed what needed to be done, what was happening, what came next, but not one of them was really talking to him. That struck me immediately. No one was looking down at the man the way you look at a frightened person who needs to know he is still seen as human. They were doing what had to be done, but they were not really with him. It was as if he had already become a procedure. So I looked at him. As we hurried down that hallway, I caught his eye. Then I greeted him. That was instinct, nothing more. Something in me could not bear the idea that this man, in one of the most terrifying moments of his life, was being moved like an object while the voices around him floated over him rather than toward him. So I spoke to him the way I would speak to anyone in pain. I asked his name. I asked his age. I asked how he came to be there in that moment. I asked about his family. I asked about pets. That may sound odd to someone reading it later, but when a person is afraid, ordinary questions can give them back some sense of self. Family. Pets. Home. These are not medical details, but they are human details. They remind someone that they are more than the wound they are arriving with. It was a long hallway. Long enough, at least, that by the time we got him settled into the room, I felt like I knew the basics of who he was. Not deeply, of course, not the way you really know a person, but enough that he was no longer just the man from the ambulance. He had a face, a voice, a life, and fear in him that was very visible when you bothered to meet his eyes. Then something happened that made the moment feel even heavier. When I finally looked up again, I realized that the medical staff had mostly cleared out. We were alone, except for one nurse who was preparing him for the procedure. That realization struck me hard. Because in that room, with that man wounded and afraid, the medical work was still going on, yes, but the emotional reality of his fear was standing there almost unaccompanied. And in that moment, deep inside myself, I cried out for his safety. I also cried out for the release of the fear that seemed to have wrapped itself around him. I do not know whether that was prayer, instinct, or just the deepest form of human sympathy, but it rose up in me all the same. Then I had to leave. I started walking back toward my son's room. And as I walked, one thought kept repeating in my mind over and over. Do not leave him! At first, I answered that thought automatically. I am not leaving him, I told myself. I am going back to my son's room now. I have to be with my child. My son is sick. My son is in the hospital. My son needs me. That was the logic of every motherly instinct I had, and it was true. But the thought would not stop. Do not leave him! It kept repeating. By the time I reached my son's room, my husband took one look at me and smiled in that particular way only someone who knows you deeply can smile. He could tell I was struggling. He could see the conflict already written all over my face. And then my son spoke. He said, Go back. He needs you too. That was the moment my inner struggle deepened. Because those were exactly the words I had not wanted to hear from anyone else. It would have been easier if someone had told me to sit down, focus on my own child, and forget the man in the other room. Instead, my son, the one who was there for treatment himself, somehow seemed to understand exactly what I was carrying inside. As I stood there trying to decide whether to stay with my son or go back to the wounded man, my son did something I still cannot fully explain. He got off the bed. He took my hand. And then he started leading me down the hall. I did not tell him where to go. That part is very important. I did not say, Take me to that man. I did not even tell him it was a man I had spoken to. But he walked as if he knew. He led me down the hall, around the corner, down another hall, and straight into the man's room. No one stopped us. That also amazes me when I think back on it now. We passed 2 nurses. We passed the doctor who had been treating our son. We passed 2 nursing stations. And no one said anything? No one asked where we were going. No one stopped a small child and his mother from making that strange, determined walk through the emergency department. It was as if the path had opened for him. When we reached the room, I stopped in the curtain opening. And I watched. My son walked to the bed and reached down for the man's hand, which was hanging over the side of the bed. The man looked startled. Then he looked up and saw me standing there. I explained that my son was there for treatment too, and that he had wanted to see him. At that point, tears had gathered in the man's eyes. And then he did something so gentle that it told me more about him than all the conversation in the hallway had. He reached up and touched my son's face, softly, carefully, with a kind of tenderness that only made sense to me in one way. This man knew children. He had children of his own. That was the feeling that came over me immediately. And then the 2 of them talked. My son and this wounded man. These 2 men, one very young and one fully grown, sat in that room together and spoke for a little while. It was one of the strangest and most moving things I have ever seen in my life. They were not connected by history or family or shared circumstance. But in that moment, my son belonged beside him in some way I still cannot fully explain. Soon after, my husband came walking down the hall looking for us. Our son was being released. While I had been pulled into helping with the arrival of the ambulance patient, the doctor had already seen him and decided he could go home. So practically speaking, we were done there. The man seemed to understand. He thanked us for taking the time to sit with him. And then he said something that still breaks my heart. He said he felt like no one was there to help him, and he wanted to go home. That sentence carried so much pain. Because he was in a hospital surrounded by people, and yet emotionally he was alone. He had been talked around, moved around, treated around, but not really held in the human sense. He felt abandoned right in the middle of being cared for. That is the kind of loneliness that cuts deeply. We began to leave. Then my son stopped in the curtain opening, turned around, and walked back to the man. He took the man's hand again. And then he said something that changed the whole meaning of the night. He said, "When you get back home, please tell Jerome you will never leave again. You tell him that you are there to stay. He does not like being alone." The effect those words had on that man was immediate and devastating. He absolutely crumbled. I do not know how else to say it. It was as if his whole body shrank under the force of those words. His shoulders dropped. His face collapsed inward with grief. His very stature seemed to diminish. It looked like the air went out of him in one terrible, silent wave. Then he looked up at me and asked, "Who is this little man?" That question has stayed with me ever since. Because what we had not known, what we could not have known, was the truth behind the man's wound. While he had been rushed to the same hospital where we were, his son had been taken to the Children's Hospital in Indianapolis. Apparently, the father and son had been practicing a dangerous sport. Something had gone terribly wrong. The son was mortally wounded. After the helicopter came and took his son away, the father had become so distressed that he wounded himself in exactly the same manner his son had been wounded. It had all happened in seconds before anyone had removed the weapon involved. We had not known any of that. There was no way my son could have known any of that. And yet he had spoken the child's name, Jerome. And he had spoken directly to the deepest wound in that father's heart, the fear of leaving his son alone. That was the moment everything in the evening shifted for me. Until then, the experience had already been emotional and strange, but still grounded in the ordinary world of illness, hospitals, and human fear. After that, it moved into something much harder to explain. Because there was no normal reason for my son to know that child's name. No normal reason for him to understand the emotional core of what had happened. No normal reason for him to lead me through those halls as if he had been called there. And then, the next morning, the news told the rest. The father had died too. That was how the story ended in the public world. A tragedy. A report. A second death after the first. But for me, that was never the whole story. The whole story was in that room. In the hallway. In the voice in my head saying, "Do not leave him." In my son taking my hand and leading me there. In that little child speaking words no one had given him and breaking open a dying man's heart with truth he had no earthly way to know. I have replayed that night in my mind many times since then. Why did I feel called not to leave him? Why did my son know where to go? Why did no one stop us? Why did he know the child's name? Why did he know that loneliness was at the center of it all? I do not have clean answers. But I know what I saw. I saw a wounded man being treated like a medical problem when what he needed, at least for a moment, was human presence. I saw a child recognize that need before many adults did. And I saw something pass through my son in that room that felt wiser than his years, deeper than chance, and more mysterious than anything I can easily explain. Maybe some people would call it intuition. Maybe others would call it spiritual sensitivity. Maybe some would say children are closer to things adults have forgotten how to hear. I do not know. I only know that whatever happened there was real. And it changed me. Because after that, I could no longer believe that life is only what is visible, measurable, and spoken aloud in ordinary language. Sometimes something moves through a child. Sometimes a dying man hears exactly what he most needed to hear. Sometimes a mother walks down a hallway because a thought keeps repeating in her mind and finds herself standing in the center of a moment that feels too sacred and too sorrowful to belong only to coincidence. For the last few months, maybe even a little longer than that, strange things have been happening in my home. I cannot say that all of it is terrifying in the way people usually imagine paranormal activity to be. It is not always the kind of thing that makes you scream or run out of the house. Most of the time, it is more unsettling than anything else. It leaves me nervous, confused, and constantly wondering what is going on and why it is happening to me. That is the part that gets to me the most. If all of this had some clear meaning, maybe I would feel differently. But I do not know what these things want, if they want anything at all, and that uncertainty makes it harder to live with. I have had many different kinds of experiences in my life. Some have felt psychic. Some have felt ghostly. Some have involved hearing things, seeing things, or feeling things that should not have been there. Some have even felt physical, like whatever is around me can affect the real world in small but clear ways. Because of that, when this new wave of activity began in my home, I did not rush right away to say it had to be paranormal. That is not how I work. I always try to write things off as something logical first. I look for a normal reason. I question myself. I check the obvious explanations. That is just the kind of person I am. I would rather be careful than dramatic. Maybe that is also why I waited so long before talking about it. At first, it was just little things here and there. Easy to dismiss. Easy to explain away. But over time, it started getting more frequent, stronger, and stranger. That is what pushed me to finally stop pretending it was all nothing. It began one night when I was sick with a really bad cold. I was awake while everyone else in the house was asleep. It was quiet, the kind of late-night quiet that makes every little sound stand out more clearly than it should. Then I started hearing little children playing. That was the first thing. It sounds almost harmless when I say it now, but in the moment it was deeply strange. Yes, I do have children, and if this had happened during the day, I would not have thought twice about it. But this was late at night, and everyone else was asleep. The voices sounded playful, light, and childlike, the kind of sound you might hear from children entertaining themselves in another room. Only there were no awake children in the house. I remember lying there and listening, trying to make sense of it, telling myself maybe I was more tired than I realized. Maybe the sickness was making me hear things strangely. Maybe I was half asleep and not fully aware. But the sound felt real enough that it stayed with me. Right after that, another strange thing started happening. I began seeing little flicks of shadow out of the corner of my eye. Not full figures, not something that stood there long enough for me to really focus on it, but quick little movements. They were low to the ground and very fast. That is what really got my attention. It was not like seeing a tall shadow person standing by a doorway or at the end of a hall. These were smaller, shorter, low to the ground, and they moved quickly enough that by the time I turned my head, there was nothing there. Still, I kept seeing them in my peripheral vision, again and again. And once I started connecting that with the sounds of children playing, it became much harder to dismiss. Little children playing. Little shadows low to the ground. That pattern started forming in my mind whether I wanted it to or not. It was one of those moments where you do not want to jump to any conclusion, but the connection makes itself anyway. Then things shifted again, and this time it felt more mental than visual. I do not consider myself psychic. I want to make that very clear. I am not one of those people who goes around telling everyone I have special gifts or pretending I can read the future. That has never been my style. But I did start having experiences that felt either telepathic, psychic, or maybe something in between. I would suddenly get a vision of something small or silly happening, and then it would happen while I was awake. Not huge life-changing events. Not dramatic disasters or big emotional moments. Just little things. But enough that it made me stop and pay attention. One of the clearest examples involved my mother-in-law's living room. I had a dream that her living room was all nice and cleaned up. That detail matters because normally it was not like that. She is somewhat of a collector, to put it kindly, and her living room was often cluttered and full of things. But in the dream, it was tidy, open, comfortable, and we were all sitting there together enjoying ourselves. It felt peaceful. It felt welcoming. It stood out because it was such a different image from the usual reality of that room. The strange part came the next morning. My husband got up, went to work out, and then decided to go to his mother's house and clear out the foyer so he could open the French doors to the living room, clean it up, and make it comfortable enough for all of us to spend time there with her. I had no idea he planned to do this. None at all. In fact, I was surprised when I heard afterward that this had been his plan for the day. And that surprise was real because I had just dreamed of that exact result that same morning. I told him about the dream after the fact and asked him something that still stays with me. Had he maybe already been thinking about doing that as he was leaving the bedroom while I was still sleeping? The reason I asked is because I know I had that dream during the morning hours. I am a very light sleeper. He had been going in and out of the room, and even if I did not fully wake when he left the bedroom, I was close enough to waking that I might have somehow picked up on what he was thinking. That is the only explanation that seems to make emotional sense to me. Not psychic in some dramatic mystical way, but maybe telepathic in a quiet human way. We are very close. He is not only my husband, he is truly my best friend. We understand each other on a level that often goes beyond words. So I still wonder whether I picked up his intentions while I was half asleep and turned them into that dream. That explanation feels more right to me than saying I had some vision out of nowhere. Then there was the night in the backyard. This is one of the incidents I still cannot explain at all. I was outside late at night smoking a cigarette. I was sitting alone in one of those white plastic backyard chairs, and I had my feet propped up on another matching chair in front of me. My little Pomeranian puppy was in my lap. The house was dark, the yard was dark, and it was the kind of late quiet that makes everything feel very still. While I was sitting there, I noticed something moving across the back of the chair where my feet were resting. At first I thought it was just a trick of light, but there should not have been any light to make that kind of reflection. So I paid closer attention. What I saw was an orb-like shape, though not perfectly round, moving slowly from left to right across the back of the chair. Because I always try to debunk things before letting myself get carried away, I immediately started looking around for a normal explanation. I checked whether there was some reflection coming from the house, maybe from a streetlight, maybe from a passing car, maybe from anything that could account for what I was seeing. But I found nothing. There was no normal or logical source for it. So I sat back again, still trying to stay calm, and after a little while, another one moved across the chair in the exact same way. Then it happened a third time. That was the last of it. But what made it even more strange was the color. They were blue. Clearly blue. Not white, not silver, not transparent. Blue. Slow-moving blue orb-like shapes crossing the same chair, one after another. I had heard from two close friends of mine about experiences with blue orbs, and that immediately came back into my mind. So of course I started wondering if there was some kind of connection. Why blue? Why there? Why the same kind of thing they had described? I still do not know. Then there is the shadow person my husband saw. This one really bothered both of us because it made the whole thing feel bigger than just my own personal experiences. One morning my husband woke up early. Instead of waking me up by turning on the TV in the bedroom, he took his pillow and blanket and went out into the living room. He was trying to let me sleep, which was thoughtful, but while he was out there, something happened. He later told me that he saw a shadow person standing by the fireplace, to the right of our TV. He described it as very dense, not like a little weak flicker of movement, or a shadow you could mistake for light playing tricks. He said it just stood there for a few minutes staring at him. He did not say it had visible eyes, but he described that unmistakable feeling of being stared at, the kind where you do not need to see a face to know something is looking directly at you. Then, after standing there, it turned toward the TV and disappeared right into the side of it. That detail made my skin crawl. Our TV is one of those big, older, tall kinds, wide and high enough to stand about as tall as a person around 5'6". So the image of a dense shadow figure just turning and walking into the side of it was deeply unsettling. Not fading. Not vanishing into the air. Walking into the TV as if it were some kind of doorway. When he told me that story, my reaction was simple, freaky. There is no better word for it. Not long after that came another night that bothered me in a different way. While everyone in the house was asleep, I heard a woman talking. It was not loud and close like someone standing in the room. It sounded more distant, but clear enough that I recognized it as a woman's voice. Then came a weeping sound. Again, not right next to me, but present enough that I knew I was not imagining ordinary household noise. A woman talking. Then weeping. Everyone else asleep. The house quiet. That kind of sound carries a sadness with it that is hard to explain. It was not only frightening. It was sorrowful in a way that made me uneasy for hours after. What makes all of this so hard is that I thought I was mostly rid of these beings. I have had paranormal experiences before in my life, but they had calmed down to where things only happened here and there. Manageable. Spread out. Easy enough to push aside and live with. But now it feels like they are back, and not only back, but stronger, more persistent, more aggressive in the sense of frequency if not always in the sense of fear. And I do not know why. Why now? Why all of a sudden again? Why this increase in activity after a quieter period? That is the question that keeps circling in my mind. I also cannot ignore another possibility I have been wondering about. I have a very close connection with two people on this site, and I keep wondering whether that has something to do with it. I am not blaming them. Absolutely not. I want that to be clear. I am only wondering if their paranormal happenings somehow connect to mine, or if whatever is around them can somehow reach me because of our connection. It sounds strange when I say it out loud, but once you have enough paranormal experiences, your mind starts looking for patterns. I know I have had this kind of thing happen before, so it is not like all of this is entirely new to me. But the sudden increase, the return of it, the strength of it all, feels different. So I cannot help but ask if some kind of connection could be involved. And to my fellow stooges, if you are reading this, I really hope you do not take offense at that thought. I am not accusing you of anything. I am not saying you caused this. I am just trying to understand what is happening to me, and when something returns this strongly, your mind starts reaching in every direction for explanations. It is just an idea. Nothing more than that. The truth is, I do not know what they want from me, if they want anything at all. Maybe they are not here for me specifically. Maybe I am only more sensitive than I want to admit. Maybe the children I heard, the little flickers of darkness, the strange dream that seemed to match my husband's thoughts, the blue orbs, the shadow man by the fireplace, and the woman's voice and crying are not separate things but part of one larger pattern. Or maybe they are different altogether. That uncertainty is the worst part. If there were one figure, one voice, one repeated exact event, I think I would handle it more easily. But this is messy. It moves between sound, sight, feeling, dreams, and shared experiences. It is difficult to pin down, and because of that, it is difficult to protect myself from or even understand. And still, even while all this is happening, I keep trying to be logical first. I keep trying to write things off. That has not changed. When I heard the children playing, I questioned whether sickness and exhaustion were affecting me. When I saw the shadows, I wondered if they were tricks of peripheral vision. When I had the dream about my mother-in-law's living room, I questioned whether it was only my closeness with my husband that let me sense what he was thinking. When I saw the blue orbs, I searched for reflections. When my husband saw the shadow person, I listened carefully to how he described it and searched for something ordinary. When I heard the woman's voice and crying, I wanted to believe it was some distant sound from outside. That is my nature. I search for the normal first. But the more this continues, the harder it becomes to convince myself that all of it is just coincidence, stress, imagination, or bad timing. Something is happening in my home. I do not know what. I do not know why now. I do not know why it feels stronger. But I know enough now to stop pretending it is nothing. And what troubles me most is not just the activity itself, but the feeling that it is building, like whatever has returned is not done yet. It was about 4 in the afternoon when this happened, and at first it felt like one of those completely ordinary moments that would never become important. I had just picked my son up from the bus stop. It was part of our normal routine, something I had done many times before without ever thinking twice about it. By that time of day, I was usually moving almost on autopilot. Pick him up, drive home, get him out of the car, gather our things, and head inside. It was such a regular part of life that nothing about it felt unusual at all. When we got home, I parked and did what I always did first. I reached back to undo his safety harness. It was such a familiar motion that I probably did not even think about it consciously. Then I opened my own car door to get out. But before stepping out fully, I decided to grab the things I had sitting in the passenger seat. I remember leaning over to collect them, using both hands, focused on making sure I did not leave anything behind. At the same time, I could hear my son behind me in the back seat, doing what he always did too, getting his backpack on and gathering his own things before climbing out. It was all normal. Familiar sounds. Familiar motions. Familiar afternoon light. The kind of moment no one ever expects to turn strange. Then I felt it. Something jabbed me very hard in the ribs, on the side facing my open car door. The sensation was sudden and strong enough that I reacted instantly. It was not a vague brush of air or a light touch that could be ignored. It felt like a sharp poke, hard enough to make me sit upright and grab my side. The area tingled afterward, like the pressure had been real and forceful. My first thought was the obvious one. I assumed my son had somehow gotten out of the car before me and had jabbed me in the ribs while I was bent over the passenger seat. That would have made perfect sense. Children do impulsive little things like that all the time. And because I had heard him moving behind me, I thought he must have climbed out quickly and come around to the side of the car. But when I sat up and looked beside me, he was not there. He was still in the back seat. Still getting his things. Still not out of the car. That was the moment the whole ordinary scene split open into something I could not explain. I remember the shock of that almost more than the physical sensation itself. If my son had not been the one to jab me, then who or what had? There should have been someone there if I felt that kind of pressure. I had been leaning over. My body was open to the door. If another person had come close enough to jab me in the ribs that hard, I should have seen them the moment I looked up. So I immediately started looking around. My mind reached for another explanation. I checked for my neighbor first. I live in a duplex, and even though my neighbor had never once played tricks like that, he was the only other person close enough to make the idea seem possible. Maybe, I thought, somehow he had come around the car and poked me as a joke. It did not fit his personality. But in moments like that the mind does not care whether an explanation is perfect. It just wants one. But he was nowhere around. I looked around the yard. I checked around the vehicle itself to make sure no one was standing hidden from my first glance. There was no one there. That was what made the whole thing stay with me. If I had seen somebody nearby, even someone who denied it, I could have filed the incident away as a weird little misunderstanding. But there was no one. Just me, my son still in the back seat, and the lingering tingling in my ribs where something, or someone, had definitely touched me. What makes this story even stranger is that it was not the first time something like that had happened to me. I had experienced something very similar before, years earlier, in another house. At that time, I owned a home built in 1945 in a small town about 3.5 hours from where I live now. It was an older house, the kind with enough age in it that strange things are easier to blame on creaks, settling, old wiring, and imagination at first. But I had several experiences there over the years, and some of them were so specific that I still cannot find a normal explanation for them. The one that most closely connects to the incident in the car happened 3 or 4 years ago. It was morning. I had just finished taking a shower because I was getting ready for work. And like sometimes happens after a hot shower, I got sleepy. Not the kind of sleepiness where you are exhausted, just that soft, heavy feeling where your body wants to lie down for a minute before going on with the day. So I lay down on my bed, still wrapped only in my towel. I did not dare pull the covers over me because I knew if I did, I would probably fall back asleep completely and be late for work. I was only trying to rest my body for a moment. I was lying on my side with my hands tucked under my head. And then, less than a minute later, I felt my side push inward. That is the clearest way I can describe it. I did not just feel a touch on the surface of my skin. I felt my skin compress, as if some pressure had been applied to it. The pressure was slow and strangely gentle, not violent like the jab in the car years later, but unmistakably real. It pressed into my side enough that I could feel the shape of the contact through the softness of my skin. And when it stopped, it left the same kind of tingling sensation in the area. That detail matters to me because it connected the two experiences so strongly in my mind. The pressure, the compression, the tingling after. They were different in force, yes, but similar enough that I have never been able to ignore the possibility that they were related somehow. Back then, in that old house, I was alone in the room. There was no one there who could have done that. And because of that, the moment it happened, I got off the bed quickly, got dressed without wasting time, and left for work. I did not stop to do my makeup properly. I did not linger. I just wanted out of that room and out of that house for a while. That house, the one built in 1945, had other incidents too. Quite a few, actually. But I only tell the ones I genuinely cannot explain by any normal means. There were other creepy things that could maybe be blamed on electrical issues or problems common to old houses, and those I usually leave out. I am not interested in making every strange thing sound supernatural if there might be a practical cause. The experiences I hold on to most are the ones where I have genuinely sat with them afterward and failed to find a reasonable non-paranormal explanation. There is one more from that house that I still remember very clearly. Again, it happened in the morning. Again, I was awake. And again, the ordinary setting is part of what makes it so unsettling. It was a weekend morning, around 8 o'clock, and I was lying in bed enjoying the start of the day. My husband at the time was already at work. He usually works 6 days a week, so his being gone was normal. I was completely awake, not drifting, not dreaming, not half asleep. I was just lying there in bed, enjoying a beautiful morning. I remember how lovely it felt. The sun was shining. The sky was blue. I could hear birds chirping right outside the window. I could hear the squirrel that crossed the roof over my room almost every morning, bouncing along the same path like he always did. Everything felt peaceful and familiar. Then I heard my son moving through the kitchen. He was not yet 4 years old then, and we had a little morning ritual that played out almost the same way every day. He would wake up before me sometimes and patter barefoot through the kitchen. When he got to my doorway, he would try to be sneaky. He would tiptoe across the floor as quietly as his little self could manage, come close to the bed, and then suddenly jump on it to try to scare me. It was one of those tiny routines that become precious in family life, the kind of thing you can picture even years later. So that morning, when I heard his little feet in the kitchen, I closed my eyes and waited. I knew what was coming. Or I thought I did. I could hear the sound of his bare feet moving the way they always did. I could feel the little vibrations through the floor. It sounded exactly like him making his usual way toward my room, trying to sneak up on me. So I lay there, pretending, waiting for him to leap onto the bed. And I waited. And waited. It felt like maybe 10 minutes passed, though it probably was not that long. But he never jumped onto the bed. That was odd. At first I thought maybe he had stopped to do something else, or had gotten distracted in the doorway. So I sat up and looked around the bed. Then I looked under the bed too, just in case he had decided to try something new and was hiding. He was nowhere in the room. That was strange enough that I got up and walked through the kitchen toward his bedroom. And there he was. Fast asleep. Completely asleep. Not pretending. Not playing. Actually sleeping. That is the part that still unsettles me. I even tried lightly tapping his side and doing goofy little things that always made him laugh, even when he was pretending to sleep. But this time he was truly out, deeply asleep, and there was no question about it. So if he had not been awake, then who, or what, had I heard? I still remember the exact quality of the sound. The patter of bare feet on the linoleum. The little vibrations in the floor. It was so ordinary, so perfectly matched to a routine I knew well, that I accepted it without doubt right up until the moment it made no sense anymore. That is what makes that incident so hard to explain away. If it had been some vague creaking in the kitchen, maybe I could blame the house. If it had been one odd sound, maybe I could dismiss it. But it was a pattern of movement I recognized as my son's. The sound of his little feet. The exact path he usually took. The whole beginning of our regular morning ritual, and yet he had been asleep the entire time. For the record, the ghost, or presence I always thought might have been in that house felt, to me, like a young boy. I say that because over time, the activity there often carried a quality that felt curious rather than purely threatening. Mischievous. Observant. Childlike in some ways. Not all of it, maybe, but enough that I came to associate the house with the idea of a young male presence. That is only my feeling, of course. I cannot prove that. But many of the things that happened there had the strange emotional tone of a curious child rather than something openly malicious. That makes the footsteps incident even stranger in my mind, because it felt exactly like a child trying to continue a routine that belonged to my son. And the pressure on my side in the bed, though more direct, still had that same intimate closeness to it, the feeling of something right there beside me, something aware of where I was and what I was doing. When the more recent incident in the car happened, I was thrown right back into all of that, because it carried the same impossible physical certainty. The jab in my ribs was not imagined. The tingling afterward was not imagined. The shock of sitting upright and finding my son still in the back seat was not imagined. And just like before, there was no one there. What disturbs me most about both experiences is how physical they were. People often tell ghost stories about seeing shadows or hearing whispers, and those things are unsettling enough. But when something touches your body in a way that leaves lingering sensation, it becomes much harder to dismiss. You know what pressure feels like. You know what skin compression feels like. You know when something has jabbed you or leaned into you. The body does not confuse those things as easily as the eyes might confuse a shadow. That is why these moments have stayed with me so strongly. And that is also why I still cannot think of a logical explanation. In the car, no one was beside me. In the bedroom, my hands were under my head and no one else was in the room. In the old house, my son's footsteps happened while he was definitely asleep. These are the three incidents I return to again and again because they each involve something specific, something with shape and pattern and physical reality. The house built in 1945 especially left a mark on me because there were several experiences there, enough that I really did come to believe there was some sort of presence in it. Not evil in the dramatic horror movie sense. Not necessarily there to cause harm. But present. Active. Curious. Sometimes playful in a way that felt almost childlike. And if I am honest, that is why I always felt it might be a young boy. The incident with the footsteps toward my bed fits that feeling. The little morning ritual being copied fits that feeling. Even the pressure on my side, though it frightened me, did not feel cruel. It felt like contact. Unwanted and unnerving, yes, but not vicious. The same is true of the jab in the car, though that one was sharper and startled me more. I still do not think of it as something evil. It was too quick, too strange, too isolated. But it was real enough to remind me that whatever I experienced in that old house may not have been limited to that house alone. Or maybe that my life has simply brushed against these kinds of things more than once. I often think about how easy it would be to dismiss any one of these events if it had happened only once and in isolation. A poke in the ribs while distracted in a car could be blamed on nerves if not for the strong physical feeling and a missing person who should have caused it. A pressure on the side while resting after a shower could be blamed on muscle tension if not for the clear sense of skin compressing under steady force. Footsteps in the morning could be blamed on a child if not for the child being fully asleep. Each incident contains its own contradiction. And maybe that is why they remain so vivid. Because the mind hates contradictions. It wants a clean answer. It wants the ordinary explanation to fit. But here the ordinary explanation always breaks right at the crucial point. That is what makes the memory linger. That is what turns a strange moment into something you carry for years. Even now, when I look back, I do not claim to know exactly what touched me or walked through that house. I only know what I felt, what I heard, and what I found when I checked. And those things still do not line up with a normal explanation. So yes, I still think something was in that old house. And yes, I still think it may have been a young boy. And yes, when that hand-like jab happened in the car years later, I felt that old shock all over again, The shock of being touched by something that should not have been there at all.